Invite all legislators into the room. Okay, I'm going to call this meeting of the Nassau County Legislature to order and ask Legislator Drucker to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you very much. Mike, could you please call the roll?
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Deputy Presiding Officer Howard Copel. Alternate Deputy Presiding Officer Denise Ford. Legislator Sela Bino. Thank you. Legislator Carrier Salage. Legislator Debbie Muley. Legislator C. William Gaylord III. Thank you. Legislator John Giuffre. Legislator Mazi Phillip. Legislator Delia Dirigi-Witten. Legislator James Kennedy. Legislator Thomas McKevitt. Legislator Laura Schaefer. Legislator John Ferretti. Legislator Arnold Drucker. Legislator Rosemarie Walker. Legislator Joshua Lafazan. Legislator Michael Gian DeGrorio. Okay. Minority Leader Kavan Abrahams. Thank you. Presiding Officer Richard Nicolello. We have a quorum, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. At the beginning of our meeting, as we always do, we have presentations to our top cops for the month of May. We'll also have a point of personal privilege. Then we'll go into public comment. The casino will be considered later this afternoon. It's been scheduled to be considered at 4 o'clock. So if some of you who are here to make public comment, you may do so at this point, of course, but if you would like to wait until the casino gets called later on in the day, you may do so as well. But if you are going to make public comment, we just ask that you fill out a slip, which is up here to your left at the front of the room, and then submit that, and your public comment will be called in turn. So to start things off with the top cops, I'm very privileged to introduce the PBA Financial Secretary, James Shanahan, for the purposes of a presentation. And while they're coming up, I just want to introduce our Nassau County Controller, Elaine Phillips, who is joined with us for this presentation. Welcome, Elaine.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having us here today to honor these heroes standing behind me. On April 13th, 2023, 8th Precinct officers Anthony Lamonaco, Anthony Moranti, Brian Lee, and Christopher Rogers responded to a call for a 4-year-old who fell at a bounce house and wasn't breathing. Officer Moranti was first on scene and located the unresponsive child. Officers Moranti and Lamonaco moved the child to the vestibule and checked for a pulse. The child did not have a pulse, and they started CPR. Officers Lee and Rogers then arrived on scene. Officer Lee applied the AED while Officers Lamonaco and Rogers continued CPR. Nassau County Police Ambulance and Wantor Levittown Volunteer Ambulance Corps arrived on scene. While continuing CPR, the aide was brought to Police Ambulance 2368, where police medics Camarata and Watson applied ALS intervention. The child did begin breathing prior to arriving at Nassau County Medical Center. The child was diagnosed with cardiofibroma, and one of the symptoms is sudden mortality. The child was transferred to Cohen's Children's Hospital and recently underwent successful surgery at a Boston hospital. Due to everyone's quick response, good CPR, calm under pressure, they saved this child's life. The Nassau County PBA is proud to announce police officers Anthony Lamonaco, Anthony Moranti, Brian Lee, and Christopher Rogers, in addition to police medics Christopher Camarata and Krista Watson, as legislative top cops for May of 2023. Police Commissioner Ryder.
Good afternoon. I've been standing in front of you for the last 6 years and almost 40 years of doing this type of work. And I've seen some things that would turn your gut in a minute. I watched that video as it played through. And I watched that poor child on the floor and his mom screaming on the side. It brings tears to your eyes. During that CPR that was being performed, an outsider said, "Why don't you just stop?" Meaning like the child was gone. And my officer leaned up and says, "Don't tell me to stop." And he went back doing the CPR. That is the reason this young man is alive today. I stand here before you all the time and I thank you. I'm going to do it again. Thank you for the training. Thank you for the equipment. And thank you for the greatest police department in the country because of the work that they do. That young man and his family is intact today because of it. And again, it's an honor to sit here in front of them and be their representation. I really do. Thank you again.
I just want to start off by saying thank you to each and every one of you for honoring us here today. We're extremely grateful to be here. Listen, this is one of these calls that you don't want to get, and you don't know how you're going to react until you get there. And I am so grateful, and we are so grateful that we were able to come together as a team between the police department and the police medics that gave us the outcome to have Shane here with us today. Without everybody around me, we wouldn't have been able to get it done. So I just want to say thank you. We're greatly honored. Thank you for taking the time out today to recognize us. I want to say thank you to the Commissioner for being here. Thank you for the PBA, and thank you for the department and the people of Nassau County for the opportunity to put on this uniform and do this wonderful job every day. Thank you very much.
Legislator Ferretti.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. This is really, when you read what happened here, it's something that hits close to home to so many of us up here who have young children. And, you have block parties, you have family parties, you have birthday parties, and you see them playing on these bounce houses, and you think to yourself, oh my God, they're all jumping together, and God forbid something happens. Well, it's really just so dangerous. But what we're so fortunate for is that we have fine officers and medics like you standing before us who, like always, answer the call and saved this young boy's life. And I can't imagine what his parents were going through when this happened. But again, fortunately, when they're there asking for help, you answered the call, you saved this young boy's life and changed all of the lives of this families forever. So thank you for what you do. Thank you to Commissioner Ryder for your continued leadership. God bless you and stay safe. Thank you.
Legislative Pillow.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. And I also would like to join my colleague and really to thank you. That's amazing. You were able to really save this child life. I mean, 4-year-old boy as a mother. Oh my God, I cannot even believe. Like, I don't know, I cannot even imagine what the family went through. But you guys came, you stayed focused, you put the emotion on the side, and you were there until the child started to breathe. You guys are the real hero. And you thanking us, we should thank you. You make us proud. Thank you so much.
Legislative Drucker.
Thank you very much, Presiding Officer. You know, once again, the exemplary training of our Nassau County police officers and police medics from the Ambulance Corps was on full display on this fateful day. When this child was unresponsive and not breathing, these officers didn't panic or betray their training and experience. Their instincts kicked in, and they calmly went about their jobs with such level-headedness and confidence, and ultimately saved this child's life. There is nothing more heroic than saving a life, and I thank you, and all of the residents of Nassau County thank you as well. We are so grateful. Commissioner Ryder and his staff for protecting all of us by providing this training that is really the best in the United States. So thank you, gentlemen and ladies.
Just to add one thought of my own, which is that performing CPR under an emergency situation is truly an extraordinary act. But what I find so awe-inspiring is that you were doing it on a child that's small. I mean, I can't even imagine the skill and the grace under pressure that you demonstrated by doing what you did and saving the child. Because, I mean, you have to be concerned. They're so small, they're so fragile that what you're doing to restore their breathing could hurt the child also. So the fact that you were able to do that and bring the child back is truly extraordinary. So we want to all congratulate you, and as Legislator Phillips said, you should not be thanking us. We really are very proud of you, and we thank all of you for what you've done. And I would like to invite you up in a couple of moments for the purposes of a citation. Okay. Okay, now we have the Detectives Association and Michael Maloney, the Sergeant at Arms.
Good afternoon. I'd like to thank the legislature for today for honoring these two detectives' fine work. On January 19th, 2023, Detective Ryan Keene and Detective Joe Calamina of the 3rd Squad responded to the scene of a male shot 3 times while he was exiting a residence in Hempstead. The victim ran 2 blocks before collapsing. The detectives quickly set up 2 scenes and began a video canvass that spanned several blocks. During an extensive video canvass, they were able to quickly discover video of an unknown male throwing the firearm into hedges a block away from the shooting in which the gun was recovered. They then discovered video from a local deli near the scene that showed the victim and the unknown male that shot him in a physical altercation, as well as a vehicle the suspect was utilizing. Detectives were quickly able to ascertain the suspect's identity and were able to successfully convince the victim to cooperate and press charges after initially refusing and stating that he would handle it himself. After several days of attempting to locate the suspect was arrested and charged with attempted murder in the second degree, assault first, criminal possession of a loaded firearm. The defendant has been remanded and is still in jail with no bail. Due to this incident, the victim did suffer multiple lifelong permanent injuries and has a long road to recovery. But we'd like to acknowledge these two detectives' fine work in regards to finding the suspect and apprehending him.
So maybe a couple of those young cops will want to be detectives real soon. I could use you. But again, the great work by a detective division. You just heard the story of, going through that video and surveillance and everything else. Bad guys do bad things. The minute we take those bad guys out of the environment is safer. Simple as that. And they did it. They got to remove them off the streets as quick as they can, and he's been remanded in jail, so that's where he belongs, as long as he's choosing to take a gun and take it to somebody else. So, again, great work by our detectives. Thank you.
I'd like to thank the legislator for recognizing our work. It's not just the two of us, it's a total team effort with everybody in the Nassau County Police Department. Thank you.
Okay, Legislator Giuffre.
So, 3rd Precinct, that's my hometown precinct. From Stewart Manor, we have the southern tier of your command. And we appreciate all that you do to keep our communities safe. Great detective work. Good work also persuading the victim not to take care of it himself. That does not end well. So, excellent job, gentlemen. It's a true reflection of the training you've had in police work, but also in the social aspect of dealing with the victim, to get them to come forward, to get them to press charges. I congratulate you. God bless you. Thank you.
Okay. Minority Leader Abrahams.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I just want to commend you detectives again. Fighting crime is never going to be an easy job, and obviously dealing with some of the victims in these cases is sometimes can be a challenge as well. But I want to commend you because you made the streets of Hempstead, Nassau County safer once again. I know that you do this because you've been sworn to do it, but we do see the compassion and the amount of how much you care in regards to this matter as well. So that does not fall on deaf ears. And I think that's one of the most prominent issues, is that you can't learn compassion, you can't learn the responsibility to care, and you have obviously has demonstrated that today. So the people of Village of Hempstead, as well as the surrounding county, the surrounding areas, including Nassau County, thank you for your efforts. God bless each and every one of you, and please continue to keep our streets safe. I think that's the most utmost thing that I think every single resident would agree to. Thank you.
All right, come on. We'd invite you to come up for the presentation of the citation. I'd also like to invite the Comptroller to join us on the dais. Okay, Legislator Arnie Drucker has a point of personal privilege.
Thank you very much, Presiding Officer. Every year, the Feinstein Institute for Medical Research and Northwell Health Center for Workforce Readiness conducts a STEM competition for 9th and 10th graders, challenging them on how social determinants such as healthcare access and food insecurities could have a significant effect on climate change. The winners of this competition are called Medical Marvels, and this year, 5 students from Plainview Obed Page JFK High School were winners. These students' project, and I don't know about all of you, but I always struggle to understand any of the students' projects, whether it's this competition or the Regeneron or others. I guess they're a lot smarter than I am, but their project was a multifaceted approach to convert algae to produce biofuel and then reformulate corporate social responsibility with a scoring index to hold schools accountable for their climate change efforts. Really? Now how's that for a mouthful? So it gives me great pleasure to recognize and honor this year's Medical Marvels winners: Abigail Rajan, Chloe Eng, Zahara Nakvi, Haley Brodzansky, and Sophie Hu. I also want to acknowledge these ladies' lead research coordinator, Raymond Tessar, and Joyce Barry, the science chairperson. Why don't you folks come up? Some of you, any of you'd like to say a few words? This is your opportunity.
We'd like to thank you for acknowledging us and giving our school district the resources and all of these wonderful teachers, and just having them available so we can do our research and learn how climate change has affected our community. Thank you so much for all the support.
How about the research coordinator? You want to say a few words?
Again, thank you for inviting these young women. I can say, right? We got 5 women standing up here. I also want to stress that these are only 9th and 10th graders. So keep their names in mind, because I think you'll be seeing them again in a couple of years when they're my seniors, when they do enter those Regeneron science competitions and stuff. Great kids. I have a great administration at Plainview, and thank you for all the support that you allow me to do what I love to do, and that's mentor these kids in the sciences. Thank you.
Well, what excites me is that these young ladies, I think they're going to change the world, as we have a lot of leaders like you all over our county and some of our great schools throughout. And it's exciting for us to see the next generation, and not just the next generation, people who are actually going to make the world a better place. And I commend you on that. So thank you again. I'm going to step outside with you, and we'll take a couple pictures.
Okay, we have public comment portion of our meeting now, and the first speaker is Allison O'Brien Silver. Yeah.
Thank you. My name is Allison O'Brien Silva. I live in Manhasset now, but I grew up in East Meadow. I reiterate my vehement opposition to the Sands proposal, and I urge you to vote in the best interest of your constituents, not what's best for the bottom line of a company peddling an addictive vice. I wrote and called every single one of you. Thank you to the handful who responded, but shame on the rest who didn't have the courtesy to even send a form reply. I wonder if you gave Sands the same treatment. I have many questions still unanswered. Why won't you call for a referendum and let the voters decide? Can you explain the decades-long relationship Bruce and Brad Blakeman have had with the Adelson family and how that has impacted this process? Why does Sands keep shouting that the casino is only 10% of the footprint? 70 to 80% of their revenue comes from the casino floors, no matter the size in relation to the rest of the property. The 20 to 30% they earn from restaurants and hotels is wholly in service to driving patrons to gamble. Have you done any independent work pressure testing the numbers that Sands fed into their models to come up with the outrageous revenue projection of $2 billion a year? Have you grasped the implications? For Sands to hit $2 billion in gambling revenue would require tremendous sacrifice from your own constituents. $2 billion in GGR implies at least 20 to 25,000 patrons a day, 365 days a year, plus all the employees needed to take the money off their hands. Our already overburdened infrastructure cannot handle that volume. $2 billion GGR implies that Sands will spend millions inundating us all and our children with predatory marketing, luring the weakest among us with promises of a big win and extra perks for loyalty. $2 billion GGR implies crime rates will go up. Nassau County is now one of the safest in the nation. Well, for now it is, but that won't be the case if you drop a casino at its heart. $2 billion GGR implies that Sands will pull the lion's share from your own voters' gambling losses. Sands is a virulent virus, and we are all its hosts. Your vote in favor amounts to you allowing Sands to unleash their toxic germs on your voters and vacuum up their cash, their home values, their safety, their quality of life, and their health. From that $2 billion, the county is set to get a paltry $54 million a year, a measly 1.3% of the budget. You haven't bothered to promise tax breaks because you know that studies show for every $1 a casino brings into a community, it costs its hosts $3 in social costs. Maybe you haven't dug deep into Sands' assumptions because you're clouded by their community benefits pitches. Can you provide a list of the organizations Sands is funding and how much they are each getting? I guess these groups are also clouded by a short-term hit to their bottom lines in exchange for long-term negative impacts their communities will be barraged with for perpetuity. And let's call a spade a spade. Community benefits is a 21st century way to legitimize payoffs and to shut you all up. Sands has been lobbying hard in New York for at least a decade to get it to open up. You know in your heart that a casino is not right for us. You know we can do better. You all weren't the ones who let them in, but you can get them out. Do the right thing for your constituents and vote no today. Thank you.
Heidi Sanft.
Good afternoon. My name is Heidi Sanft. I'm the Vice President of the No String Garden Civic Association, Uniondale's oldest civic association. I have been the Vice President for 15 years. I am against the building of a casino in Uniondale and would like to make public the letter that I sent to County Executive Blakeman. Dear County Executive, my parents purchased a house located on the border of Hempstead and Uniondale in 1967 when I was a little girl. The house is now mine. I am writing to let you know that I am against the building of a casino at the Nassau Hub in Uniondale for the following 3 reasons. Number 1, traffic. Hempstead Turnpike is currently a mess with too much traffic. With Amazon and FedEx trucks parking their vehicles in lanes where they don't belong to make deliveries, drivers face a perilous situation on a daily basis. A casino would make this situation worse, with motor coaches transporting tourists taking over the roads. Number 2, proximity to schools. A casino does not belong next to a university. Casinos bring issues with drinking and prostitution. This is not what students need in order to get a good start on having productive lives. It is an unnecessary temptation and distraction. Number 3, gambling. Is this the best we can do in Nassau County? In Uniondale, there is an issue of homeless people and people struggling with mental illness and drug addiction, roaming around aimlessly. Do we need another potential problem in our neighborhood? The answer is no. Why not make the Nassau Hub an innovation district with a research and development center and a focus on healthcare and new technologies? Housing for young people who currently are moving away because they cannot afford to live on Long Island could be incorporated into this plan. This type of growth would lift Long Island up. This is Long Island, not Las Vegas. No casino. Thank you.
Thank you. Joseph Nabet. Joseph. I think it's N-A-B-E-T. We came back later, maybe. Claudia Long.
Good morning. My name's Claudia Long. I live in East Meadow, and I've lived here growing up in Belmore all my life, with the exception of a few years. My purpose is compassionate for what is good and what is right for Nassau County. Sands, New York Integrated Resort. Money speaks. They have power. Who knows what's under the table that has been accomplished? I don't know that. Even some of you do not know it all. A lot of outsiders are here that come for this. Why? We are Nassau County, and they're promoting this for us. Why? We are the people. We elected you to represent and to protect and enhance our community. Let's face it, casinos will have food on the premises. Those that come in on buses, for them to go out on Hempstead Turnpike and find a restaurant or other shops, they wouldn't do it because they don't have a way. Who's kidding who about increasing businesses for shops and restaurants? I'm a citizen of this county, and you are to represent the people of Nassau County. So many people are in the fog about this and still don't know about this going on. Do you realize that? Why weren't we informed first before you went about the whole process of this proposal? We elected you to guard and protect our villages and towns of Nassau County. This is the third time. 2 times it's been voted down. This is the third time. We do not want a casino in our neighborhood. The Bible says money is the root of all evil. And card games with money, you know, watch the Westerns or the or the law programs on TV. You see that it leads to all kinds of crimes, all kinds of situations. Gambling is addiction, alcoholism, all of these vices that have been mentioned. It leads to broken families. In Deuteronomy, it says money is always leads for more. It never stops. So you have the power. Money has power. So on behalf of Nassau County and for our neighborhood, I ask that we keep our villages, towns, schools, universities, businesses, and all those who live near the casino. We say no to the casino. Thank you for letting me speak. God bless you all.
Thank you. Deirdre Benoit.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for letting me speak. My name is Deirdre Benoit. I've been a resident of Nassau County for over 50 years, and 27 of those years I've lived in East Meadow. I love my hometown. I love Nassau County. I am begging you, please think about the people that you are putting this horrible abomination into our homes, into our lives. There's just, I can't reiterate everything everyone said because it would just be, I think, sadly falling on deaf ears. Please think about us. Think about your constituents. Think about the people that you are representing and care about us. This is not something we want. And what I don't understand is, of these 300 meetings that were supposedly held with the Sands, how none of us as residents were allowed to be involved. Thank you again for your time, and please think about the way you're going to vote today. It's imperative for those of us that care. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Alice Maroney.
Good afternoon, Legislature. I really don't have anything unique to add to these arguments against the construction of this casino. I just am opposed to it in principle for every reason stated above and before. Noise pollution, traffic, air pollution, water pollution, people pollution, trafficking, drugs, crime, all of it. It's not something I would look forward to. I think these impacts are real, and the consequences are pretty dire. You know, anecdotal information is just anecdotal information. It's not much respected when statistics can be recited and charts and graphs pointed to. But just anecdotally, I worked with a woman for several years whose husband slid into addiction. It wasn't a precipitate fall, but it was a sliding into addiction. And the complete degradation was, after she worked an overnight shift in a hospital, she went in the morning to go to the ATM to get money to go grocery shopping. And she could not withdraw. The message was the account closed. So she entered the bank to say, there must be some mistake. I have automatic deposit. No, your account is closed. Why? Because the money was drawn out early this morning, 5:30 a.m., by your husband. She had 48 cents remaining in her account. She had already lost her retirement savings, their savings, her savings, his savings, because he had been making trips to Atlantic City. And the final grace was that he had cashed her boys' bonds that they received when they were infants. So that's only one story, but it's enough. Please say no to the casino. I know it looks glitzy. It's a really pretty toy. But in the words of a beloved president, and paraphrasing somebody else, I'm sure, you can put lipstick on a pig, but it's still a pig. Say no to the casino. Thank you.
Jacqueline Gosh.
Hello. I live in Garden City. I'm a relatively new resident here. I've spoken to you before about how I grew up in a small town in Nevada, in the town of Winnemucca, which has an unusually high murder-suicide rate. 3 of these situations were families that I knew personally. One of them lived around the corner from me. This was a common occurrence in Winnemucca. My stepdad had a gambling problem, which was probably a major contributing factor to the dissolution of his marriage with my mom. Once when my mom was out of town, I was 16, and I had to have a friend drive me to the casino and find my stepdad. He was playing video poker. He was far too inebriated to drive. Cocktail waitresses bring you free drinks when you're gambling. I'm not sure if you guys know that, but that's common casino practice. See, my friend and I got him out of there, and I drove his truck home. This was such a common occurrence among myself and my classmates that we didn't even think it was weird. I'd forgotten about this story until we started talking about this casino, and I was like, oh, you know what? This situation happened with my stepdad. These are the childhood memories that you're going to be gifting to the children of Nassau County if this casino comes here. Other things that are common knowledge and experiences in Nevada. Playing Keno, the hardest game to statistically win when you're waiting for your food order to come and losing money that way. My parents let us choose the numbers. Everyone's parents did. So we started gambling, experienced gambling at a very young age. It wasn't my money, of course. Let's see. We know there are no indicators of how to leave a casino, just clearly marked emergency exits that are for emergencies. There are no indicators of where the exits are when you're walking around. The decor is designed to repeat itself so that you can't find your way out by landmarks. The ugly carpet is to keep your eyes up looking at the slot machines. There are no clocks. Cell phone service is usually terrible because you spend money when you're in the building. If you leave and can get out easily, then you're not spending money gambling because you're not at a slot machine. Let's see, the food at casino restaurants is usually far cheaper than anywhere else. They can operate at a loss because the money is made on gambling. They don't have to mark up the food. So the restaurants and other businesses in the area that are competing with the casino are not going to have business drawn into them. It's going to take it away. They're not going to benefit. They're not driving business out. They're keeping it there because once again, it makes money off of you when you're in the building. Once you leave, you're a lost customer. I'm honestly not sure if anything that I say matters. It doesn't feel that most of you are listening to us. I know many of you are in a lame duck session, and we have no way to hold you accountable for your vote. You shouldn't order for the table when you're about to leave the restaurant. I haven't spoken with a single resident who wants this casino. We don't feel represented. I asked that this huge decision, a 99-year lease, be put to the will of the voters. We want a referendum. We should be deciding on this as a community. At the very least, it should be put on until after the November election, and we can see if the voters want to elect people who will represent their interests and bring in a casino or not. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Susan Kay.
I'm against this. I have spoken many times on what to do with the land. We could team up with Hofstra's Medical School and Northwell and build a allied health school center. There are 2 dental assistance programs all of Long Island that are legit, BOCES and Stony Brook. There is no EEG program at all in New York State. If you want to go for EEG, you have to go out of state. There is ultrasound is another program. There are very few schools that are legit. Sanford Brown was a good example. Students spend thousands and thousands of dollars on a ultrasound program that was not accredited to the school. They could not take the exam. Northwell would not hire them. We have too many of these phony baloney allied health schools that are opening up. Not too many people know this. The state has become a watchdog. Too many phony allied health programs, computer, and business schools, and they shut them down. A good example was Catherine Gibbs. Every single school was shut down. Another school, Drake Institute. There also, how about we can have some holistic things called EFT, which is emotional freedom tapping. In California, they use this in the school system. It has stopped bullying and calms the student down. I don't know if anybody of you are familiar. You have these meridian points all over your body, here, 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 and it calms the body down. Why not have a program and that? Reiki. Instead, we're going to build a casino. This is a waste of money and time. How many people are you going to hire? Is this casino going to hire over the age of 50? None. How many people are going to really make $75,000? None. You could become a dental hygienist at 2 years and make $90,000 a year. And any of you legislators who are not running for re-election, you vote yes on this thing, and just remember, in November, you will be voted out. Blakeman is up for re-election in 2 more years. He will be voted out. This is the most disgusting thing on top of a medical center where people are going through chemo. Many people who go through chemo are very sensitive to smells. Walking out of the place and smelling liquor and the smell of cheap, smelly weed and body odor. This is the most disgusting thing I have ever heard of in my life. Vote no on this project.
Richard Clolery.
I am curious, members of the legislature, have you addressed anybody about this new project? I mean, don't you want better ways, to keep young people here on the island? I mean, like better housing, like maybe better schools, or like they said, maybe an innovation research center in the hub instead of a casino? I mean, don't get me wrong, I like to gamble occasionally myself, but not at the expense of the community. Not against them. Look, we have other priorities right now. I mean, we're dealing with empty storefronts, empty goodness, lots of things. For example, on the corner of Hempstead and Newbridge, there was supposed to be a Popeyes about a few years ago, but they never happened because of the whole COVID thing. What are we doing to encourage local businesses, or any businesses at all, And another thing, I know you guys are ignoring me, but I seriously suggest that we increase funding for buses, I know that there are people here who drive. I respect that, especially since I bike a lot. Look, we have other priorities, other concerns. I mean, don't you want something else? Let me ask members of the legislature, and I want an answer. What can you think of anything better than a casino? I mean, we already have one in Queens. Why do we need one here in Long Island, another one here in Long Island? I mean, are we that desperate for funds? Anyone?
Richard, this is not a question and answer session. You have an opportunity to provide your remarks, as you always do, and we listen attentively. Richard, you can go ahead.
Anyway, getting to what I was saying. Look, I'm just saying, we need to increase funding because right now the current funding levels at the Nice Bus Company only maintains the status quo. Thankfully, they're not coming back at the last meeting I went to. But at the same time, it's not doing anything to increase coverage for the here. We're dealing with gas prices going up eventually. We're dealing with global warming. To be honest, I think we could do better. I mean, we should do better. That's all I have to say.
Okay. Thank you.
And for everyone out there, I bike every day. I try to bike every day. I know. I'm a glutton.
Kevin McKenna.
And I appreciate not being run over.
Kevin McKenna. I'm broadcasting this live on Nassau County NY News for Nassau County residents because you all are purposely not making the Nassau County residents aware of these hearings. It's amazing that you had this public comment start at 1 o'clock today because yesterday, when you probably listened to the Say No to the Casino rally, you probably heard people telling people that they could come at 4 o'clock for public comment. So what you all did is you moved this up at 1 o'clock, and you did this so you can get public comment out of the way, which is unbelievable. I got a lot of information sent to me, and I was made aware of the fact that a resident called up and spoke to legislator Thomas McKevitt recently and asked Thomas McKevitt why the legislator hasn't sent out glossy mailers telling the residents about this casino project and about these hearings. And unfortunately, Mr. McKevitt didn't have an answer to that question. The resident said, well, you're able to send out glossy mailers about nonsense. Why can't you send out a mailer to the residents about this important hearing today, right? Could you imagine, Chairman Nicolello, if you really did your job and you made the Public Relations Department of Nassau County or the Nassau County Legislature, imagine if you had them really make the residents aware of this project. Could you imagine how many people would be in this room today at 1 o'clock? Now, you know, there's an old saying, follow the money, right? Again, I get a lot of information sent to me. And I just found out that our Nassau County executive, Bruce Blakeman, is he here? I don't think he's here. He has a brother. He has a brother. And I have notes in my phone. I only got this about a half an hour ago, so I can't read the notes, and my memory's going because I'm getting a little older. But he has a brother, and his brother's name, I believe, is Bradley. And Legislator Drucker, I would really appreciate it if you'd pay attention to me while I speak. And I thank my legislator Lafasan for finally showing up to a meeting. Well, County Executive Bruce Blakeman has a brother named Bradley who had a very, very, very cushy relationship with a high executive, and I have the name on my phone. I'm going to post it up. Very cushy relationship with a Las Vegas Sands casino executive. Okay? So we're going to follow the money, and we're going to find out why you all have been told by the county executive that you must approve this project. Make no mistake about it. You are all going to be held accountable this coming November. Make no mistake about it. Thank you very much.
Just so that the record is clear, we have scheduled the regular meeting of the legislature today, but understanding that the casino, the lease transfer rather, would be a long, complicated session, we have rescheduled that part of it for 4 o'clock. Actually, we scheduled that part of it for 4 o'clock. So this public comment portion is really for the initial portion of the legislature. So what we're going to do is get our business, regular business, out of the way, so that after this afternoon we can focus exclusively on the lease transfer. By the way, I noticed some speakers probably for later today, Matthew Arasich and Nadia. Are you okay not speaking until later? Okay. All right. Thank you. All right. That's the last public comment, so we're going to go to the emergency item. We're only calling one of the two emergency items, and I'll call the emergency. 185 of 2023. It's an ordinance establishing the county ordinance authorizing the county executive on behalf of the County of Nassau to execute an agreement or covenant and restrictions and consent to assignment regarding property situated in the town of Hempstead, County of Nassau. We need a motion to establish an emergency. Moved by Legislator Walker, seconded by Legislator Ford. Any discussion before we vote on the emergency? Or do you want to have the presentation? When we have the presentation, we'll decide then on the emergency. Gentlemen, come on up.
Good afternoon, legislators. Kevin Walsh, Office of Real Estate Service. I'm joined by Nick Sarandis from the County Attorney's Office. This is a request for a consent to an assignment of lease for 400 Oak Street in Uniondale. The reason we're before you on this today is it's a 99-year ground lease that includes a provision that any assignment to a not-for-profit, basically the lease precludes an assignment to a not-for-profit entity. The entity that's going to be purchasing this is going to be a not-for-profit. However, they have agreed, as they will be a building owner in a commercial area, that they will be signing a covenant restriction that we run with the land, that they will, despite the fact that they could qualify for not-for-profit status exemption, they're going to pay taxes on this, which has been a commercial building on the tax rolls for many years.
Okay. And there's a gentleman in the first row. Did you want to say anything?
Peter Curry is the attorney for the purchaser of the property.
Okay. Did you have anything to add, Mr. Curry, or no?
I should add that they will not be occupying the entire premises, and one of the reasons why they are not seeking to have the property taken off the tax rolls, they would be occupying approximately 20 to 25,000 feet out of a 70 to 75,000 square foot building. The remainder will be leased out to, agencies of the state, but that would not automatically qualify them to come off the tax rolls. And the reason why they are doing this and acquiring this building is that the rent that they will receive from these other tenants will offset a significant portion of their leasehold operating costs.
Okay. You mentioned a non-for-profit. What is the function? What's the mission of the non-for-profit?
The mission of the not-for-profit, it's a health organization, so it's the FQHC that operates in Nassau County. I'm actually on the board of the Interfaith Nutrition Network. We are partnering with the FQHC. It provides a variety of health-related services to the citizens of Nassau County. And the reason why we're here on an emergency is that every moment that they don't close, that means they don't get to renovate the building. They will end up being a holdover on their existing lease, which will cost them a significant amount of money. That's why we brought this as an emergency.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that. Any questions? No, for the record that Legislator McKevitt is recusing, that he's not taking any part in any debate or discussion, and will not be voting on this item. He's left the room. Okay, any questions for the speakers? No, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any discussion among the legislators? If not, all in favor of establishing the emergency signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? The emergency is established, and now as to the item. Again, I'll call it 185 of 2023. It's an ordinance authorizing the county executive on behalf of the county of Nassau to execute an agreement of covenant and restrictions and consent to assignment regarding property situated in the town of Hempstead. I think we've covered the substance of this. We need a motion second. Motion by Legislator Ford, second by Legislator Walker. Any further debate or discussion on this item? Nope. All in favor signify by saying aye. 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 Those opposed? Carries unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Good luck.
You just invite Legislator McKevitt back in. Okay, we're going to the regular calendar. Item 1 will not be called until later. That is the lease transfer. We have a consent calendar. These are all items that went through committees a couple of weeks ago. It's been agreed by the majority and minority that no further debate or discussion is needed on these items at this point. Item 2, Ordinance 28. Item 3, Ordinance 29. Item 4, Ordinance 30. Item 5, Ordinance 31. Item 6, Ordinance 32. Item 8, Ordinance 109. Item 9, Ordinance Resolution 110. Item 10, Resolution 111. Item 11, Resolution 112. Item 12, Resolution 113. Item 13, Resolution 114. Item 14, Resolution 115. Item 15, Resolution 116. Item 16, Resolution 117. We need a motion to put those on the, before us. Legislator or Deputy Presiding Officer Coppell makes that motion. It's seconded by Minority Leader Abrahams. Any discussion on the consent items? Hearing none, all in favor on the consent items signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? Okay, we have item 7, ordinance number 33, an ordinance to amend ordinance 76 2000 relating to the department to the establishment of various fees of the Department of Public Works. Motion by Legislator Gaylor, seconded by Legislator Lafazan. Before we go to the presentation, just like to note for the record that Minority Leader Abrahams has left the room. He's not participating in any debate or discussion. He's recusing himself on this item. Okay.
Good afternoon, Dave DeBon, Deputy County Attorney. So the item before you is an ordinance for the amendment regarding fees charged by the Department of Public Works for the review of applications under 239F of the General Municipal Law. 239F reviews involve proposed structures or buildings that have frontage on or access to proposed county road or right-of-way for means of access to curb cuts. The current fee structure for that is 1% or 0.75% on the cost of the construction. That starts to become disassociated with the cost of the county as you get into larger and larger projects, obviously, wherein the cost of the county itself are going to be relatively fixed over up to a particular point. So the concept here is to reduce the fee paid by an applicant from 0.75% to 0.25% for projects in excess of $500 million in construction costs.
Any questions? No? Thank you for the presentation. All right. Any debate or discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye. 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 Those opposed? It carries unanimously. I am now going to put the legislature into recess. We'll be back at 4 o'clock to consider the lease transfer, and we'll see you then. Thank you.
I didn't, I would have go somewhere quick. Did Denise have something? Did Denise bring something?
Test.
Yeah, I wonder why hers is doing that.
I don't know.
ask all legislators to please come to the chambers. Good luck. All right. Ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to start the meeting. We're going to start the meeting, folks. Can I have your attention, please? All right, thank you very much. We are about to start the meeting. Let me ask you first, we know we had an issue with the audio system 2 weeks ago. Just want to make sure, can everyone in the room hear me? Ladies and gentlemen, if you're here for the casino, if you're here for the lease transfer, I'd ask you to please quiet down so we can actually move forward on it. Again, in the back of the room, can you hear me? All right, that should be a little better. Okay, again, we had an issue with the speakers last time, but for those folks in the back of the room, can you hear me? Okay. All right, so what we're going to do is we're going to go into this item. We're going to get a presentation from Las Vegas Sands, followed by the administration, somewhat abbreviated from last time around. Then we'll go to public comment. But before that, with respect to the area in front of the rail here, members of the public are not to stand, kneel, sit in that area. Specifically, Mr. McKenna, I'm referring to you. No, you're not. If you would please take a seat. You could please take a seat, sir. All right, then we'll have you removed from the room. So, Mr. McKenna, I'm going to ask you again. You can videotape all you want, but you have to have a seat like every other member of the public. Because every member of the public has to sit. If you can have one person up here with the cameras, you can have 20. That's how it works. Now, Mr. McKenna, you have the choice. You can sit or you can videotape. All right, would we please remove Mr. McKenna from the room? All right, here we go. All right, so item one. Item one, an ordinance making certain determinations pursuant to the State Environmental Quality Review Act and authorizing the county executive of the County of Nassau to execute an agreement of lease by and between the County of Nassau as landlord and LVS NY Holdco Co. LLC as tenant in connection with the leasing of certain premises located in Uniondale, Town of Hempstead, County of New York, State of New York, said property known as Section 44, Block F, Lots 351, 411, 412, and 415 on the land and tax map of the County of Nassau, and authorizing the county executive to execute a lease and all pertinent documents in connection therewith to consummate the lease. I would just like to state for the record that it is hereby determined pursuant to the provisions of the New York State Environmental Quality Review Act that the execution of the proposed lease of the subject property has been determined to be a Type 1 action pursuant to SECRA and based on the environmental assessment form and the supporting documents has been determined not to have a significant effect on the environment, and no further review is required for the reasons set forth in the detached determination of non-significance. Motion by Legislator Ferretti, seconded by Deputy Presiding Officer Coppell. Before we get started with the presentations, I just ask that for the record that the minutes of the Rules Committee meeting with respect to the lease transfer be incorporated by reference into this meeting. And I'll offer things over now to our Chief Deputy County Executive, Arthur Walsh.
Good afternoon, Presiding Officer. Presiding Officer Nicolello, members of the Legislature, on behalf of the administration, thank you for allowing us to make this presentation this afternoon. We'd like to begin by respectfully acknowledging those who came out for both support and non-support for this transaction, be it labor, business, education, as well as the residents of Nassau County, a place we call home. Before we turn this over to Council to talk about briefly the terms of the transaction and SANS to talk about their vision, I would like to make a few brief remarks. We understand that some of the information you will hear today is repetitive to the May 8, 2023 presentation before Rules, wherein the entire legislative body was present and participated. However, as this item represents significant, noteworthy, once-in-a-generation opportunity for the county, please, we ask you for your indulgence. Without repeating the constitutionality, legal entitlements of citing a gaming facility in Nassau County, which was overwhelmingly supported by New York State and the Nassau County residents, a planned world-class entertainment resort provides the potential for paving the way.
Hold on a second. We're going to let each speaker have their say so that everyone can hear them. So if you disagree with anything, we understand that. You'll have an opportunity to speak. But not only just for the presentations, but for the public comment, I would ask you to have the courtesy and respect for each person speaking, that you allow them to finish their comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nicolello. A transformative new funding source for the county's infrastructure, as well as shoring up the county's own financial status, in addition to serving as a stimulus for a dynamic new integrated resort site in our boundaries. It is we have undisputedly provided construction jobs, permanent careers, economic growth, and other opportunities not realized by an empty shell in a parking lot. That being said, the gravamen of the non-support appears to be the notion that crime, traffic, and social ills will grow in our county as a result of this proposed project. As one of County Executive's highest priorities is keeping Nassau County residents safe, today's presentation will include industry and local experts on the three mentioned negatives of the project. I hope our presentation will dispel and address these concerns to the satisfaction of the legislature and the community as a whole. As I have said before, this agreement today was the product of months of extensive negotiations where our primary concern was to achieve a result that best served the residents of Nassau County. We all love Nassau County. Niche rated Nassau County in New York as the best county for families, the best county for young professionals, the healthiest county, and the best county for retirees. We all live and work here because we feel safe. Nassau County Police, which will celebrate their 100th anniversary in 2025, is the best. Over the last few years, the U.S. News and World Report has named Nassau County the safest county in the United States. The report compared 3,000 communities across the nation, analyzing crime rates, fatal vehicular accidents, and the amount of money a community spends on health and emergency services, and they found that Nassau ranked on the top. We submit Nassau County will remain a safe place with or without Las Vegas Sands Integrated Resort. Although some will find dated studies to the contrary, these studies bear no relationship to our county. Atlantic City is not Nassau County. Reliable data supports that crime has declined in casino communities after development and per capita crime rates declined as well. The reason is there is more security presence and additional police patrols. More in-depth studies and recent analysis support the conclusion that the probability of a resident being a victim of a crime has not been shown to increase as a result of the presence of a casino. Next, people bring up traffic. Today, we will hear from Las Vegas Sands traffic expert. Las Vegas Sands will be required as part of the secret process and land use application before the town of Hempstead Town Board to provide traffic impact analysis prepared by traffic engineers addressing the existing and future transportation parking impacts associated with the proposed project. Sands will be required to mitigate traffic impacts in their proposed project on the affected roads and highways to maintain the same level of service, safety, operation, and mobility post-development as existed prior to development. The traffic analysis will study the potential traffic impacts of the development and the surrounding transportation system. The purpose of the study is to identify and document the impacts as required by county and state law and recommend mitigation of those impacts. The traffic study will fully assess and document the impacts on the proposed development, will identify mitigating measures, and minimize these impacts subject to various approvals. The traffic impact will help to ensure safe and reasonable traffic conditions once the development is complete. This protects the community's substantial investment in the street system. Next are the complaints of social impact. For most adults, casino gambling is just another form of entertainment. People are willing to spend money to visit gaming facilities and play games there, go to restaurants, shows, or shop. This is similar to spending money attending a sporting event, playing golf, or shopping at a mall. However, for a small percentage of people, gambling can become a problem. Researchers show in the United States between 0.06% and 1.4% of the population suffer from this addiction. If you take New York with a population of 19 million, you were talking already about 116 to 272,000 individuals with gambling disorders living in New York State. Certainly, some of these negative impacts attributed to gambling are already present in the state. That being said, the New York State Gaming Commission and the New York State Office of Addiction Services and Support, known as OASIS, and the New York Council of Problem Gaming have formed what is called the Responsible Gaming Partnership to address problem gambling in New York State. This includes ensuring that gaming venues comply with all rules and regulations and undertake proper outreach measures, reevaluating self-exclusion policies across the state to ensure consistency, and considering the best ways to advance New York's long-term commitment to prevent and treat disordered gambling. The Long Island Problem Gambling Resource Center, which is known as PGRC, is a program of the New York State Council of Problem Gambling dedicated to addressing the issues of problem gaming within New York State. The vision of the PGRC is a positive transformation of lives harmed by problem gambling. This vision is a transformation including individuals with gaming disorders as well as families and communities. Located actually located in the same location in Uniondale, this agency provides increasing public awareness to problem gambling, connecting clients with treatment, recovery, and support systems, working with the gaming industry to promote responsible gambling. In addition, this spring they launched a new phone number. It's 516-226-8342, in addition to the statewide hotline, which is 1-833-HELP, Here to Help. But that's 1-833 Here to Help. These resources have been very beneficial with the growth of mobile sports wagering among our college students, many of who bet on their smartphones while on campus. In January of this year, when New York marked the first anniversary of legal mobile sports gaming, announced that mobile sports gaming generated far and away more revenue than any other state. Governor Hochul announced in January this year that the total amount of wagering, which is called handle, reached $16.2 billion, more than 3.8 million unique player accounts, which created when they launched, with over 1.2 billion transactions made, which was over 1.5 billion in total bets being placed. The 16.2 billion in yearly handle, the amount that was wagered, set an industry benchmark, as did the $1.36 billion in total gross gaming revenue. And the state received $709 million in tax revenue, which was more than twice the amount that was estimated when the program was coming out. Unlike mobile apps with no brick and mortar presence, the Gaming Commission RFA process will require the Las Vegas Sands to submit an extensive problem gambling prevention measure program, which will include on-site resources that will be available to those affected by gambling-related problems, a description of signs, alerts, and other information available at the facility to identify resources available and processes that they will engage in to facilitate assistance, treatment of those with gambling problems, and planned prevention programs targeted towards vulnerable population, together with extensive employee training on detection. Next is another issue which some non-supporters bring up, is a property value decrease in casino community. The basis of this conclusion is flawed and borne by outdated research. Studies citing property declines are from the 1990s, analyzing data from the early casino communities in Atlantic City, Nevada, and early riverboats. The National Association of Realtors report from 2013 projected a 4.6 decline in property values in Springfield, Mass. From the addition of casino. In reality, the reverse happened. The Springfield had enjoyed a property appreciation of 21.4 versus the surrounding area, which was only 2.3, which was a 14-point spread. However, more reliable and more recent studies show the negative impacts have not been realized. The opposite occurs. A host community has experienced valuation growth of over 21%, significantly greater than the regional average. In fact, since the opening in 2017 of the upstate casinos, resort communities aided in market-wide real estate appreciation, property value growth exceeded surrounding neighborhoods, as much as 7.1% versus 4%, casino versus non-casino. For some, living approximate to a gaming resort could mean a job opportunity that cuts commuting time considerably, and raising income and the ability to find entertainment nearby may be appealing. Based on the foregoing, we believe this plan should move forward, as the interests of the Nassau County residents will be protected by various measures that will be discussed today, coupled with the positive economic impacts that can be released. In closing, I want to thank the legislative body and their staff for devoting your time in considering this proposal. We have had the opportunity to meet with both caucuses on several occasions and hope during the process leading up to now will provide more insight into the project. We again express appreciation to countless labor and business groups and community organizations whose collaboration and partnership has been and will be instrumental in turning a financially viable gaming integrated resort facility into a reality and strengthening the physical path of our county future. We hope we can move forward together in this fashion and continue to make Nassau County the greatest and safest place to live, work, play, and raise a family. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Levoff, I'll turn it over to you now.
Presiding officer.
Nope. Let me make sure that's on.
Do you want more?
No. Is it on?
Yeah. There we go again. Yeah, exactly. Presiding Officer Nicolello, legislators, members of the public, thank you for again having us here today to present to you and answer any questions you might have. As you know, I'm Michael Levoff, SANS Senior Vice President of Strategy and Public Affairs. In response to the questions and comments received during the Rules Committee hearing on May 8th, we have prepared a short presentation on the subjects the legislature had raised open questions on, including our community benefits program, responsible gaming services, security and public safety protocols, and the pending environmental review process. We ask that the clerk please include the presentation and comments that SANS made on May 8th as part of the record for today's proceeding. First, I'd like to ask former New York Governor David Paterson to make some opening remarks on SANS' vision for the Nassau Coliseum site.
There's a button at the bottom that you have to push to activate the microphone.
How about now?
That's it. Perfect.
Presiding Officer Nicolello, and to all the members of the legislature, thank you for allowing me to speak at the Rules Committee hearing on May 8th, and for some reason to come back here on the 22nd and speak again. But it is an honor for me, who grew up in this neighborhood and enjoyed all of the great attributes of Long Island, that I was part of a group that insisted to the Las Vegas Sands Corporation that as they look for a location in New York, that they consider Long Island, which has long been left out of too many issues and not given the opportunity to demonstrate what a great part of this state Long Island really is. So it is in that regard that I come here today to say that I think that the economic development, the opportunity for jobs and careers, the opportunity for young people to stay in Long Island and not have the brain drain that we've had here for years, going to outer state with a great Long Island education, but making money and paying taxes to other venues because the opportunities didn't exist here. The unions that operate right here in Long Island always have their events in New York City because they haven't had the hotels or the meeting spaces large enough to do it. That would change if we have the opportunity to receive this type of license. To what Mr. Walsh was talking about before about having a resort, because the Sands doesn't build casinos, it builds integrated resorts. To have a resort put in the area, just for example, since 2010, one of our competitors for the license, Genting, has operated a video lottery terminal in the Aqueduct area right in Queens. The property values there are up. The crime rate was up slightly, but only 10% of what the crime rate was up for the rest of the city during those years and the pandemic. It's also true in Yonkers, who has a video lottery terminal and is bidding for a contract here, that they have also had increased property values. And what we want to do in addition to that is to create, as we have with our associations with Nassau Community College and Long Island University, opportunities for majors in the hospitality fields and other areas that won't just bring jobs to the young people of Long Island, it will bring full careers. They wouldn't have to leave. Everything they would want to have as young adults and then as raising families would be right here in Long Island. Now, there was a very interesting comment that was made yesterday by Mayor Pereira of where's Mayor Pereira? Mineola. And, and it was really rather eloquent. He talked about all the great achievements and all the great values that we have in Long Island. And I was really quite moved by how well he stated what a great place this has been. But the only thing I'd like to add to what he said is our great opportunity, as we've had at Mitchell Field, to be for Long Island to become really the cradle of aeronautics, was opposed by the citizens there at that particular time. They thought that the planes would be too loud. They thought that the area would drive people away from where the airports were, and they also thought that it would not be safe for the environment. But those people who supported the project went ahead, and now everybody is proud to call Long Island the cradle of aviation. And so, as you would notice in all through history, there have been men and women who went down, took first steps down new roads armed with their own, nothing but their own vision. The great innovators of this country stood alone often against the societies that they were trying to convince. But they fought and they suffered and they paid, and what they brought us here in this country, the greatest country in the world, was freedom. Freedom to make these decisions, and that's why the fact that there are people here on both sides of the issue today is great. So we'll hear from all views as to whether this is a good idea. I think it's a great idea because it's going to create opportunities and economic development in this region that has never been seen before. And with that, I rest my case.
As Governor Patterson alluded to, the integrated resort that Sands seeks to develop is not just a hotel with a casino and restaurants. It is a multifaceted entertainment and hospitality destination that is designed to have offerings for guests of all interests and backgrounds. To deliver this at scale, SANS is prepared to invest between $4 and $5 billion. As your own Office of Legislative Budget Review has corroborated, the economic development impact for Long Island is extraordinary. Over 8,500 jobs in construction alone will be created. And again, this project will be completely union built. Over 6,000 careers will be launched in operations. The vast majority of these jobs will also likely be union. We estimate that the average entry-level employee will earn a base wage of at least $70,000 per year, in addition to a generous benefits package. This investment will reap immediate results for Nassau County and the town of Hempstead. Over $120 million will be generated in taxes annually for both the county and the town, with the majority, $70 million, being guaranteed by SANS through the lease here before you today. Beyond funding much needed programs, a guaranteed revenue stream of this magnitude from a credit-worthy, publicly traded $50 billion company such as SANS will instantaneously increase the county's and towns' borrowing capacity to the tune of hundreds of millions of dollars, if not billions, providing more budget certainty to better weather any financial downturn and hold the line on property taxes. All of this investment will in turn generate tens of billions of dollars in indirect, and induced economic activity for the area, turning SANS New York into an economic engine of broader economic development region-wide. Now I'd like to invite my colleague, Ron Reese, SANS Senior Vice President of Global Communications and Corporate Affairs, to provide important updates to our commitment on community benefits, including the amount, timing, and implementation of the program.
Thank you, Michael. Presiding officer, members of the legislature, thanks for allowing us to come back. I'll be brief. I have 3 points I'd like to raise. The last time we were here, I talked about the amount of community outreach that we've done over the course of the last year, and is reflected here today from members of union, business community, local chambers of commerce, as well as nonprofit groups and people from across the community. That work continues, and in fact, just last week, as I was back in Las Vegas, we received a letter from the Uniondale Fire District to our chairman and CEO, Rob Goldstein, pledging their desire to work with us as this process unfolds. Also last week, the Long Island Association, whom all of you are familiar with, pledged their support to this project, and what I read was an overwhelming 28-2 vote for those members of the board that voted last week. This is the opening step in the process of eventually pursuing a gaming license through the state of New York, and our work will not stop. It has begun, and it will continue to engage with the community. And as we were here 2 weeks ago, the second thing I would like to, as Michael alluded to, is give an update on the community benefits agreement. And importantly, to address two issues. One, we were asked about the timing of payments and the amount of payments. And as Michael and I sat here 2 weeks ago, we made certain pledges. And I'm happy to say today that via a side letter and with support of the county executive and from with feedback and input from members of the majority and the minority sides of the legislature, that today, through this side letter, that we will be increasing the community benefits by $25 million. $10 million of that will go to Uniondale, $10 million to projects in East Meadow, and $5 million for the village of Hempstead. Additionally, as was asked of us at the last hearing, the timing, the community benefits agreement doesn't kick in until the beginning of the opening. Half of this, $12.5 million, will be available as we start construction, and will be a portion for those communities as well. We were also busy over the course of the last couple of weeks. In addition to these amounts, we just, over the course of late last week, have also inked an agreement with the Long Island Community Foundation to serve as administrator of these funds. They will help us. This is a very large process that will take place to solicit grants and applications from community organizations and causes. Long Island Community Foundation, as I don't have to tell you, is a valued community partner who will help us manage that process and make sure that the most needy and important causes in this community get a chance to participate in this funding. And that's all I have this afternoon.
Thank you, Ron. The importance we place on being a contributing corporate citizen cannot be overstated, as evidenced here today. Now, to highlight the importance we also place on ensuring that we conduct gaming in a responsible manner with resources and safeguards for our customers, Maria Cristina Analoro, SANS Director of Responsible Gaming, will present.
Good afternoon, members of the legislature. My name is Maria Cristina Analoro. I'm a team member of SANS for 13 years now, and I have the privilege of overseeing our global responsible gaming program. The responsible gaming program is very near and dear to our hearts at SANS, where we've been ahead of every jurisdiction we've ever operated in when it comes to our responsible gaming policies. Today I'll be brief and I'll go over the 5 pillars of responsible gaming that we use. We've had a best-in-class responsible gaming program globally for many years to reduce the risk that would take place with our guests by making more informed choices. Our program spans over 5 key pillars. Those pillars are team member training, 24/7 ambassador and assistance, self-limit and self-exclusion programs, prominent signage for resources, and partnerships within the community to either get the word out on problem gambling, promote responsible gaming efforts, or to support research in those areas. Our responsible gaming training takes place every year, and it's updated by year to reflect the latest science of responsible gaming and disordered gambling. We also couple that with responsible gaming ambassador training. We're the only gaming company on the planet doing this. It's a unique program. It's 8 hours of university-led training by global experts, local experts, and the community that helps people who suffer from problem gambling. We bring in the clinicians, the doctors, and even problem gamblers in recovery to speak to our team members. It's an industry-leading, world-class education with the latest science and understanding of addictions. And we continually evaluate that program year after year, so it changes. Our 24/7 ambassador assistance is also unique to SANS. Responsible gaming ambassadors respond for the following reasons. If guests make statements that they need help or have an issue with their gambling, when guests request more information on responsible gaming, or if they request information on problem gambling, or if they request to enroll in our self-limit or self-exclusion program, and if guests mention any of the diagnostic materials from the DSM-5, a responsible gaming ambassador conversation then takes place. They're able to talk to the patron in a respectful, private manner and offer them the resources in the community, talk about what happens when you call the helpline, and connect them to the resources they need. We also have self-limit and self-exclusion programs. Our company understands that the health of our company, our partnerships in our community, relies on the health of our patrons. We want healthy and happy customers on our gaming floor. As a mechanism, we offer self-limit and self-exclusions to players who are no longer able to gamble safely. And once a patron's been enrolled, the process gets closely monitored by our surveillance team and our responsible gaming officer. We also have prominent signage for resources throughout our casino. We're dedicated to having an entertaining experience free of harm. To make sure that we have signs all throughout our casino, brochures, play responsibly brochures at all of our slot machines, table games, poker room, cage, and in every hotel room. We also prominently highlight the problem gambling helpline on all of our materials. And in New York, we will have a physical responsible gaming and addiction resource within our facility. Research and partnerships is the next pillar, and our final pillar. We partner with leading institutions to advance their research on responsible gaming practices. We continue to be the largest contributor to the International Center for Responsible Gaming, which produces independent, peer-reviewed, impactful research on the latest science of disordered gambling and effective responsible gaming practices. Since our inception, we've partnered with the top minds in science. This is not a check-the-box responsible gaming program. This is research-based, evidence-driven responsible gaming. We've partnered with institutions such as Harvard Medical School, the International Gaming Institute at Nevada, Las Vegas, the International Center for Problem Gambling, and the National Council on Problem Gambling. That's a little bit about our responsible gaming program, and now I would like to introduce Dr. Jeffrey Reynolds, the President and CEO of Family and Children's Association, one of Long Island's oldest and largest nonprofits. Prior to that, he served as Executive Director of the Long Island Council on Alcoholism and Drug Dependence, and in total, he has more than 30 years worth of behavioral health experience. Thank you so much for letting me speak.
Good afternoon. Good to see all of you. As you heard from the intro, I'm Dr. Jeffrey Reynolds. I'm the President and CEO of Family and Children's Association. We're a 139-year-old organization with our main office within walking distance of the proposed site, but about a dozen locations across Nassau County. For the purposes of this conversation, it's important that you know that we provide mental health services to around 400 kids and adolescents in any given month. We run 2 state-licensed treatment centers, one in Hicksville, one in Hempstead, and then we run 3 recovery centers for folks who have struggled with addiction and found a pathway out. We run probably 4 or 5 other programs designed to address the issue of addiction, obviously given the scope of the opioid crisis here on Long Island. I don't want to take too long because I want everyone to be able to speak for as long as they need, including the folks who oppose. And I will tell you, probably not too long ago, I might have been on this side of the room. As someone who has spent 30 years working in addiction, anytime I hear about the legalization of cannabis, the opening of a casino, the opening of a liquor store, which nobody seems to mind, by the way, the opening of a fast food place, which has public health consequences, I always understand that potentially our job becomes a little bit harder. That's happened when it comes to gaming here in New York State. You heard from Mr. Walsh's comments that New York State legalized sports betting 2 years ago. It's bringing in billions of dollars. It's disproportionately impacting young men. It's disproportionately impacting young men of color. And to date, New York State has not enhanced access to problem gambling services. So when I first met Ron Reese, and we've now met on a number of occasions, MC and I have met about the problem gambling program in particular, was not necessarily all in favor. And we had a series of meetings over the course of the past several months in which I asked them really tough questions and talked about the potential fallout in the community, the potential impact on the folks who we've cared for and cared about for more than 139 years. And as time went by, I came to understand that they were proposing not only a really solid program, but also a partnership to make sure that those folks that do get in trouble, whether it be through gaming, whether it be through the use of alcohol or other substances on site, that there is a resource. In fact, very early on in the conversation, I said, you can't just stick some stickers on slot machines. You've got to make sure there is help on site for the people who need it, and they don't necessarily always raise their hand and say, I need help. And so the ambassador training program that you heard about from MC was the first time I had heard of that. It's an awesome idea. It's an excellent idea and something that we fully support. I will also say that as we talk about minors, because I worry a lot about kids, and I know there's been discussion about local universities and the potential impact on kids, generally kids are not going into 5-star resorts to gamble. They're doing it online in their dorm rooms, and they're doing it already, and there's no license verification when you go in. There aren't a million cameras watching everybody's move. And so I came into this with a lot of skepticism and reluctance, and I'm coming out of it saying there's an opportunity here for a partnership that could be meaningful. There's no way to downplay and say people don't drink in casinos. There's no way to say that people don't use drugs in casinos, but they do that in movie theaters, they do that in their cars, they do that in all sorts of other places. This partnership with not only us, but the other not-for-profits in the community, gives us an opportunity to interface with those folks, to help them get some help. The casino is not going to bring drugs to Nassau County. Let me tell you, it's here. I've been here dozens of times to talk about the opioid crisis and how it's killing our kids left and right. When you line up Long Island in terms of every area of New York State, we come on top in terms of overdoses. The good news is we're finally turning the corner. The notion that people are going to start using drugs because we brought a resort into Nassau County just doesn't hold weight. I wish the absence of a resort meant that there wouldn't be any more drug or alcohol use, because quite frankly, alcohol kills more people than opioids do. I do want to address the issue of trafficking. FCA operates the one and only house for runaway homeless and trafficked kids here in Nassau County. We've seen an uptick in that. Keep in mind, the only casino that exists now is Jake's 58. We've seen an uptick in trafficking, but that has everything to do with addiction and everything to do with COVID and kids being kicked out of their homes. It doesn't necessarily correlate with a casino. And I will say, I've heard more about trafficking in the past 2 months than I had in 20 years prior. There's a motel about 2 miles from here, right across from Eisenhower Park, that is trafficking central. And nobody's raised a single concern about that. And so this is an opportunity for us to right some historic wrongs and begin to get folks into the care and treatment they need. The last thing I want to say is really as a Long Island resident, not necessarily wearing my FCA hat. As a region, we got to stop saying no to everything. I can't get staff to come and work for us because they're moving into more exciting, dynamic areas that are better resourced. I can't get folks to plant their roots here because there's nothing for them to do as young people. And most importantly, we've been in Hempstead for 139 years. And I think we've done a lot of really good work in Hempstead. We have 3 offices there and care deeply about the community. As we fight substance use, as we fight illiteracy, as we fight gun violence, the best way to do that is with a job. The fact that we're talking about meaningful jobs here, we all have jobs. There's a lot of folks just a couple miles away who don't have jobs. And if they do have jobs, it's working at the McDonald's across the street from Hofstra, or the gun store, or the tattoo shop, or doing something else that doesn't enable them to live a healthy, positive life here in Nassau County, given what rents cost. And so I understand the opposition fully. As I said, I wasn't fully on board until I had a number of meetings with Sands. I asked really difficult questions. I did a ton of research, so did Mr. Walsh. He was right on when he said that about 1.4% of the general population deals with problem gambling. The rest of the folks don't necessarily have an issue with this. I'm tired of looking out my window and seeing a big empty parking lot down the block. We can do better than that, and Nassau County is better than that. So I thank you for your time here today.
Thank you, MC and Jeff. The safety of our guests, employees, and the public at large is our top priority. I'd like to acknowledge Nassau County Police Commissioner Patrick Ryder, who's in attendance today. We continue to consult with Commissioner Ryder and his teams as we develop our security program. Sands Chief Security Officer Brian Nagel will now provide a high-level overview of the company's security expertise, structure, and tactics.
Good afternoon. Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you for the opportunity to share our security strategy with you and speak about our security programs that we have at our integrated resorts globally. My name is Brian Nagel, and for the past 15 years, I've been responsible for the security operations at Sands. Prior to that, I was with the U.S. Secret Service for 25 years. I served in a variety of operational and managerial roles, including the Presidential Protective Division. My last role at the Secret Service was as the Deputy Director, where I oversaw our dual missions of protecting world leaders and investigating criminal investigations. Prior to that, I was the head of the Criminal Investigations Global Field Operations. I bring that up to let you know that it's this experience that helps guide our security programs at the Sands Integrated Resorts. The Sands Security Leadership Team at our integrated resorts are seasoned professionals with extensive backgrounds in law enforcement, the military, fire and emergency services community, as well as casino and private security industries. Because of these backgrounds, our leadership teams are accustomed to working with law enforcement, coordinating their security programs, and coordinating their operations with law enforcement. It's our practice to hire security leaders as well as officers from within the community for their insight, knowledge, and understanding of the local community. SANS uses a comprehensive approach in securing our integrated resorts to provide a safe and secure environment for our guests, visitors, vendors, tenants, and team members. We design and establish a robust security foundation with layers of security officers supported by technical systems, along with an extensive training program and established procedures and policies. SANS will stand up a similarly robust security apparatus at our New York Integrated Resort. Guest safety and the safety of the public is our top priority. Our security deployment typically consists of several hundred security officers and literally thousands of cameras, with the security department structured into three main sections: security operations, security support services, and emergency management. And I'll just speak about those briefly. Our security operations section is made up of uniformed security officers and emergency medical technicians who are deployed throughout the venue and are responsible for the daily security operations. Every area of the integrated resort has a security observation post, a security checkpoint, or a roving security patrol. From our parking garages to our loading docks, to our hotels, to our restaurant and retail areas, to our meeting and entertainment spaces, and to our casinos. These security officers are deployed to establish a clear and visible security presence among guests and team members, to identify potential problems, to address unauthorized guests, and to maintain a safe and secure environment. Our EMTs are staffed 24 hours per day and provide emergency medical services ranging from prompt injury or illness evaluation to life-threatening interventions such as cardiopulmonary resuscitation. To supplement this broad net of fixed and roving security posts are additional security layers that include teams of uniformed response officers, plainclothes observation officers, as well as technical security systems. These technical systems consist of an extensive CCTV camera network throughout the integrated resort, both inside and outside, with advanced software analytics. The second component of the security department is security support services and consists of teams and functions that provide additional support to security operations. This includes a training section for the initial, periodic, and required training of the officers, special event planning, project management, technical systems management, lost and found, recruitment and hiring, and an investigations team and project analyst who work closely with the police in sharing information. Our third component of the security department is emergency management and is responsible for coordinating the planning around emergency response, crisis management, and business continuity. This group also oversees the Security Operations Center, the Emergency Operations Center, and the Emergency Medical Services Program. When describing the security department and the leadership team, to include my own background, I've consistently mentioned law enforcement. That's because good communication and a strong relation with the police is critical. In Las Vegas, I was part of a group of local, state, and federal law enforcement and fire agencies that met monthly to share information. Our security leaders in Asia at our integrated resorts there have similar meetings and coordination groups. This is in addition to the oftentimes daily sharing of information and coordination of activities with the police and fire departments that take place by the various teams I just described. Our team looks forward to continuing the constructive dialogue with the Nassau County Police Department, as well as others, as we continue our work to stand up a best-in-class security department in New York. I appreciate the opportunity today to discuss our approach to security. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. Large-scale development requires extensive studying and analysis to ensure that there are no unforeseen community impacts. Terry Elkowitz, Senior Principal at leading environmental services firm VHB, will provide an overview of the work already underway and the work to come.
Good afternoon, Presiding Officer Nicolello and members of the Legislature, and thank you, Mr. Levoff. As Mr. Levoff said, my name is Terry Elkowitz, and I'm a Senior Principal at VHB. And I am leading VHB's evaluation of the impacts of this proposed integrated resort on behalf of the Sands. And I've been working with the seeker process for over 35 years. And as the presiding officer said earlier on when we opened this meeting, the legislature is also taking a seeker action today and has reviewed and prepared seeker documentation associated with the lease. And that is the action that you're evaluating today. But that action doesn't authorize any actual physical alteration of this property or any physical development of this site. What this action authorizes from an environmental review perspective is it authorizes site control for our client, the Sands, to be able to make application to the town of Hempstead for land use approvals. And the Sands will be undertaking, under the guidance and under the administration of the town of Hempstead, a very comprehensive environmental review process that has significant opportunities for the public to participate. The first step in this process is for Sands to make a land use application, a zoning application, to the town of Hempstead Town Board, who is presumed to be the lead agency that is going to administer this environmental review process. And when that application and that environmental assessment form is submitted, that is the trigger for the seeker review. And once we submit that EAF, we anticipate that the town board, as expected lead agency, is going to issue a positive declaration. That declaration will require that Sands do an environmental impact statement. And under the laws of the state of New York, once that positive declaration is issued, the town board would be required to do formal public scoping. And this is an opportunity for the public to come out and to actually say what they believe needs to be studied in this environmental impact statement. We, as consultants to the Sands, will prepare a draft scope, which is our suggested outline for the things that we are going to study. I'm going to share some of that with you today. But then the public comes in and the town board issues a final scope, which ends up being the blueprint that we must follow in preparing that environmental impact statement. Once we prepare the environmental impact statement, we submit it to the town board. And only when the town of Hempstead determines that that document is adequate for public review, it's complete enough for the public to look at, does it get accepted and released to the public. The public then gets another opportunity to come to the lead agency, we presume the town board, to comment on that environmental impact statement. Say what they agree with, what they don't agree with, what they think requires more study. The town board then assembles all of those comments, provides them back to us, and makes us go back and prepare a final environmental impact statement that responds to all of the comments that the community and that any involved agency has on our environmental impact statement. After that, the town board again reviews it. It sends it out for public consideration. Public gets another opportunity to take a look at these documents. And then the town would ultimately issue a finding statement, which will conclude the town's environmental review. So there are very significant opportunities for public comment on what Sands is proposing and how that project would be altered. As Mr. Levoff has said, we have started preparing some studies so that we can ultimately prepare what we know is going to be a very, very comprehensive document. And there's a list of some of the topics that we're studying. And as you've heard before, one of the most significant is traffic. And we have already started assembling existing conditions data on 35 intersections in Uniondale, Hempstead, East Meadow, Garden City, Mineola, Carr Place, and Westbury. And we're also studying along the Meadowbrook State Parkway. As I said before, this is what we've just started to collect. We know that the public will come in, they will scrutinize our scoping document, and they will have comments. And we will study the concerns that involved agencies and the public have. In conclusion, from an environmental review standpoint, this is just the beginning for Sands and the public and the community. And we look forward to working with all of you to make this Sands project a very responsible reality for Nassau County. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Terry. Presiding Officer Nicolello, legislators, again, thank you for your time here today to present to you. On behalf of Las Vegas Sands, we look forward to continuing to work with you in the years ahead to deliver significant benefits for you and your constituents, and we request their approval of the lease agreement here before you today. Thank you.
Yes. Good afternoon, Presiding Officer and members of the Legislature. My name is Josh Meyer of West Group Law, and I'm outside counsel for Nassau County for the lease negotiations. At the committee meetings 2 weeks ago, I provided an in-depth review of the lease provisions, and this afternoon I would just provide some highlights of the proposed lease before you today for approval. The term of the lease will be 99 years. The effective date will be the date the county exec executes the lease. The term commencement date, which will be required to occur within 60 days of the effective date, will be when an LVS must close on the assignment and assumption of the existing lease with the existing tenant, Nassau Live Center, LLC. By entering into this lease, the prior lease will terminate, and the 99-year lease term will run from the term commencement date. So just a brief summary of some of the economic terms. LVS is required to make substantial upfront payments to the county. The upfront advance rent payment will be in the amount of $54 million. That's non-refundable, one-time payment, and that will occur within 2 business days of the term commencement date. The tenant security deposit in the amount of $5 million will be made by Las Vegas Sands, and the projected 239F fees, which are fees paid to the county for any projects on properties that have frontage on county-owned roads. And that would be in the amount of approximately $8,750,000. In addition, for the base rent, where the license has not been awarded to Las Vegas Sands, and which would occur on the term commencement date, would be $5 million. Once the casino is open and in operation and open to the public, it would be $10 million. There will also be a public safety payment in the amount of $900,000 if the license is not awarded, and that will occur on the term commencement date as well. Once the casino is open to the public safety payment will increase to $1.8 million. There will also be a host county gaming revenue guarantee for the first phase of the casino when it's open to the public in the amount of $25 million. This is a first of its kind provision that we have not seen in any other leases of this nature. Once the second and final phase of the casino is open to the public, the county minimum gaming revenue guarantee will be in the amount of a minimum of $50 million. The town will also receive a minimum gaming revenue guarantee in the amount of $10 million upon commencement of the casino operation, and that will increase to $20 million once the final phase of the casino is open to the public. Again, that's a minimum amount. As you see in the footnote, based on an amendment, or based on the governor's most recent budget, the town of Hempstead's percentage of gaming tax revenue increased from 5% to 10%. So it's anticipated when the full build-out of the casino is completed, the town of Hempstead will receive $65 to $70 million in annual annual revenue. As you heard before, there's also community benefits payment that will be in addition to the $25 million that was mentioned prior to the opening of the casino. Once the casino is open, it'll be $4 million in payments in community benefits payments, and it'll be $2 million in the event that a license is not awarded to Las Vegas Sands. It's also anticipated that there'll be projected county hotel occupancy tax of $4.5 million, projected county sales tax of $5.5 million annually, and projected county entertainment tax, which is $1.50 on any ticket sold for an event at the site at a venue at the site, of at least $500,000. So based on those economic terms, the total amount to be paid to the county over just the first 10 years of this lease following the opening of the casino will exceed $550 million. That does not include the $54 million upfront payment, any pilot payments, any community benefits payments, or any entertainment tax, sales tax, or hotel and occupancy tax. As a comparison, based on the current rental payments received on the existing lease, over the entire 49-year lease term of that lease, it would not exceed $310 million. So it's a comparison over the entire 49-year term of $310 million, and just over the first 10 years of this proposed lease, when the casino is open, it'd be $550 million. So there's two scenarios, one if Las Vegas Sands is awarded the license, and one if they're not. Under the casino scenario, if they are awarded a license, LVS will construct an integrated resort of over 3 million square feet on the site. That casino proposal includes certain minimum required elements, including the world-class casino, a luxury hotel with at least 500 rooms and amenities, an entertainment venue containing a minimum of 3,600 seats, sufficient parking, retail spaces, and restaurants. Under the non-casino scenario, if Las Vegas Sands is not awarded a license, then they will be required to develop a mixed-use complex, including a Ritz-Carlton, St. Regis, or equivalently branded hotel, up to 500 residences, an entertainment venue containing a minimum of 3,600 seats, and any other lawful use subject to the county's prior written consent. LVS, pursuant to this project and this lease, LVS is required to enter into a project labor agreement with the Building and Construction Trades Council of Nassau and Suffolk Counties, AFL-CIO, and its constituent local unions. Las Vegas Sands is also required to construct, completely at its expense, the core and shell of a freestanding police substation on the premises. In addition, Sands is required to reimburse the county up to $500,000 to the cost and expense of the interior fit-out to be done by the county. As you heard before, there will be a community benefits program in connection with this lease. Las Vegas Sands will undertake the community benefits program designed to ensure that Sands helps address the needs of the impacted surrounding areas. Particular focus will be on communities in need and communities that are traditionally underrepresented in the workforce. The plan will support, enhance, or promote fire departments and districts and ambulance service providers, school districts, libraries and library districts, athletic fields, ball fields and parks, and more. There will be an advisory committee. It will consist of representatives selected by Las Vegas Sands, the county executive, the majority and minority caucuses of the Nassau County Legislature, and the supervisor and town board of the town of Hempstead. Las Vegas Sands will also be required to provide significant infrastructure improvements completely at their cost. There won't be one penny paid by anything by the county whatsoever in connection with the infrastructure improvements. For water and sewer, Las Vegas Sands will be responsible for the costs of all work connected with the project as required by law through the secret process. For utilities, LVS will be required at sole cost and expense to install, provide, and pay for any and all utilities on the site. Las Vegas Sands will be required at sole cost and expense to install, provide, and pay for any repairs and maintenance on as needed for the proper operation and functioning anywhere on the premises. And as you heard before, Las Vegas Sands must fully implement and fund all traffic improvements described in its traffic study as required through the secret process. With that, I would be happy to answer any questions you have.
What we're going to do instead of questions now is we had lengthy round of questions from all legislators at the Rules Committee, and it delayed the public getting to speak. So we have a couple more presentations, and then we'd ask all of you to stick around. If we have some questions at the end, we will pose the questions at that point. But that's all right.
Thank you very much.
Okay, well, thank you all for the presentations. We appreciate it. I'd like to invite up the Commissioner of Police, Patrick Ryder.
Sir, I'm here for the questions.
Okay. Go ahead. Legislator McKevin.
Yes, Commissioner. Obviously, you're very well aware where my house is. You know where I live. And you know very much in close proximity to where this casino is located. And I've had a lot of concerns for people in my area. And again, as far as the Sands concerned, I've no doubt that they will go and have within the internal site regarding the security of premises. But I just want to describe to me any conversations or you've had meetings with the Sands, as well as coordinating the security they have on the site, and what that can do for you to secure the safety of the people in the surrounding area around the casino property.
So I had a conversation with Mr. Brian Nagel last week, and I've been speaking to Chris earlier on about the design of this casino and this entire resort area. And we said it all along when it comes to intelligence-led policing, it's understand the environment you police it better. I got a real good understanding as of our meeting last week, and again this morning we met again. There will be full cooperation both between the Sands and the Nassau County Intel Center. Sharing of information about any threats that are coming is important. Our patrols that are there, the county executive, as you know, is the first time in over 20 years that we've expanded the police head count to we're at now 2542. When I first got here, we were about 1,900. So we're about 600 cops more. The cost of those police officers have gone up for senior police officers, but the hiring has remained a low number for us in the hiring process. So he is committed to hiring an additional 50 officers every 6 months as needed, and if not, even going above that number if there is a concern for that. When we look at the environment that is there, it is what we call controlled access. It's just not an open environment like Eisenhower Park. You can come any different direction through any gate, right? In this environment, it is controlled by the security personnel. I'm assured by the Sands people that they will be hiring somewhere in the neighborhood of about 500 to 600 security personnel, of course, for a 24/7, 7 days a week period. Those people, those guards, will be at certain locations. They have already told me they have built-in response teams for active shooter. They will be receiving a rave app like all of our houses of worship and schools have. If there is a lockdown or a lockout, they will have that. They have committed to cross-train with us. And our new training village, which was voted on here today, that training village, when it is built, they will be training with us in the village and at the same time reimbursing us for that training. So it won't be like we're giving it to them. They're going to pay for that service. We will share in communications. We will have a command post that is built on site. We will staff that with several officers and a supervisor. We will have, there's a $500,000 commitment to any equipment that we need, whether it's going to be some time of quad to drive throughout the premises, or some method to get around. Communications will be shared. Access to their cameras will be shared. Obviously, there are sensitive cameras that we will never get access to, and that's controlled by the Gaming Commission. But the cameras that we will is the ones that concern us. Hallways, outside, exterior areas. If I look up and I see a ceiling, that's patrolled by the Sands. If I look up and I see the sky, that's patrolled by my police officers. And again, the cooperation that we've already received from them as far as intelligence sharing will be crucial. Now I know, and I know East Meadow and I know Uniondale, and I know the concern from all of these concerning neighbors, right? We live in the safest county in America 3 years in a row. We are probably, come this June, there is a real good chance come mid-June when the numbers come out again, we will win it for a 4th year in a row. Our homicides were record low last year. Our crime was record low numbers. We continue to slide downward, and as of today, we're down another 2% from where we were last year. But that doesn't, my concern is what their needs are. Is that crime, is there a crime element that's going to come from this? I have spoken to 2 people. I have spoken to both the Dory Corrine, who is from Las Vegas Metropolitan Police. He's in charge of the Strip in Las Vegas. I was there last year. I co-chair with him on the Major City Chiefs Intel Commanders for the country. And he is the head of it, Dory is the head of it, and I co-chair with him. When we were out there last year, there's a crime issue out there. And there is an issue with prostitution. There is an issue with drugs. But it's on the Strip. The Strip that is created by 75 different casinos, 75 hotels, 75... This is one hotel, one casino. I spoke to Jake's personnel, and I also spoke to Suffolk PD. There is no human trafficking cases that have come out of Jake's 58. There is no prostitution out of Jake's 58. There have been 6 arrests for possession of cocaine in 5 years. There have been no real crime issues except larcenies. Again, what concerns our community, because those vagrants will go into the backyards, go through the cars, and steal from the cars. We've seen that. That was our uptick in crime that we've seen over the last couple of years since the pandemic. We are down in stolen cars by 40% so far this year. We're down 2% in overall crime. So we're changing that as it was changed against us on how we can handle it. We're handling the homelessness issue that occurs in Eisenhower Park. You do see it. They have the right to go into an open park, but it is controlled, and it is also a clean environment taken care of by the DPW. There were some homeless people living in the wooded areas. We have removed them out of the wooded areas. So again, we're starting to make sure that that environment, that anywhere touches this resort, will be controlled. Anything inside of that will be controlled. We run a very good, as you all know, an intelligence-led policing program, and so far from my conversations, and the money that we are getting with a 2% increase every year will fund those officers to cover those needs in that area. And they will not be restricted to the grounds. They will expand outward, meaning they will go over into the Uniondale area, to the East Meadow area, to make sure that crime is not coming. When we had the Fish concerts, when we had the Grateful Dead concerts, they would come into town and they'd occupy the park for 2 weeks. They'd set up camp and not leave. This environment doesn't create that. This environment doesn't create, and again, I'm giving you what the facts and the numbers are. It creates a controlled environment that they have the right to secure, working with the police department. This is the first time in the Nassau County Police Department's history that we have a reimbursement agreement for policing. And it's the first time in any kind of venue that we've expanded into the venue. UBS has it. We have 6 cops that are assigned there. There's sometimes over 25,000 people attending a game. We used to do the Coliseum, and we used to send it, the mounted unit would run it, and we use about 10 officers and 2 cops. This venue that they're building, their arena holds up to 4,500 people. There won't be an outpour of 17,000 people piling into their cars and leaving a hockey game. What it will be is, over the course of the day, those people leaving that environment, again, under control access. There's 3 parking garages. All of them will have cameras. All of them will have security sites that we will have access to. Our people do a very big money laundering program here in Nassau County. You all know that, and it's similar to what our CatCon case that we just took down. Those detectives will be heavily involved working with on-site security to make sure that we are cooperating and coordinating together. So what I've seen so far, I'm comfortable with, but I have a big concern, and I'm always reaching out to our community to make sure that their needs are being reached. Right now, I'm comfortable.
Commissioner, just to follow up on a number of statements you made, one thing I'm aware of casinos is They have lots of security and lots of cameras. And you made a very good point. You know, they have cameras primarily, I would think, for the point to make sure no one's card counting, do anything to try to cheat or get advantage of the establishment. But I'm more concerned about cameras which see who's coming into the property, who's coming out of the property, who's around. Is the Sands going to give you complete access with no questions asked? If you need that access to who's in that facility, that you're going to have access to that data and that video control facilities.
So we will have access to every exterior camera that is off the gaming floor. We can't access gaming floor cameras. It's a violation. But what we can do is if we have a situation, we will go directly to them in their security and say, this is what our problem, this is who we're looking for. Can you help us go out there and identify it? And they have agreed to cooperate with that.
And one concern I've also had to address with people is this will be a 24-hour facility. There will obviously be alcohol establishments there, and then people leaving the Sands facility and driving the surrounding neighborhood. What type of strategy will you have to ensure that there's not an increase in drunk driving into the Uniondale, East Meadow, and surrounding areas?
So every single venue that we cover in Nassau County, our highway guys get assigned at the breakout. If there is a height of time that they're leaving, and most of our restaurants, bars, between the hours of 12 and 4 is where we step it up. We get grant funding every single year to go after just that, drunk driving. And we do it very good here in Nassau County. We're very aggressive at it. So we move our resources, depending on the intel, that there is a need. So at nighttime, they still have to follow the SLA laws. They're not exempt from that. If a restaurant has to close at 4, because it will close at 4, that serves alcohol, a bar restaurant. The same in the casino. So they will have to follow the same laws of the state. We will move our resources as we feel that we are needed to do to address those needs.
As you've mentioned, under the current lease that's been drafted, there's a requirement for the Sands to build a police substation, give money for furnishing as well too. Is what has been proposed in that lease, is that sufficient that you need for your department for that site?
Yeah, so what we did was, we have one substation here in Nassau County. It's at the Roosevelt Field over at the Source Mall.
Yes.
We're going to build, obviously not the same looking, but the same square footage as that building is. It will have holding cells. It will have personnel assigned to it. Those personnel will act as a mini police station when it's operational. It is more than sufficient than what our needs are. They've given us an additional $500,000 to purchase equipment that we need within it. More and any cameras that we request done by an assessment by my Homeland Security people, not their people, my people, and I say I would like cameras here, here, and here, they will put those cameras up and push them back to us.
And once again, knowing where I am physically located near the site, and again, I'm a father, I have kids, and again, what's coming up to me a lot with people is, all right, fine, you know, people will be going, they're going to be gambling for money, then they come into Uniondale, East Meadow, break into cars, try and get money, try and gamble again. What's your strategy for combating that?
The same strategy we've been using all along, right? That's why we are the safest county. We keep going after. Intel drives the numbers, right? The numbers drive the intel. Whatever that data is telling me, we're moving the pieces on the board. I have an additional 50 cops that the county exec has hired above and beyond the head count. He is committed every 6 months. The nice thing about that commitment is we don't wait till there's 50 gone and we're at 2450 to hire 50. We are staying ahead of the curve. So for the first time ever, what's in the academy is above the head count. By the time they come out through normal attrition, we are now even with the head count. So the playing field has the exact numbers we should have. The numbers in the academy don't count. So we'll move those resources wherever we need them to address crime. And again, our intel will get even better with the cooperations of the Sands people.
Thanks. That's all I have for you at this time.
Thank you.
Legislator Walker.
Commissioner, when last at our committee hearings, Legislator Richie Whitten had brought up that often children were left in cars while people went in to gamble. How will we address that? Well, obviously, if you saw a child, but obviously, are you going to have, say they have that little quad or whatever they have, driving through to make sure that no children are left?
And obviously a big concern. So 3 things are different. So, and I'm going to take Jake's 58, and this is not a knock on any police agency. But in Jake's 58, they got an open parking lot in front. You pull and you park your car. In this environment, there are 3 parking garages. You got to go in the garage to get through. They have roaming patrols, as they've told me. They will have roaming patrols within those garages, watching who's coming in, collecting that data, and again, watching who's in the car, left in the car. Even if prostitution was to occur in that venue, they will intercept that and then contact police. So I am not concerned about it, but in Jake's, when I spoke to them, in Jake's, there is no Suffolk County police officers assigned to that parking lot. In Nassau County, we will be signing sometimes 5, 6, or whatever the needs are at the time. So we're going to have extra patrols in that area, which is unlike what they have at Jake's. And Jake's has, besides breaking into cars, right, that there is really no crime that we have out of Jake's 58.
Any other questions for the Commission? Legislator Bynum.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Hi, Commissioner.
Good morning. Afternoon.
So, in terms of the physical safety, in terms of the Emergency Ambulance Bureau, were they factored into that $1.8 million?
No, but there's discussions now, and this was brought up. 1.8 is just for policing. When it comes to the ambulance, it's working out between whether it's going to be with the fire department or the police department. But conversations earlier today is they will outfit that vehicle, whatever the vehicle is we need, and then from there, we'll add the staffing to address it.
Okay, because I asked the question last time in this space, and I was told that the Nassau County Ambulance Bureau would be responding to aided calls.
Right, and as I was brought into that conversation yesterday or Friday, excuse me, and again today, I explained to them the need for services and always a stretched police medics, both on the volunteer side and the police department side, and what we're going to do. And so we discussed an on-site bus being there at the place.
So an on-site bus?
On-site bus.
24/7?
Ambulance, I'm sorry, ambulance.
Yeah, no, I know what that means.
You know.
24/7?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm concerned that given all of the services and, you know, the activities there at that space, that one bus is probably not sufficient. And moreover, I'm concerned because we know firsthand, all of the legislators here, that the recruitment for volunteer departments really has been a challenge. So I would love to see how this conversation kind of materializes, because we're all worried about crime. And I think Legislator McKevitt did a great job, you know, getting you to bubble up some of the concerns that we had and addressing those concerns. But we're also concerned about the physical safety in terms of medical conditions. So I'm happy that there's some kind of process in place for having a bus on site, but we know that sometimes we have problems having ambulances in certain quadrants of the county at certain times. So I think a development of this site, of this size, that should have been considered very early on in the discussions.
So the UBS Arena, we'll have one bus assigned to the UBS Arena, and there'll be 25,000 people. When it was the Coliseum, 16, 17,000 people, we had one ambulance assigned. We adapt and shift as we need, and you're 100% right, though. We don't want to overstretch. We don't want to take from one or the other. That is why this conversation today is, I said we must look at what we're going to dedicate to that site, and above and beyond.
So can you tell me a little bit about what our experience has been with UBS and the one ambulance or bus that's located there? Have we found that to this point has been sufficient?
Yes, it's been sufficient, and especially, look, a concert, there's a lot more drinking and a lot more partying and everything else, and we still find it sufficient. We sometimes knock on the door with the Elmont Fire Department coming in. So it's been worked and it's been addressed. We have not come up short in any of those situations, so that's the good news. But I don't want to be challenged that way. I want to make sure that we're ahead of that and thinking outside that box.
Because a private ambulance company should be a non-starter for us.
You heard the story this morning about the four-year-old young man that we saved his life.
That's right.
Because of the great police medics we have here in Nassau County.
That's where I stand on it. Thank you.
Any other questions for the Commissioner at this point? Thank you, Commissioner Ryder.
Thank you very much.
Commissioner, I'm sorry. That's
You didn't move fast enough.
I was trying. I appreciate the time you spent with me last week going over the security arrangements. Can you tell us a little bit about, you mentioned this was unique in terms of a reimbursement agreement.
So we've been covering the Coliseum forever. We've been covering now the UBS. No one has ever been assigned. We cover the Roosevelt Field Mall. No one has ever reimbursed us for any of that services. And not that it, a lot of times this is what we do. That's what we get paid to do, the taxpayers. So it's unique in the fact that we are getting a reimbursement, and we are going above the head count, and we are adding extra police officers. If you would ask me, and I think it was Legislator Abrahams asked me during the budget hearings, would you like more police officers? I always like more police officers. But in this current environment, it's the first time I'm getting more police officers. The county executive has been very strong on public safety. Sometimes he's driving that bus and he wants to make sure that we got enough people on it. And so with the way it's going for the resort, the way I see it, listen, they're giving us $900,000 even before the casino gets there, during the construction phase. So that's not going to be used for policing except for maybe into the Uniondale area to add extra resources and East Meadow.
And so my understanding is it's 12 officers on 2 12-hour shifts?
No, sir. It would be, and I'm not going to lock into a number for obvious reasons. I have a union, so
yes.
which you're all very aware of.
So I said 12. What I meant was 6.
We are going to look at what the environment is. If the heaviest part of gambling is during those hours, we're going to be committed to 6 people, 5 cops and a supervisor. And sometimes we may downslot it a little bit, depending 4 o'clock in the morning. If they are following the SLA rules, all the restaurants, bars, everything's closed, I don't need as many people. But that's my job to manage that.
Okay. And this money is to pay the cost of those police?
That's correct.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, I think we're all done. Thank you
Thank
again.
you. Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry. Hold on, Commissioner. Commissioner, one more question. Commissioner Ryder, one more question for you.
I lost some weight, but I didn't know I was going to do my steps here.
I've seen you run faster than that. Just to clarify, so is Nassau County Police Department going to be patrolling the parking garages?
Yes. So, again, the simplest way that I explained it as my conversation with the corporate security, if you look up and you see the sky, it's my responsibility. If you look up and you see the roof, it's their responsibility. In the parking garage, it's their responsibility. But we are accessing the cameras to that in that booth, which is built in the parking garage. So at the front of the parking garage is where the booth is. So anything that's coming and going into those garages, we're going to see, not only by the camera, and have access to the cameras. So visually, we're everywhere. Physically, we're in most of the open areas and moving about any response or anything that is needed.
And do you have any type of verbal agreement or written agreement as to you being notified should there be incidences such as what we were discussing with children being left in the car in the parking lot?
By law, they're supposed to notify us if there's a crime. It's the same as like a college has got to notify us. They can't not notify us. The Gaming Commission will hold them to that requirement. I feel no reason why they wouldn't notify us if there's a crime. And again, this comes from the chief down in Vegas. They were one of the most professional groups of people he dealt with on the Strip. And he goes, they never was a problem. Their cooperation was always there. And I take Dorian's word, very serious because we partner on that committee together.
Are you going to have a license plate reader also there?
So they've committed to putting license plate readers on every garage, and they've also, and we're committed, and they're going to pay for it to put it around the surrounding areas.
All right, thank you.
Before you go, anyone else? think.
All right, run.
All right, thank you, Commissioner. Oh, you don't have to sit there, no. Unless you want. You'll be right
later on.
Yes. You'll be available later on. The last presentation before public comment is our Legislative Office of Budget Review. So I'd like to invite up the director for a brief presentation on their economic impact analysis.
Good evening, legislators. With Sharma's budget review, I have here my Chief Deputy, Helen Carlson. We looked at the proposed new lease in terms of the economic and financial aspects of it. Now, the first thing with the financial aspect to it is we looked at the current lease, and under the current lease and the terms, over the past 10 years, we've collected approximately $23.7 million. So it's $23.7 million over 10 years with the current lease. Under the new lease, the upfront benefits, we get a $54 million unconditional payment. Just to put it in terms of magnitude, that $54 million represents about 2.3%, 3.3 times the amount of money that we have received over the past 10 years. So that one is very appealing to the county. In addition to that, there's the $5 million security deposit and some 239F fees that we will be getting. Now, under the recurring revenues, we have the non-casino scenario, which would actually get us about $5.9 million in guaranteed to the county, which is the $5 million base rent plus the $900,000 for the public safety fee. I'm sorry, public safety revenues. That amount grows to $10 million for the base rent and $50 million by the time we reach phase 2 of the construction. In total, the county is probably going to get close to $72.3 million by the time we get to phase 2. On an economic perspective, we went into the Bureau of Economic Analysis model, and the investment is probably going to create close to 12,277 jobs, which is on page 4 of the report that I sent to you. So 12,277 jobs over 21 different industries. Yep, that's what I have.
Did you look at how much the effects on the economy of the resort, of the projected resort?
That's the job number, the employment number that I just quoted.
Okay.
It's about 12,277 jobs, of which 9,517 will be in the construction industry.
Okay. Just the jobs alone, every job that's created creates a ripple effect in the economy, correct?
Of course, because then you would have the increased output, you have the increased earnings, so you have different categories that come out of the RIMS, the modeling.
Okay. But I mean, did you look at projections as to how much revenue that would mean, revenue or economic activity that would mean for the economy?
In terms of the output, it'll be about $3.7 billion.
Jobs alone?
In the jobs, it will be 12,000. It gives us the number of jobs, which is the 12,277.
3.7 billion, what does that refer to?
That's the output, which basically sales that happen within the county.
As a result?
As a result of going to this new lease.
The new lease under either scenario or just under the scenario where a casino license is granted, or both?
That's under the scenario where the casino is built, because that's when you have the most investment, which is the $3.5 billion, which we discounted by 20%.
So is that an annual number?
That's during the construction phase.
That's the construction phase.
Correct. After the construction phase, Sands actually said that they would probably have about 6,000 jobs on an ongoing basis.
But the $3.7 billion, what does that relate to. I'm just having a little bit difficulty following you.
That's the sum of all the sales that happened within the 21 industries,
As a result of the,
as a result of the investment.
okay. All right. So that's the economic effect of creating those jobs.
Correct.
All right. Have you looked at the economic effect of having, for example, a mid-sized convention center bringing in small-sized conventions, business conferences, and things of that nature?
We did not run that scenario, but we can. It'll just be a matter of discounting the investment and coming with a new number.
Okay, all right. Obviously, you can't do that for today, but I would ask you to expand your look, just so we get an
could
idea.
do a range.
Okay.
And see what it is.
We would appreciate that.
Yes.
Any other questions for Maurice? Legislator Reggie Whitten.
Hi, Maurice.
Hi.
I'm just looking at the comptroller's website, and it looks like we normally spend almost $500 million on our police, including salary and overtime. Does that sound about right?
It sounds about right, yes.
So do you think that the, what was it, 1 million? 1.8 is going to cover the amount of overtime that we might be in? And I know it's all hypothetical, but it sounds to me like it sounds like a lot of money when you first hear it, but then when you hear the full budget of 500 million, 1 million, I mean, that's, you know better than I do, but that's what, 0.02%.
For that, I would have to defer to the expertise of the commissioner. He knows better than I do.
Right.
And this aspect of the lease, he testified to it, is the first time. This is the first time in a lease that we are getting money for public safety.
Yeah.
We've never gotten anything for public safety.
But
So-
you're better at math than I am. So 500 million, and then we're getting 1.2. So we're talking about 1.8. So we're talking about 0.02% about, right? So less than 1% of our budget.
Again, I have to defer to the expertise of the commissioner. If the
Right, no,
commissioner
I'm talking
feels-
about the math.
Okay.
So it's about less than 1% of our
Okay.
budget. Okay. I just wanted to put on the record that that was approximately what our budget is, and that the 1.8 represents less than half of 1%. All right, thank you.
Any other questions for Maurice? As always, thank you, Maurice. We appreciate you.
Thank you.
All right. We have a vast number of slips. Again, as for those of you who were here during the Rules Committee, we just ask that there's a 3-minute time limit for each speaker. We ask that you abide by that as much as possible. I'm not going to cut you off at the 3-minute on the dot. Let you a little extra time to sum up, etc. But what happened at the Rules Committee was that it went on for a while, and we'll be here for hours, and we'll listen to every speaker who's here. But in fact, people had to leave, and we lost probably 10, 20, 30 speakers because it was too long. So I would just ask you to have a little bit of courtesy if you can, and try to abide by the 3-minute limit. First off, I want to welcome back the former presiding officer, a legislator who served with distinction many years, and someone who's been fighting for the East Middle community for longer than many of us have been alive. So, legislator, former presiding officer Norma Gonzalez.
It's been a long, long time. But I'm happy to be here today. And I say good afternoon to all of my former colleagues, to legislators, and ladies and gentlemen. As many of you know, and I'm trying to get my glasses on, I have been a resident of East Meadow community since the 1960s. Don't do the math. It was my honor to represent my community for 20 years on this body, although long before my election to the Nassau County Legislature, I was a community leader and advocate. And that advocacy has continued until today. Currently, I am the past president of SEMCO, the Council of East Meadow Community Organizations, And in that capacity, I was contacted by Governor Patterson on behalf of the Sands Casino proposed lease transfer at the Nassau Harbor. Many do not realize that some 30% of the land in East Meadow School District is tax exempt due to structures such as the Family Court, Juvenile Detention Center, Nassau County Medical Center, Nassau County Jail. East Meadow has been borne the burden of these facilities for years, and therefore our tax base is limited. With that in mind, I had the pleasure of meeting with Governor Patterson to express the concerns of our community, as many of my neighbors have expressed them to me. As anyone who has paid the least attention to the proposed development of this area knows, there have been fits and starts in the development of this precious last large tract of commercial property in our county. Unfortunately, many people continue to push for a different type of development without any plan, partner, or funding for the same. Ideally, we would be fending off many offers for the development of the hub. However, that has not been the case in the past, nor is it today. I have found that the Sands people, through Governor Patterson, have expressed a true appreciation of the concerns of our community. I feel very assured that they wish to be good neighbors to my community, which is oftentimes overlooked. Because of this outreach by the Sands people, I feel comfortable in supporting this lease transfer, as I feel they will continue to be responsive to the concerns of the neighboring communities while bringing needed revenue into our county. So today, you are to consider the lease transfer to an entity with deep pockets. An entity, from my perspective, has been extremely responsive to the community input and concerns. Are there other possible uses for this tract of land? Maybe, but as often said, the perfect is the enemy of the good. With that in mind, I lend my support to the transfer of this lease before you today. I thank you for your attention, and my best to you. Here's my champagne.
Thank you, Norm. It's good to have you back. Jerry Laracuda, CSCA Region Number 1 President.
Good evening. I guess it is evening. Thank you, Mr. Nicolello, legislators, members of the public, both sides that agree and don't agree. I have a lot of respect for those that say they don't like this project. That's what America's all about. That's what America is. That's what America's all about. We're here to debate and argue, and we bring forth both sides to a body like this of honorable legislators, and they will make a decision. I got to tell you that as the CSCA Region 1 President, one of the things that I'm most involved with, we have 46,000 members from Montauk to Queens. And of those 46,000 members, 14,000 of them work in over 700 schools. And that makes us, of course, this is a community issue, and I believe that CSCA members are the community. We work for government. We work for the schools. We're right here. And I got to tell you, I got to thank and congratulate Commissioner Patty Ryder, and of course, I think he has built the best police department in the country, and with the safest, being called the safest, I really believe that. And not to brag, but the police medics who are part of the police officers and the detectives, the police medics are CSCA members, and they do a great job here in Nassau County, and I want to thank them too. So obviously, you know, we have to worry about all these things. I met with in the very beginning, I did get a chance to speak with CEO Mr. Goldstein and upper management of this project, of the Sands, and I got to tell you, I can't believe, listen, we're talking about a $5 billion shot in the arm for Nassau County. This is something that we need, as a county, we need. You know, when you go to other parts of the country and you say, I live on Long Island, you got to let me talk, folks. When you go to other parts of the country and you say you live in Long Island, the most common thing I hear is, oh, yeah, it's Jones Beach, right? And, you know, yeah, it's Jones Beach, and it's a great beach. Aren't we known for anything else? We're not. We used to be known for our parks. We had the most beautiful parks in the country. But because of the economics, today it's a little different. This is a shot in the arm, not just for Nassau County residents, Town of Hempstead residents, and the people that live in East Meadow, and the people that live in Uniondale. But look at the great union workers that we got here right now. They're going to build this place. You're talking about almost 10,000 union jobs to build, and we're going to talk to them after they build them because we want to be part of them, of the jobs, of the 8,000 possible jobs that might run this great facility. So, you know, that's a great chance. We got to stop. Somebody said it before, I think it was Jeff Reynolds, when they said we got to stop losing our youth and the brain drain. That's so true. We're talking about creating thousands of jobs here and careers. That's what it's all about. We live in one of the best counties in America, but yet we've seen this land sits idle, collecting dust for decades now. It's time. It's time that we make this chance, we take this shot. We have a great company. This company is for real. They're pros. I checked them out. I met with them. We were very tough on them in the beginning. These union members here take no nonsense. We're not easily rolled over. We gave it to them, and they gave us the right answers. They care about the community. They really do. They're going to make sure that the community is safe. They're going to make sure that the traffic is engineered. They're going to make sure that house values don't go down, in fact, might go up. And think of the revenue that we're going to collect in Nassau County. What are you talking about, $50 million a year? When is the last time this county saw that kind of revenue? Boy, do we need it. I remember being here for 16 years as your local president for CSCA, being here pleading with some legislators, not necessarily you, not to lay off our members because of the economic crisis. And today we're sitting here with a $5 billion shot in the arm. I say we pass it, we let it go, and we got the safest county in America for the last 3 years. And I know our police department and our community leaders will keep it that way. Thank you.
Matthew Arasich, Building and Construction Trades Council.
Good afternoon, Mr. Presiding Officer and members of the council, and to everyone here. This is about the session of making sure you hear all the information. We'll make it kind of clear. Well, let's get to facts. 8,500 jobs, which I contend are careers, times $75 an hour, which is the lowest wage rate that's out there, times 40 hours a week, times 48 weeks a year, times 1.5 years. That's $1.8 million in wages and benefits that go to everyone. Everyone that gets an opportunity. And you know what? Because we actually go ahead and create the opportunity, so for every dollar you spend in Nassau County under prevailing wage, it generates 1.5 in economic activity. So that's $2.7 billion. That $2.7 billion is local money. That money stays here, doesn't go elsewhere, which means all the money that you guys generate can go to schools, can go to commitments, to make sure that you can do everything you can to build your communities, to provide opportunities. And the building trades is going to do exactly that by making sure we go to marginalized communities and get those opportunities to those that want the jobs. I can tell you right now, between 3 jobs that are on Long Island, this project, which is Sands Integrated Resort, between the Belmont Grandstand project and Midway Crossing, which is a reinventing of MacArthur Airport, that's 20,000 jobs. 20,000. Those are opportunities for your children, your grandchildren, your neighbors. They might not want to work on this casino, but what I'll tell you is that's where all the money is going to be. I represent 65,000 of the safest, hardest working tradeswomen and tradesmen all throughout Long Island. And if you think any of them want to go to the city and pass these two projects and say, I'm going to spend money to go ahead and pay a toll, and I'm going to spend money to do parking, and I'm going to spend another hour each direction, everybody's got to be out of their mind. That's why this money stays here, because everybody that lives in these communities sees the benefit of where this is. 5 years ago, we had no billion-dollar projects. We now have 5 multi-billion-dollar projects. This looks like a 6th, and there's a 7th right around the corner. That's what you want to do, is make sure that you have prosperity in this county. You want to reinvent the whole county to make sure that you have the opportunity to provide the services, not only for those that are here, but to make sure that your county has great positions on where policing is, where education is. Those are the most important, and it's the residents. So it came to me, and I was thinking for a while, and you know what? All of a sudden it dawned on me. Something went off in my head, like that. Why don't you guys vote on this and make it unanimous? Thank you.
John Durso, Long Island Federation of Labor.
Good afternoon. It's good to see everybody. It's nice to see everybody's nice and calm today. A nice, quiet discussion of the issues. Following the presentations that just went on, no need for me to raise my voice, no need for Tom McGitt to start laughing like he did the last time. Bottom line is, what you hold in your hands is the future of Nassau County. No ifs, ands, or buts. You've heard all the numbers of what this project will bring to the county. The careers, not just the jobs, but the careers that will be created. The future for our children, our grandchildren, to be able to stay here, raise a family, buy a home. That's what this is all about. We've heard from the various different communities. They need this for their community, they need that for their community. And all of those questions have been answered directly. Adjustments have been made to face the needs of the various communities. The underserved communities in our county. This project, this work, this vision will make it so that all of you, Howard, you going to take a nap or something? The way you're stretching, I feel like I'm boring you. Okay? I hope that's not the case. All right? Ladies and gentlemen, I urge you, on behalf of the nearly 300,000 members of the Long Island Federation of Labor, to pass this, to approve this, and let's finally move forward so that our county, our communities, our young women and men can have careers and live here on Long Island. Thank you all very much.
Ryan Stanton, Long Island Federation of Labor. Sounds a lot better than the last time, right?
Good evening. I'm going to try to avoid being repetitive, right? You've been bombarded with briefings and numbers, not just tonight, but committee hearings and conversations that have been had, the entire time the SANS has had a presence on Long Island, because they've been engaged not just with you, but with community organizations, with the union movement, and so many other stakeholders you'll hear from tonight. I will be repetitive a little bit on very specific numbers, though. $70 million for Nassau County, right, annually. That's with one vote tonight. $54 million payment, which I believe I just heard goes up. That's with one vote tonight. $10 million for East Meadow. That's an additional $10 million we heard about. That happens with one vote tonight. $10 million for Uniondale community. Again, that's with one vote tonight. You know, I could continue to go on and on and on, but I won't, because again, I want to avoid being repetitive. My point in highlighting just some of the numbers is how monumental this vote is and how you get to be on the right side of history here, changing the economic future of Nassau County. Right? We have an employer, and I'm from the union movement. We are in the position of negotiating with employers all the time. It's not often employers come and say, here, can we pay for that? Can we pay for that? So willingly, right? But they understand that ultimately, in order to be a good corporate citizen, in order to make sure that it's not just them that profit, that it's the people that call this place home, right? Because that's the only way they're successful. Because please remember, tonight's lease transfer doesn't mean an integrated resort gets built. It means you give Nassau County a chance to compete for a $4 billion investment in the working families that call this place home. I'll leave his name out of it, but there's a regional stakeholder who qualifies himself as a community stakeholder, not a regional stakeholder. Some might know who I'm talking about. And he constantly talks about building from the community ground up and avoiding regional interests. And I know there are regional organizations here supporting this. I also know I heard that the Uniondale Fire Department just wrote a letter talking about how they want to work with the Sands. The Uniondale Chamber wrote an op-ed in Newsday talking about all of the benefits of this project and the potential. You have a union movement, as John just mentioned, of nearly 250,000 members that live in the community. We're building a community coalition from the ground up that with one vote, you can rewrite the economic future of Nassau County. Please vote yes.
James Skinner, East Meadow Chamber of Commerce. James Skinner. Carl Stefano.
Good afternoon. My name is Carl Stefano. This is my wife, Carmela. We live at 53 Wilson Avenue in Westbury. And we came here today before you, not just to make our voices heard, but for the people who are afraid to speak up. They're afraid because 60 or so cyberbullies online, excuse me, will trash them. We cannot let the loudest voices in the room or any online petition of 5,000 signatures speak for the 1.3 million women, 1.3 million Nassau residents. This project is a good thing. It will bring jobs to our county, it will increase tax revenue, and will help Nassau County become more affordable so families like ours can stay well into our retirement years. I have a question for my neighbors here today against the project. What is it you're saying no to? Tax revenue for Nassau County, for the town of Hempstead, Uniondale School District, jobs and economic opportunities for our neighbors, a good time, fun bars, top-of-the-line restaurants, high-end spas, a nightclub, a five-star hotel so our children don't have to travel to the city. And are you against veterans programs and community benefits to those less deserving? If you are morally opposed to gambling, this may not be the project for you. But your fight isn't with this legislature or Nassau County. It is with the state of New York. We have an opportunity here to save Long Island for generations to come, and we respectfully ask you to vote yes on the transfer of the lease to Las Vegas Sands. Thank you very much.
William Cassidy. William Cassidy? William Cassidy. Is he not here?
Thank you for hearing us, Mr. Presiding Officer, all the rest of the legislature. I've been up here a few times, and my thoughts on the Sands Casino are pretty much the same. It is jobs. The prime benefit to us, to everybody in all walks of life, are jobs. Blue collar, white collar, no collar. The most important thing you can give a young man, a young woman, an older man, middle-aged, is work. When you don't have it, it's important. I'm a union representative for the stagehands in New York City, and we do everything from Broadway to Madison Square Garden, and now we're out here on Long Island, and we do Nassau Coliseum. They're doing Madonna rehearsals right now, and we also do UBS, we do Grumman Studios, and we have a lot of members living out here, and they would love to be able to work at the theater, which is my primary concern with the Sands proposal. The Sands are a first-rate company. Friends of mine work in Las Vegas for them. They say they are the real deal. They do it right. I can't think of any reason why any legislator sitting up there could not tell his constituents or her constituents that this is a good deal. No matter how it rolls out, there's pros, there's cons. The opposition is here, the loyal opposition, if I could call them that. But we all want what's right for the county. I grew up in Merrick, lived in Suffolk County now, worked at the Nassau Coliseum the first day it opened, then in New York City and back out to Grumman's, and now for the union itself. And this is the first-class, world-class county, Nassau. It's known throughout the country. Sands is a first-class company. They have the highest rating. And most of all, for those who consider the economics of this, the private sector, this is private sector money coming in. What everybody wants, private sector money investment. And when shows happen, it rains money. I keep saying that, but it's true. It's private sector money comes in for the shows that will be at the theater, as well as the other establishments in the project. I would suggest you accept this and pass it on to Hempstead, and with your approval. Thank you.
Joseph Parisi.
Thank you, Presiding Officer Nicolello and members of the Nassau County Legislature. My name is Joseph Parisi. I'm a resident of East Meadow and also the president of the Council of East Meadow Community Organizations. I'm not going to read from my script because I think most of the ideas have already been touched on, but there is one thought I'd like to leave you with, and that it's often said that sometimes this is a generational opportunity for Nassau County. I actually think it's a multi-generational opportunity for our county, so therefore I'm in support to move ahead and give ourselves an opportunity to approve this lease agreement. Let's go to the next step, because I think the real value is going to be for the generations that follow us and who want to continue to live here in East Meadow and continue to make this a great county that we already know it is. The gentleman before alluded to when he leaves New York and he says, "What? I'm from Nassau County, I'm from Long Island." Oh yeah, Jones Beach. I think we're greater than that and should be known more than just Jones Beach. So I urge you all to approve this lease agreement. Thank you.
Mita J. Meriday.
Saying. Okay, where does one begin? First and foremost, for those who don't believe that the residents who have taken the time to be here are saying no to jobs, no to labor, no to unions, clearly don't know me. Secondly, these billions of dollars are still going to be based upon someone's work, someone's job, someone's income that will not go towards the second highest property taxes in the country. And now all of a sudden, the clock is on. But when Sands got to speak and wax poetic twice now, clock wasn't running. You know, when you got well-paid informants or endorsers, when they stood before this group, clock wasn't running. When you get residents that come here on a regular basis to fight the $3.3 billion budget, hey, the plan that the Sands put on the table, that should be up there. You're talking about child care. You're talking about supporting people. We don't get that with the $3.3 billion budget that got passed in Nassau County, so maybe you all should be sitting up there. Why am I saying no to the casino? And I am saying no to the casino. I am not a bully. I am an advocate. I heard maybe one person who mentioned that this is not just the casino. This is the Nassau County Veterans Memorial Coliseum. Okay? Just to have a statue, but we have veterans that are now killing themselves at 44 a day. Where's the discussion for that? The bright lights is not going to help a veteran or someone like myself, a 9/11 first responder, going into an environment that could be potentially toxic and detrimental to me and to so many others. Water issues. The Grumman plume is the least of our issues in Nassau County. We've got elected officials here. Some of them are leaving. Some of them are moving forward. Think about that. Because all these bodies aren't here when you talked about the budget. The majority of the bodies weren't here when you passed a segregated map. But I was here. Okay? I was here fighting about the CSCA union members and workers who still don't have a contract, including those who service our veterans. So if you want to talk about who wants to say no, that's me. Hello? I say no. So what? It doesn't matter. I still have a right to say it too. You say yes, but I say no. We say no. We say no. We say no. I don't have to have a seat. I can have a seat when I'm ready. I can have a seat. My feet will stay planted. Are you going to move me? Are you going to move me?
All right.
Are you going to move me? Are you going to move me?
No one's moving
Are
either.
you going to move me?
All
Are
right,
you going to have
please. Ladies and gentlemen.
Go for it. Go for it. Many have tried. No one succeeded. I'm still waiting.
All right.
I'm still waiting.
Can we address the comments here? And please
address the comments.
Wait, let each speaker have their moment. Everyone is entitled to have this to
Thank
speak
you.
here, and we should be respectful of everyone, whether we agree with them or not, in either side.
Thank you.
Sure. And please sum up.
I will
Yeah.
definitely sum up.
Good.
We need to have development here. We are for development. We are for having opportunities for our young people. Realistically, the average salary for a casino worker in New York State is $40,000. That's not going to keep our young people here. Where are they going to continue to live? In the basement of their parents' house? We're talking about realism here. You mentioned about having a convention center, a facility, someplace that we can focus on healthcare, which is the #1 employer of Nassau County. Research and development, billions of dollars for the PAC bill for veterans. We say we've got 60,000 to 70,000 veterans. We can bring programs here. Manufacturing, aviation. Let's have a new plan that's more sustainable and more inclusive. Thank you.
All right. Jack Matchcut. Jack Matchcut.
Good evening, Presiding Officer Nicolello, ladies and gentlemen of the board. My name is Jack Mikett. You were
Sorry
close.
about that.
You were close. I'm a business representative for the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, Local 25. IBW Local 25 represents over 2,000 working families here on Long Island, and I personally am a resident of Nassau County for 54 years. Today I'm here to say that Local 25 and I fully support this project and the transfer of the lease agreement to the Sands organization. This $4 billion or $5 billion project will not only create thousands of construction jobs and thousands of permanent jobs, it will generate the much-needed tax revenue for Nassau County residents. Now is the time for Nassau County to benefit from this proposed project. We've been waiting long enough. It's been decades. The mayor of Islandia back in 2017, Alan Dorman, was brave enough to stand behind Jake's 58 slot casino project, which is now expanding due to its huge success. The village has been able to reduce taxes for their residents due to the taxpayer relief agreement with Jake's 58. Imagine what the Sands organization is going to do for the residents of Nassau County. This is a transformative project for all of Long Island that is long overdue. In addition, Nassau Community College has agreed to become primary employee training center for the proposed Sands Casino. This collaboration could lead to management programs in the hotel casino industry, as well as banquet entertainment, food and beverage industry, and more. The Sands organization is serious. They're making a multi-billion-dollar investment without a taxpayer's subsidy to fund the project. I can't tell you how refreshing that is. I also sit on the Town of Hempstead Industrial Development Agency, and I see far too much that big corporations come in looking for some assistance, and they're not asking for one penny. As legislators, you all have a fiduciary responsibility to Nassau County to prove this transfer of the lease to the Sands organization, and if you didn't, it would be irresponsible. I urge you all to pass this lease transfer, please. Once again, IBW Local 25 and I fully support the transfer of this lease to the Sands organization and the full scope of this project. Thank you for your time and opportunity to speak.
Clariana Griffith. Clariana Griffith. Reginald Benjamin. They both leave? Yes, sir. Okay. Bruce Chester.
Good afternoon, Presiding Officer Nicolello and the rest of the legislature. Presiding Officer Nicolello, I've known you, we've known each other for close to 20 years, and I've always considered you to be a fair person. As you know, I'm Deputy Mayor of Garden City. We have a lot of concerns about this project, and as far as, and I'm glad I got up because it seemed like for about 2 hours we've had proponents of the Sands Casino and haven't had any opposition to it. So I'm glad we're opening up to people that are not in support of it. Governor Patterson, you talked about the decades-long brain drain that we've had. This casino would not solve that. We're not opposed to an entertainment center being built or a new hotel being built. And also, Presiding Officer Nicolello, you mentioned, and you asked a question of Maurice, financial officer, and you asked him about a mid-level convention center. I think that would be great. I don't know why that wasn't asked before. Dr. Reynolds, you mentioned, and I know you're head of Family and Children's Association, an excellent association that I've contributed to for quite some time. I think you're going to have more problems with this, with the gambling and the drugs and alcoholism. As far as 8,500 jobs, these will not be permanent jobs, and these are not jobs that are going to keep our young people here in the county. I believe it's a short-term fix with long-term problems. There are so many other things we need. For my village, Garden City, are our police going to be subsidized? They're going to have more calls. They're going to have more DWIs, traffic speeding. That'll happen. There's no doubt about it. Is there any plan to do that? And one thing that really concerns me, how many casinos in the United States does Sands operate? Do we know? I haven't heard. But it seems to me the bulk of them are in China or Malaysia. And let's say there might be a problem in China. We know there certainly could be. You know, they invade Taiwan or something like that. What happens then? What happens if those casinos crash? And it's not out of the realm of possibilities that Sands could, at some point, as big a corporation as it is, file bankruptcy. What's the plan then? What happens to the lease? Who gets to have a say in that lease? Does our county anymore? These are concerns that we have and we feel, and I would ask all of you to consider. Thank you.
Thank you. Gary Johnson, NAACP of New York State.
Good evening. My name is Gary Johnson. I am the State Economic Development Chair for the New York NAACP. I have spoken previously in regards to the Sands lease transfer. NAACP views this from an economic development perspective. We have been engaged fully with the Sands Corporation for some time and their team. We have spoken about the possibilities of engaging with the community in terms of preparing them to acquire these jobs, not just working for Sands after the casino's been built, but in pre-development, during construction, and of course afterwards. While there are many concerns by the community, the engagement that we have had with Sands leads us to believe that it is safe to continue to work with Sands. It is, in our opinion, the best interest of this community to work with Sands. And we believe that this body should vote favorably to pass the lease transfer agreement. We do not come and make these kinds of statements without doing our own homework, both domestically and internationally, about what they've done. And we've engaged with them on many issues pertaining to other agreements they have signed in other locales, not only domestically but internationally. So we feel confident in making this decision, and we urge that you pass this tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Louis Vasquez.
Good evening, everyone. On behalf of the Long Island Hispanic Chamber of Commerce, and I'll make it very sweet and short, and I know there's a lot of concerns here, but we also have done our due diligence with our chamber and our board and our community. We had a cross-section of leaders, and we brought them up the pros and the cons, and it looks like the pros, one in reference to our chambers and our economic, and also one of the things that I have to speak about the Sands is basically that we had a lot of questions and concerns, and we were pretty satisfied with it. One of the things that we try not to do and I don't do is basically I do not sell my soul for sponsorship, and I do not sell my soul for anyone that I don't believe that I should be able to speak up. So for whatever reasons, we have spoken to the Sands. I give them the tough questions in reference to the Hispanic community, in reference that we're always last on the table. We're never really considering anything. And I think just the fact that we're considering us and asking our opinion and making sure that we have programs that's going to be effective to the community with its jobs, economic empowerment, and everything else. So with all due respect to everyone, we are endorsing this program. Hopefully we'll be able to get it. Many families will be hopefully saved, and a lot of families will be helped. And I think it's not only being Latino. I'm a Glen Clover, but I also have my neighbors, and I represent Long Island. And I look about my neighbor. If my neighbor is going to be great, then I'm going to endorse it. So even if with the minority community, the Hispanic community, we recommend that this body of legislators recommend to the next level and approve this this transition and this proposal. And on behalf of our committee, thank you very much. God bless you all. Have a great evening, and may God bless everyone. Gracias.
Thank you, Lynn. Lynn Krug.
Good evening. Most of you received a call from me this morning. I called every person on this board to tell them that I really want you to say no to the casino. The problem that I have is there has been no transparency to this process. It would be reasonable to think that this entire process is being rushed through to avoid any opposition from getting traction. There's even a lawsuit because county officials held discussions for the casino project in violation of the state's open meetings law. The Planning Commission failed to provide the public with proper notice and denied the public the right to attend its work sessions while scheduling meetings to benefit Las Vegas Sands. If this is such a great idea, why has there been no dialogue out in the open? How can there be any claim of community support if we have no window to see how that support is being measured? There is an evidentiary hearing scheduled for May 24th, Thursday, to hear the Article 78 filed against the county by Hofstra University. Why would the county transfer the lease with such haste? Wouldn't it be beneficial for the county to hear the outcome of that case prior to attempting to transfer this lease? I keep reading about 300 meetings that the Sands has proposed in our communities. When and where did these happen? I live in Garden City. I attend every village meeting. I read the newspaper. I have never been invited. I was never invited to see David Beckham. Come on. I mean, that's, come on. And I'm an old person, but I care about my community. Also, certainly, if this project is approved, it really is in my backyard, and Garden City will be affected big time. A casino is not about building prosperity for our community. It's about extracting wealth from our community to benefit a corporate interest. I urge this panel, don't make this your legacy. In a county with a history of innovation and forward thinking, don't make this the thing that you'll be remembered for. Vote your conscience. Nip this ill-conceived idea in the bud. If we build something, technology, medical, the unions, you will all have a place to work. Don't hang your legacy on a casino. It's not good for us, it's not good for me personally, and it's not good for all the people who support to say no to the casino. Thank you for listening, and I hope you vote your conscience.
Thank you. Darius Forrest. Darius Forrest. Okay. Gina Coletti.
Good afternoon, Legislature. I am here on behalf of the Suffolk County Alliance of Chambers and members of the Alliance of Chambers, speaking on behalf and in support of this project. The Sands has displayed an outstanding support and respect to our Long Island business owners by hosting procurement academies to inform and educate them on what to expect and how to prepare their businesses to collaborate with Sands. We are proud to partner with Sands and the Nassau Council of Chambers in their first small business procurement conversation with the Long Island community. Since then, the Sands has continued community outreach to the local chambers of commerce and small business owners and offered future growth and procurement opportunities across our region. This is a 5-star hotel, world-class restaurants, celebrity chefs, high-end spa, entertainment venue, and community benefits will positively impact our tourism industry with visitors, including families and business organizations across the globe. This is beyond Nassau County, beyond Suffolk County. This is regional and global. You will attract people from all over the world to Long Island. The Hauppauge Industrial Association is now in its 45th year. The HIA is one of Long Island's largest business advocacy organizations. It is also the steward of the Long Island Innovation Park at Hauppauge, the largest industrial park in the Northeast. The park supports 55,000 jobs, produces $13 billion in goods and services each year, and accounts for 8% of Long Island's gross domestic product. The HIA-LI supports the proposals by Sands New York to develop an integrated resort facility at the Nassau Hub in Uniondale. As you well know, this multi-billion-dollar project would include hotels, community centers, a performance venue, convention spaces, which we all know we need, restaurants, and upon approval, a casino. The planned development would benefit Nassau County with annual rent and gaming revenue, tax revenue, community benefit funding, and public safety funding. We note that the project is supported by the Building and Construction Trades Council and Nassau and Suffolk counties, the Long Island Federation of Labor, AFL-CIO, and the Economic Development Chair of the NAACP New York State Conference. According to published reports, Sands anticipates that the new luxury resort would provide more than 12,000 construction jobs and then employ 5,000 permanent workers upon opening. Sands has quickly demonstrated its commitment to being a good local partner and to working with Long Island's business community, including the HIA-LI. And while the Long Island Innovation Park is situated in Suffolk County, it's important for us all to remember that the economic fates of both Nassau and Suffolk are forever conjoined. Both counties constitute the enduring Long Island brand. We are a region, and New York State officially designates Long Island as a unified economic development region. In this vein, bold development initiatives that play out in either county inevitably benefit the other county as well. The HIA-LI urges Nassau County Legislature to approve the Sands New York proposal for the Nassau Hub. Thank you.
Thank you. Frank Camerano. Frank Camerano.
Wow, this is going to be a lot of fun, guys. So just so everybody knows, I am born and raised in Nassau County, 50 years old, never left Nassau County. I love Nassau County. My wife is from Queens. She wanted me to move to Queens. I said, hell no, I stay in Nassau County. That being said, I'm also a local business owner. When I mean local, I am in walking distance from the Coliseum. All I keep hearing is casino, casino, casino. Ladies and gentlemen, you do not have to leave your house to go to the casino. The casino is right here. This is your casino, right here. This is your casino. Why is everybody focusing on the casino? This is a self-funded project. Listen, self-funded. This will generate jobs. This will bring money to Nassau County like we've never seen before. Maybe in your pocket. Maybe in your pocket.
All right, please don't respond. Please don't respond, and please let him finish.
Well, I have to respond when something like that is said. It doesn't make any sense.
Okay, but go ahead, please.
Again, this is a self-funded project for Nassau County that we have not seen in my lifetime, your lifetime, or probably in anyone's lifetime. All I'm asking you to do is think about how good this project will be for Nassau County. That's really all I have to say. So.
Okay, Thank you, sir. Edward T. Finneran. Edward T. Finneran.
Good evening, folks. I think a few things have been established here. Number one, there's a lot of folks who want a casino. Number two, there's a lot of bucks being thrown around here. There are some bucks that are going to be earned over time if the casino is eventually built. But that's really not the issue. The issue is the transfer of the lease and the essentially $65 or $70 million that will be transferred 2 days after the commencement or the effective date. If you look at that in and of itself, which is what this body should be doing, that's about a 1.5% to 1.75% uptick in your 2023 budget. I don't know if it's 2023 or 2023-24. That seems to be a little bit of a drop in the bucket. Now, on the other side, the opposition, I think, has been articulate in highlighting what could potentially go wrong, and there is a lot. I'm not going to go over that. What I'd like to bring to your attention is what I think you have to do as legislators. And I thank you for your public service. And I say public service because I think when folks say thank you for your service, we sometimes get lost, and that really should be held for our armed services. But your public service is noted, and your hard work. I've heard one or two of you say this is the most difficult decision that you'll probably have to consider as a legislator and during your career. So I thought back to a book that was written in 1957 by a young senator from Massachusetts. John F. Kennedy was racked up with a horrendous back problem, and he wrote a book. It's called, of course, Profiles in Courage. It won the Pulitzer in 1957. And in it, this was Kennedy's hope. The true democracy puts faith in the people. Faith that the people, that's us, will not simply elect men and women, that's you, who will represent their views ably and faithfully, but also who will exercise their conscientious judgment. My friend Lynn brought up the conscientiousness issue in her little presentation. And Kennedy goes on. And then he says, and that the faith of the electorate will not condemn those politicians whose devotion to principle leads them to unpopular courses. You know what that unpopular course would be based on what you're hearing here and based on the financial, I don't want to say it's wizardry, it may be real, pot of gold that may be at the end of that rainbow. And at the final phrase here, he says, you will be rewarded for your courage. You will be respected and honored because you ultimately recognized what is right. This is a tough one, but that's why you wanted to be in those seats. Some of you are leaving. Everybody makes their personal decisions. But this is one that will mark your careers and your legacy. And I hope and pray that you exercise that conscientious goodness that you have. I will end with one quick observation. You saw a very interesting slide presented by the very professional folks from the Sands about an extra $25 million in community benefits that recently was awarded to our good friends in Uniondale, East Meadow, and Hempstead. There is one contiguous village missing from that group, and that's Garden City. And I submit to you that you didn't see that name in that village because we exercised our profile in courage. And I look forward to all of you doing the same. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Apparently, okay, all right. apparently, when I called up Frank Camerano, another gentleman came up. There's been problems with the sound system, so I want to call up the other Frank Camerano.
Hi, you all. Thanks for having me today. I am the real Frank Camerano. Hey. I have my bullet points that I was given. Thankfully, pro-sans folks, which is most of us in the audience and most of us in Nassau County, have covered. Thank you. Okay. I've covered most of them, That being said, I'm the president of the Nassau Council of Chambers, the umbrella over the 45 chambers in Nassau County. We are small business. So in essence, small business is in the house here today. When RXR had the property, and we're doing the work groups and all, I was all part of that. As president of the East Meadow Chamber, that's my home chamber right next door to the hub. We had done 2 community events prior to the work groups, independent, which were success. I know what it takes in the communities and for small businesses to make things work. I truly do. And apparently, the SANS does also. It's kind of hard to stay ahead of me with this stuff here and there, but they seem to be ahead of me all the time, They're dotting their I's and crossing their T's, and truth is, they are being very transparent. I mean, no one is perfect, and, me included, but the reality of it is they've been all over the place, all of Nassau County and then some, meeting with community groups, meeting with businesses, meeting, with big labor. And by the way, small business is not, we don't have, it's not like small business or big labor. Let's just face it, there's thousands of jobs here that are going to be permanent, okay? Where are these folks going to come from? They're coming from our communities. They're local people, So in a way, they're supporting the communities through labor, through the unions, which is a great thing. That being said, as long as things keep on going the way they are, and they've been really great, the SANS folks have been really great. The council is going to maintain our course and bring the information to all the chambers and all the communities as best we can. We are for the project moving forward, and we ask that you all grant a lease transfer so they can continue forward. As opposed, for the communities that want to, people with the red signs, Nassau Council of Chambers, I'm right on there, but by all means, we will give you a forum. You can come talk to me, and we can talk about this, okay? We'll take it up with me, okay? Thank you for your time.
Frank, Kevin Boone? Kevin Boone. Joseph Schaefer. Nope. Lee Stimler.
County legislators, my name is Leo Stimler. I'm from Garden City. The MGM Casino in Springfield, Massachusetts has 50,000 visitors every Saturday and 50,000 every Sunday. During the week, they have 25,000. If we get even half that number, county legislators, what will that do to our already clogged roads? We have a problem now with road rage. Can you imagine with all these visitors what that will do to road rage? And what about our air quality? In today's Newsday on page 5, it talks about the higher rates of asthma in our minority communities. It's going to get worse. And can our underground aquifer, can that support so many additional people in Nassau County? What about street crime and drug abuse? And I also wanted to mention that Our mayor, Mary Carter Flanagan, said in our local newspaper, the Garden City News, asked us not to lose sight of the fact that casino revenue comes from gambling losses. And I'd venture to say that a significant amount of those losses come from convicted gamblers or addicted gamblers. What happens to those families? What happens to those children? Is this not blood money? One of the prior speakers talked about this would be a boon to local restaurants. Not so. Casinos have their own restaurants. They don't want people to leave those casinos. So I would ask that you please don't vote to approve this 99-year lease. And in closing, I wanted to say that Governor Patterson and Dr. Jeffrey Reynolds were very articulate about their arguments for the Sands. But they left out something very important. They said nothing about what, if any, fees they received for their support of the Sands. Thank you.
Richard Catalano.
Rich Catalano from Garden City. The approval of this lease agreement will significantly increase the probability that a casino will be built in the heart of Nassau County, where I have lived my whole life for 63 years, especially after today, which Steve Cohen had his defeat as far as his potential casino in Queens. The county legislators here today cannot take the position that there are other approvals to be obtained so you can wash your hands from this most critical decision. This decision you're all accountable for if we end up with a casino. For that reason, I urge you to hit the pause button. You know that the state approval process has been delayed. There's an upcoming court hearing, and there is absolutely no reason to rush into possibly the most critical decision in the history of Nassau County. Previous legislators thought that they were voting on a good lease deal for the Coliseum, and we all know that that didn't really work out. I'm a CPA for the past 40 years, so I'm just going to focus on some numbers. The Sands representative stated that the number of daily visits was, quote, north of 20,000 visitors a day. But they also said that they expect in excess of $2 billion will be lost in their casino each and every year. Those numbers don't make sense. The amount of annual visitors that will come to this casino will be well north of 20,000. And you as legislators must get your a handle on exactly what that number is. The other thing they didn't mention is what's the peak time going to be? How many visitors, like we just heard, will be during the weekends on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday? So you don't have that information right now. This document that was issued by the Nassau County bus said that we already have widespread traffic congestion around the hub, and we don't even have a casino. This is from you. This has Bruce Blakeman's name on it. It's outrageous to think what this 50,000 people or 40,000 visitors is going to do to the traffic in Nassau County, especially in the heart of Nassau County, not just on the edges of Nassau County, right in the heart of the county. The other concern I have is DWI. We have a crisis here in Nassau County. We have lost 763 people since 2012. That's about 6 people every single month. If only 0.5% of the visitors to the casino drink too much and leave that casino, we will have 50 additional drunk drivers on our roads every single day, 365 days. That's something you have to consider before you vote on this lease. 2 weeks ago, Sands said that most of the money comes from capturing out-of-state dollars. That's not true. If you look at the Spectrum report, very few dollars will be recaptured from money they would have lost at Mohegan Sun or Foxwoods. Most of the money that they want to take out, that they expect to get from that $2 billion, is coming out of the wallets of Long Islanders. That is money that will not be spent in our local restaurants, that won't be spent in our local downtowns. That will be money that won't be subject to sales tax. And your budget review did not look at the impact on our local businesses and also on your sales tax revenues by having this massive diversion of revenue going from restaurants and shops into a mega casino where it's not taxed. So I just urge you, hit the pause button. This is too big a decision to rush through. You have to do more due diligence as far as this lease agreement. It's too big a decision. Please pause.
Corinne Joy. Corrine Joy.
How many of you live in Nassau County? How many of you live in Uniondale? How about Northeast Uniondale? How about East Meadow? You guys haven't a clue of the traffic, the jam that is on Hempstead Turnpike, or do you? It is horrendous. Horrendous. Hempstead Turnpike looks like the LIE. Front Street that runs parallel, east and west, looks like the LIE. This is not the place for a casino. You want to build a casino? Go down to the beach. Go down to any of the industrial areas. This is not the place. You have a residential area right across the street from there. We don't need any crime. We have enough. We don't need more drugs. We don't need more drunk drivers, et cetera, et cetera. You guys have heard it all, okay? I'm from that area. I'm probably the only one that can tell you my grandparents are founding members to Uniondale. But back then it wasn't called Uniondale. You probably don't even know what it was called. We're still there. It is horrendous what's going on over there. We don't want any more crime. The congestion, it's going to be a debacle. It's going to be so severe, and who are we going to point the finger at? You guys need to think. You need to put the pause button on. And you know what we need? We need a referendum. Referendum? You cannot, when you do things like this under the table, something's wrong. Something's wrong. Everybody came and spoke today about the sands. It was so nice, wasn't it? Pretty. No one talked about the negative. They only spoke about how lovely it's going to be and the money they're bringing in. This is the wrong decision. It's going to be severe. I'm telling you right now, it's going to be very, very, very bad. The worst thing that ever happened. Build a casino elsewhere, put in a civic center, put in, how about an indoor and outdoor roller skating rink, ice rink? Build at the Nassau Hub, not the casino. No.
Karen Reardon. Karen Reardon.
Hi, my name is Karen Reardon, and I'm one of the organizers for Say No to the Casino. I understand one of the criterion in the selection process for the gaming license is local support. While Sands boasts numerous community partners, they've stated in last hearing and here today that they have been meeting with community members for over a year. And they use words in the press like community benefits, and they've been quoted offering payments to neighbors and to 4 mayors. And we've heard them say, we've been quoted as prepared to come back to you with millions of dollars to meet your needs. They've used words like funding of hospitality programs, educational programs, scholarship programs, and investments, etc. Gosh, I guess you would just call us the unfunded majority of Nassau County who vehemently oppose the casino. We just recently learned about the casino effort, and we formed a Facebook page 11 weeks ago, not a year ago. We are Republicans, Democrats, union members, and community-based organizers that represent the full diversity of Nassau County. In this short time, 24,504 unfunded emails have been sent to you in this body in just the last 2.5 weeks, vehemently opposing the lease transfer. and over 3,000 unfunded signatures have been signed on our petition asking you to oppose the transfer. There is plenty of opposition, and it's growing. Constituents are finally learning about what's happening underfoot. But you know this already, and that may explain why you're trying to rush this vote before we've had a chance to ask questions. There are legitimate concerns that this body have failed to address and even hold open hearings with Q&A and with the unfunded public. Some of you have said that this is your fiduciary responsibility to act, yet you're unable to give us the numbers of the amount of fiduciary relief that we may see in taxes from this casino deal. Surely you've looked into this before you would cast your vote today. And does this number also reflect the loss of revenue that you'll see from the loss in depreciated home values in the area? I trust that you have all this data and you have looked at all of this before casting your historic vote. So many of you are not running for election again. This vote should wait until after the November elections, or at least the very least until the public has a chance to weigh in. This entire process has been shameful. I would like a full accounting from the Sands Corporation of all their community funding from the last year to date, and the political contributions that you so openly discuss, many at this hearing. This entire process has been appalling. Furthermore, if Sands decides to sell the property, there should be a clause in the sale that it must be reviewed by the county. This is the very least you can do to protect your constituents. Please be mindful as you cast your vote that this decision will forever change the landscape of Nassau County. Thank you.
Jennifer Monet.
Hi, Jennifer Moan.
Moan, I'm sorry about that.
Not a problem. Good evening, Presiding Officer Nicolello, members of the Legislature. I'm Jennifer Moan, General Counsel of Hofstra University, and I'm grateful for the opportunity to speak in front of you today. I also appreciate the time that you're giving to this and your public service to the community. You're being asked, as you know, to vote on whether to approve the proposed ordinance relating to the county's proposed transfer of the Nassau Hub lease to Las Vegas Sands. You all know this is a decision of great import that will have a lasting, long-term impact on our region. Nassau County has established procedures that should be followed before decisions of this kind are made. They require the careful review of proposals by the Nassau County Planning Commission and by OSPAC, the county agencies that were specifically assigned these responsibilities by statute. You as legislators should not make a decision on proposals of this magnitude until those procedures are followed, so that you and the public can receive sufficient information and input from the Planning Commission and OSPAC. I entreat you to reject this proposal or, in the alternative, to postpone your decision until a properly noticed and comprehensive public hearing can be held on this proposed lease by the Planning Commission. To date, the Planning Commission has not held the statutorily required public meeting to consider the proposed lease, and in fact, has held no public hearing on this matter since the date the proposed lease was negotiated. These procedural steps are there for a reason, and for an issue as complex, as crucial, and as impactful as the one that is before you, you should require the process to be followed by the county agencies and postpone your vote until that occurs. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Jerry Kornbluth, Nassau Community College.
I didn't realize I had so many fans in the audience. Good evening, Presiding Supervisor Nicolello, and members of the legislature. My name is Jerry Kornbluth, and I am the Vice President for Community and Governmental Relations at Nassau Community College. And I'm here today to voice support for the SANS development on behalf of the college, its community, and its administration. From the beginning, the SANS team has not only been transparent and cooperative, but proactive and enthusiastic about working with Nassau Community College. They approach us with an open mind, engaging ideas, and a history of success in working with other colleges and universities in the communities where they have built projects. While we were unsure at first, we listened, and our team came away feeling equally excited about the world of possibilities this development could open for our students. As conversations evolved, the opportunities became more clear. Today, we are collaborating with SANS on a robust partnership that would include workforce development, innovative new courses and fields of study, and new connectivity to Long Island University and possibly other area colleges to create pathways for our students. These pathways are not only to 2- and 4-year degrees, but to long-term, well-paying careers that would enable them to succeed and even stay on Long Island should they choose to do so. Nassau Community College is recognized for outstanding associate degree certificates and workforce development programs in diverse fields of study, including hospitality, culinary arts, business, humanities, nutrition, theater, and technology. Our proximity to this proposed resort and entertainment center would place our students at the forefront of the hospitality, culinary arts, and business industries. Locally educated students with convenient access to professional job opportunities will translate into a wide range of economic and societal benefits to the Long Island community. We are also going to be partnering with Las Vegas Sands to develop a workforce development training hub in the college that is expected to lead to programs in hotel and casino management, security and surveillance, meetings and banquets, entertainment, and food and beverage. SANS and Nassau Community College will explore a variety of learning models, including internships and experiential learning components for Nassau students. Together, paired with new continuous program at LIU, this collaboration will support sustainable job growth, economic development, and new career opportunities for our students on Long Island and throughout the New York metropolitan region. Our region has been ready for an innovative idea for a long time. We believe that this proposal would transform the region in a wonderful way and create ripples of opportunity throughout the county, the island, and for generations to come. Nassau Community's mission is to provide opportunities and access for all our students. We're in the business of changing lives. This is the engine that will help us to provide those opportunities for our community. So I'm asking you on behalf of the college to support the transfer of this property to the Sands Corporation. Thank you.
Thank you. Nadia Ortiz. Nadia Ortiz.
Sorry. Okay. My name is Nadia Holubnici Ortiz, and I'm speaking on behalf of Neela Lakhal, President and CEO of the EAC Network, a human and social services organization that improves the quality of life for our most vulnerable neighbors. The EAC Network, headquartered on the border of Uniondale and Garden City, recognizes that we have significant gaps in career track employment opportunities for our community in Nassau County. In our work with those who have non-traditional backgrounds and those coming from disadvantaged tracts, we see the need for real paths towards sustainable livelihoods that will help them to plan for their futures. There is no doubt that the cost of living on Long Island is a high threshold, with not enough jobs that pay well enough to reach that threshold. The Sands proposal for the development of the Nassau Hub provides such market-based opportunities by the thousands, including many unionized jobs which can help individuals build a real career. For many years, this site has lain dormant, and with no sources or capacity for a legitimate plan to take meaningful action towards becoming a viable and useful space, it remains an untapped resource for so many things to benefit our communities. This proposal, on the other hand, will invest in the space to create an economic engine that can fuel the region and provide much-needed revenue to make larger-scale community investments possible. And for so many members of our community, we will be able to provide career track, full-time employment to thousands of people. We have been a participant in community meetings and discussions and have seen the Sands welcome and respond to input, feedback, and often very challenging questions. We have had the opportunity to address some of the issues directly with them and ask our own questions regarding the project and the plan. We feel confident that the Sands is hearing the questions and concerns of local residents and businesses and working with different community partners to address the various issues to ensure that they are responding to the needs of the people. Thank you.
Thank you. Monica Kiley.
Is it on? Okay. This is a huge vote, and I too urge you to push the pause button or put this to a referendum. It's just too important. I actually have felt frustrated in my efforts to get through to you legislators. You listen, but you don't seem to really hear our side of the argument. And that's been frustrating for me and for others as well. But I've actually come to a place now where I'm sympathetic to you, because if I were sitting in your chair, I would not want to have to make this vote because there's so much pressure on you. And you really can't vote kind of how I think you feel in your hearts. And so, anyway, we need a referendum. We need to press the pause button. We need more information. I want to point out that the Sands revenue projections of $2 billion a year are not wealth that is created. Casinos don't make things, they don't create things, they extract wealth from where they are. And so $2 billion is going to be extracted from Nassau County residents for the most part. You anticipate getting roughly $60 million a year in taxes from this casino, while they extract from Nassau County $2 billion. That's about 3% of what they hope to take in. It's an extremely regressive tax, and it's an extremely inefficient tax. We are taxing ourselves. The money that Sands generates will come in large part from gambling losses of Nassau County residents. That's the revenue stream that all this money is coming from. If this was such a wonderful deal for us, why do they have to come in here and give benefits to so many groups? Upfront payments, support us, speak for us. Why does David Beckham have to come here and pose for pictures with our unwitting children whose parents didn't even know they were going to a Sands event? Why this big fluffy sales pitch and all these quote-unquote benefits and payments? If it's such a great deal for us, why are they pushing so hard? Why are they gaslighting us so hard at these sessions? This is a sales pitch we're listening to. It's not real information and the real numbers that we need to know. North of 20,000. Well, what is that? They have the modeling. They know. Oh, we have traffic mitigation plans. We're going to do a traffic study. They already know. Why can't we know? It's our county, and the lease agreement calls for the Sands to be able to reassign the lease if they don't get the gaming license without Nassau County's review. That, I believe, is a breach of your fiduciary responsibility to the taxpayers who own this piece of highly developable land in the middle of Nassau County. It's a breach of your responsibility and a loss of control over this property. Why would we give that away? I don't understand that.
Ms. Crowley, please sum up. You're over the limit, so please sum up.
I'm sorry?
Please sum up. You passed the 3-minute mark.
Oh, I thought you wanted me to come up there. No.
No, we wouldn't ask that.
I know that you would not ask me that.
Whatever that means.
Helen Martinez. Martinez? Helen Martinez? All right.
Don't worry, I'll be short. And I am. I'm Helen Martinez, and I live in the Salisbury section of East Meadow in the town of Hempstead. I am the president of our civic group, Community Association of Stewart Avenue, and we have seen the proposal, and we believe that this lease should be transferred to the Sands to enable them to continue in the process with New York State. This is our last chance to bring economic development to the Coliseum property of this magnitude. No other developer has been successful in being able to invest in the infrastructure needed to provide a world-class destination place. To all the legislators, allow the Sands to have the ability to continue to go forward with this project. And by the way, Patty Ryder is the best police commissioner ever, anywhere in this whole country. And he's got our backs.
Pearl Jacobs. Pearl Jacobs.
Pearl Jacobs, president of the Nostrand Garden Civic Association in Uniondale. Uniondale is a majority-minority community that has long suffered from neglect, disinvestment, and taxation without representation. Now Uniondale is in the headlines as the host community for the proposed Sands Casino. This is attention that Uniondale does not want. All we want is equitable representation, just like other selected communities receive. To even consider putting a casino in the middle of 40,000 students is sickening. Fact, Uniondale, Roosevelt, Hempstead, and Westbury have been identified by the New York State Department of Environmental Conservation as communities that are adversely affected by air pollution, among other concerning environmental issues. African American and Hispanic youth have a significantly higher rate of asthma hospitalizations in Nassau County than that of Caucasian and Asian youth. Traffic would increase significantly with a casino at the Nassau hub, and increased traffic also results in high levels of air pollution. Hempstead Turnpike, FAT, ranks in the top 5 of the most dangerous roadways in New York State. In fact, there is an increase in drunk driving accidents in communities where casinos are located. How will a casino be good for our communities? Again, did I mention that African American and Hispanic youth have a significantly higher rate of asthma hospitalizations in Nassau County than that of Caucasian and Asian youths? A vote of yes to transfer this lease agreement would strongly suggest that you, as our elected representatives, have no concern or empathy for Black and brown communities, and that environmental racism is alive and well in Nassau County. Our quality of thank you. Our quality of life is not for sale. We cannot be bought. There are many like-minded people in Uniondale. That's why Nostrand Garden Civic Association has joined the Say No to the Casino Civic Association. Our quality of life is not for sale. Say yes to our youth, to save our youth. Say yes to preserve our quality of life. And say no to the casino.
Mateo Flores. Mateo Flores. Okay. Vasu Krishnamurthy. Hope I got your name right. Forgive me if I didn't.
Good evening, county legislators. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak. I'm Vasu Krishnamurthy, a 20-year resident of Manhasset. I have a PhD in economics, and I spent 25 years as a management consultant. I'm not a knee-jerk anti-business guy, nor anti-economic development. In fact, all my clients, when I was working as a professional, were big businesses, and I got along with them just fine. But I'm very opposed to the casino anywhere in Nassau County. I'll try in my remaining time to be very specific in rebutting some of the arguments offered rather than give the general arguments which we have heard repeatedly. First, quality of life. The Administration Council touted the high ranking of Nassau. We're all proud of that. The right question, and throughout my talks, I'm going to mention what I think are the right questions for you folks to ask and not be bedazzled by the big dollars and other numbers. Not the absolute numbers, but the relative numbers are the right questions to ask. So in quality of life, the right question to ask is, how many of the top 100 ranked, quality of life ranked counties have casinos in them? None, I'll bet. I haven't had the time to check, but none. That is the right question to ask. The economy and jobs. Again, the council touted some supposed recent studies. In my phone right now, I have a study from the Richmond Federal Reserve from July 2022. Happy to send it to all of you. Some of the key findings from there. First, no significant improvement in economic development for high-density near suburbs like Nassau County. Okay, number one. Second, sales tax revenues, in fact, declined somewhat in the study of similar counties, not increased. Why? Because jobs and sales are stolen by casinos from other businesses. So relative numbers are the right question to ask, not absolute dollars. Next, at the hub, there are some specific conditions that make it worse, less suitable for a job, for a casino. Why? Because the median salary in Nassau County is $70,000 to $80,000. The average casino wages in New York are $40,000 to $50,000. The main reason we're losing young people, nobody disputes this, is high housing costs. This project does nothing to improve housing. Why is it rational to believe that young people will stay in Nassau to get below median wages rather than leave elsewhere where they can do better? Okay. And gambling addiction. Again, the good doctor touted 1.4% and said that was a low gambling addiction rate. The right question is, what is the increase? The same study that I mentioned earlier said nearby communities had addictions going up double to triple, and especially among seniors. Okay? So seniors don't do online gambling, they go to the casinos.
Sir,
thank you very much.
Thank you. Phil Andrews.
Good afternoon. One of the things I'd like to start off with is since the founding of 1899 of Nassau County, equality and diversity, equity and inclusion has been an issue in both Nassau and Suffolk County. On a national level, DEI is at the front and center of America, recent data shows, and census records show, that we have a declining population. A couple of years ago, there was a study by a commission on the way to keep the young generation on Long Island. And it was about 1,200 people at the Crest Hollow Country Club. Opportunity does not come by every day. Long Island is changing. The minority community is increasing. Ecosystems are being developed across diverse communities on Long Island. And for the first time in 2019, our African American Chamber of Commerce, in which I am the president, was the champion for the federal government and all of downstate New York. So we are currently working with the Nassau Council of Chambers of Commerce. We are currently working with the Suffolk County Alliance of Chambers of Commerce around business development. And we have a business solution center at the Chamber of Commerce. So one of the things that we're doing is we are preparing the business for opportunity. Now, right now, both counties are currently doing a disparity study. Now, there's been a lost opportunity from Nassau and Suffolk County being founded in 1600s and Nassau in 1899, and we now are at the cusp of having an opportunity for minorities to get business. So one of the things that we believe that workforce development is very important, and also small business development. Right now, we're the only chamber on Long Island that's got a federal grant from the White House to help business for contracting. And just last week, we did a NCC, we did a doing business with a prime business. So there's a lot of opportunities that we are preparing down the pipeline. So we believe this is a significant opportunity on workforce development. Recently, we put in for a NYSERDA grant. And just to show you a little bit about inequities, you know, in Hempstead, when you miss the bus and you can't get to the city, you miss the ability for workforce development. So there was a grant around having a bus go to Mineola, right, to when they missed the bus in Hempstead because it's underserved. So we think this grant is a model of what the nation could do as an economic opportunity for women-owned, business-owned, and veteran-owned business and workforce development and union work. Thank you.
All right, Mary Carter Flanagan. Mayor Flanagan.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity, for your attention tonight. I was here last on May 8th, and I just want to remind you and reiterate that the Village of Garden City, of which I'm the mayor, does not support the Sands Casino. We've had two Board of Trustee resolutions, one on February 21st, the other on April 20th, and at both times it was unanimously voted opposition to the Sands, or the casino proposal. Between those two votes, we had a village-wide election. It was, you know, hardly fought election, contentious. Every single candidate in the election ran on a promise to oppose the casino at the Nassau Hub. Yesterday, on the steps of this very building, I was joined by the mayors of Westbury and Mineola. Our message was clear. A casino is not good for our communities, and we want you to vote no. It was interesting that Newsday ran a story on that and omitted the fact that 3 mayors spoke, all in opposition to the transfer of the lease. Twice I've been here, both of the meetings, what concerned me most was they really seemed to be like top-notch sales pitches. And it seems that the sales pitch is coming not just from the business, but it's coming from the county too, and it's coming from our own officials. And one thing that's really struck me last time, and I know many people were here, was we heard from the mayor of Bethlehem, Pennsylvania. He came all the way here. He now works, former mayor rather, now works for a developer. And he came here to sing the praises of the Sands Casino. Wonderful. And I don't think a negative word passed his lips when he talked about how great the casino was in Bethlehem. And at the same time he's speaking, anyone can look up on their phone and they can read the story in real time about, at that very casino, 268 cases of unattended children. How do you think those parents think the casino worked out for Bethlehem? Gambling addiction is serious. It destroys families. It destroys communities. And this decision that you're making should not be taken lightly. I do appreciate the legislator who pointed out that these numbers everyone seems so enamored with are such a small fraction of the county budget. Remember that. You do not have to vote in favor of this lease transfer, and I beg you not to. I also would point out, and I think one of you noticed this, that the financial analysis that was done and presented tonight somehow was comparing this casino to what's been going on the last 10 years, the revenue from the last 10 years. And I think we can all agree that's not the analysis that should be done. We can do better, and we should be comparing this to a better plan, not to what's been going on for the last 10 years. Thank you for your time, and I urge you to vote no.
Mariano Ugalde.
Good evening, everyone. I'm the president of the Uniondale Chamber of Commerce. My name is Mariano Ugalde. Again, a lot of people said a lot of things on both sides. I'd really like to say that I had my own concerns at the beginning of this whole process, but as we got to know what the project was and the scope of it, we really started to look at things differently. And this is by far the biggest project slated in the state at the moment. This is a massive project when we're having terrible tailwinds in the economy. This is a tremendous opportunity not only for the businesses here, businesses in Suffolk County, but also for minority and women-owned businesses, which is an opportunity that people have been looking for a long time, especially after the pandemic. This project presents all those opportunities and brings them here home to Nassau County, brings them here to Uniondale, where we have a predominantly working community of blue-collar people that all they're concerned about is jobs and work. That's really why they came to this country. With that, I'd really like to urge you guys to support this project and vote in favor of it. Thank you. Good evening.
Jory Garcia. Jory Garcia. Okay, Mark Stern. Mark Stern. Okay. Luis Moran. Okay then. Marie Reimers. Marie Reimers.
Good evening, everybody. Here we go again. Earlier on, some of the legislators were speaking. I had a feeling they were working for sin. Giving. I took half a day from work, and I called all 19 of you. Some of your assistants did reach out back to me. Some of you never bothered. That's not right. That's not the way it's supposed to work. We elected you to represent us. We can agree to disagree, but at least give me the respect that I take the time to call you. Even you cannot call me back, I understand that. What happened to the people that are working for you? And my money is paying them as well. Why they never call me back? That's fine. When you come to Mr. Blakeman, I got his picture. When he make all those statements, oh, for sin? No. Okay, I'm going to keep an open mind. I'm going to listen to the community. Blah, 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 blah. Bingo. He sold it out. I want you guys to know, you might not be up for re-election. You might not be here next time, but your record will stay in the Library of Congress forever. Your future generation is going to find out what you did. okay? And bear in mind today or yesterday, the community 13 of Brooklyn voted against the casino at the Coney Island, okay? So some of them have the courage to say this is a place when summer comes, kids are coming to play, people are coming to the beach, tourists are coming to visit. They said no. And why can't you guys say no? And we're not asking you guys to say no for the entire project. We're just opposing the casino part of it. What's wrong with that? What's wrong with, if he's going to have a convention, he can make a lot of money with the convention. He's going to have a hotel, he can make a lot of money. And what I don't understand too, you guys are taking job from the right hand and giving it to the left. We got Marriott there that have a lot of employees. Marriott never bother nobody. You guys take it and put it in the proposal to give Sand the land. So what happened to those workers? They are union worker too. They are union worker too, so what's going? They're going to lose their job, they're going to lose their seniority, and then they're going to go with the Sand that have new people coming, paying them less sick time, less vacation time, less everything. And then, when you guys are talking about Sand, your Sand is not
Your time is
a
up.
union
Your time is
job.
expired. Please finish.
Say that again?
Please finish. Your time is expired.
My time expired? Can I
Yes.
get 2 seconds like everybody
2
else?
seconds like everyone else.
Say that again?
2 seconds, by all means.
Cállate, okay?
Hello, hello.
Cállate la boca. Okay? So, I can tell you guys are so...
If you're talking, if you're talking to other
And you
people,
don't even have class.
ma'am, if you're talking to other people, that's not going to work. Please
Okay,
finish.
so fine, okay? But remember that your names will go to the Library of Congress forever.
David Kennedy. David Kennedy. Okay, Janine Maynard. It looks like we may have two. You didn't fill out 2 slips, did you?
I may have,
You may have.
but this is good.
Is there another Janine Maynard in the house?
No, just me.
Just you, okay.
Just me. Okay. Well, thank you. Thank you, presiding officer and legislators. I'm here as a community resident of the greater Uniondale area and an active person in the committees. I've co-chaired the environmental committee. And I want to speak a little bit about the process and about the way I see this project. Today is really about the lease transfer, and many of the environmental issues of the build will be handled at the town of Hempstead. And we're aware of that, and we're ready for that, and there are things that we intend to advocate for. Earlier today, Legislator McKevitt mentioned, concern in the surrounding area. And we've had discussions about the ability to have moratoriums on check cashing places and, pawn shops and other kinds of things. And we want a radius of protection. Those things are yet to come in the discussion. But today, about the lease, there's something pretty amazing that happened. First of all, in this lease, we see that Uniondale is held up as a host community, and that is very, very, very important. Okay? We also see that 2 weeks ago, Legislator Bino brought some of the concerns forward in the hearing on rules. And at that time, Vice President Ron Reese said that they were willing to do something about that. And here 2 weeks later, we see that more has been done. The Sands Corporation kept their word. They have the capacity to keep their word. And this wasn't just a pittance. It's $25 million of much needed resource in the areas that are heavily impacted. There's an attempt to negotiate well and be tough negotiators, but to do the job that we're called to do, which is to develop the county, step into the future, understand that there are a lot of electronics and opportunities. There are many, many addictions. We have to tool up, and the community has to be ready. And to do that, we need resource, and it's a partnership for a healthy community. That's what we're looking for, and the transfer of the lease has a Plan A and a Plan B. But the Sands Corporation has the capacity to build at a standard we like. We want good environmental sensibility. We want recognition of our community. And those things are here in this opportunity. So I urge you to please support the lease transfer. Thank you.
All right, Lisa Holtz. Lisa Holtz.
Hi, good evening. My name is Lisa Holtz, and I live at 91 Tulip Avenue in Floral Park. When I first heard about the casino at the Hub, I immediately thought of the development of the UBS Arena in Elmont, and I thought of my neighbors' reactions as well as mine. We didn't want it. It would bring outsiders into the neighborhood. The increased traffic would be a nightmare. People would park on our residential streets. They would litter, create an environmental disaster. We organized, we protested, and we lost. Then it opened, and we were right. Tulip Avenue, there was traffic. It was a nightmare. People were parking in our streets. Game days were everything we thought and worse. Then the county stepped in, and they took the lead. Traffic studies were done. Game days were monitored. Routes were changed. They changed parking on our streets and opened up enough spots at the arena. After a few months, we were wrong. The county forces, with Bruce Blakeman's office and people like Arthur Walsh, showed leadership and mitigated all of our problems. Now, you can't even tell if it's a game day or not, unless you're an Islander fan, which I am not. I'm a Ranger fan. I'm right about my team, but I was wrong about the UBS project and the long-term impact on the community. Don't listen to the voices on that side of the room, because they may be wrong like I was with UBS. Listen to the people who have gone through it, and it is in my backyard, in my community. UBS is a symbol of regional sports success and has been successful and brought the Islanders back to their home. Now you have an opportunity to allow Long Island to have a symbol of our region's status as an entertainment and performance venue, not just for New York, but for the country to see. I respectively ask you to not pause, but push play on your vote. And I want you to... and say yes to the transfer lease at the Vegas Sands and keep moving Long Island forward. And as an educator in the public school system in Long Island at an alternative high school, this would be a great opportunity for my students who may not be college bound, but could take careers like in unions, in the market, and just like the gentleman at Nassau Community College said, it would be a great opportunity for all who may not have a pathway to college and be able to still live on Long Island.
Teresa Regnaud. Hope I got that right.
Good evening. Yes, Regnanti. So we have an opportunity to advance the futures for thousands of families. This is not the first time that the Sands has been in an operating room. They're specialists. They face traffic congestion, environmental concerns, safety and security. It's in their DNA to work with community to address and partner towards solutions. For the first time, a private employer is willing to invest in a long-term plan to create the safety net for so many families. You know, each week I receive resumes from college students, college graduates, asking for employment opportunities, and I sit on the board of several institutions and now on the board of SUNY Old Westbury, and for 30 years dedicated my career to the advancement of young people. We can't keep giving them the answers related to COVID, downturn in the economy, and costs that are so high that older individuals are not retiring. It's really time for these young people to thrive. The venue will need accountants, business majors, hospitality majors, lawyers, procurement officers, carpenters, laborers, sheet metal workers, and so many more. Please don't be the hurdle that prevents young people from kickstarting their futures and staying right here on Long Island. It's more than a casino. You've heard that before. We have a partner in Sands who's willing to invest millions of dollars in support of the not-for-profit sector in this region. Veterans and youth are the backbone of their community partnerships everywhere and for decades. Diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility are at stake. For the first time in a very long time, let's give young, diverse families a chance for a prosperous future. I've talked to my colleagues in Vegas, and they confirm that the Sands stay at the table and invest in community and get the answers to the human services challenges together with the community. Certainly for this evening, we thank you in advance for your positive outcome. Have a good evening.
Got it. Kevin Boone.
Thank you, Presiding Elder, Legislator. Thank you. Residents. Speaking for myself, and again, only speaking for myself, I am a current elected official in the village of Hempstead. I will say that I am 100% for this project. Definitely in conjunction with everything that Legislator Bino had spoken about regarding Hempstead, Uniondale as well. This job is going to bring so much in jobs and other things for the future that's definitely needed in the area of Uniondale, Hempstead, and you know, just encompassing the whole area of a wealth of things that we do not have. So again, I urge the legislative body to please vote yes on the lease agreement so that we can move forward in getting things done for the county. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Johnny Martinici. Johnny Martinici.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen of the legislature. I want to thank you for having us here this evening. I want to thank my union brothers and sisters for coming here this evening. And I even want to thank the Say No people over here this evening as well. My name is Johnny Martincic. I'm a union delegate for Steamfitters Local 638. I represent 9,500 members of Steamfitters Local 638. We do all the piping and the heating, air conditioning, and fire suppression fields. I just want to address something that I heard this evening that, quite frankly, disgusts me, all right? And I need to speak on it. It's a little bit off topic. When our police commissioner, Pat Ryder, got called up to this microphone, I'm not one to point fingers, but I think there was some booze that came from this side of the room. I think that's disgusting, okay? This anti-police sentiment these days is appalling, okay? Even though we don't agree on everything, I would never wish anything bad to happen to any one of you in this room. But if you happen to be a victim of a crime on your way home tonight, do me a favor. Those that booed, don't call 911, because you'd be awfully hypocritical in doing so, all right? I'm obviously for the casino. I'm kind of getting tired of listening to the same reasons that oppose the casino. I keep hearing crime, crime, crime. The casino's going to bring crime to Uniondale, to Hempstead. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but the crime's here. The crime's been here, okay? I myself have been a victim of a crime in Uniondale. I went, my first year of college, I attended college at Nassau Community College. My first month in front of the G building, there was an all-out gang assault. I saw 2 people get stabbed. I saw somebody's face get bashed in, okay, by a bike lock, all right? So I hate to tell you, but the crime's already here, okay? The gambling is already here. There's illegal dice games and illegal gambling dens going on everywhere in Uniondale and Hempstead. But guess what? There's no police there, okay? There's absolutely no enforcement, and subsequently there's a lot of crimes, okay, that are committed at these illegal dice games and whatnot. So please, I get it. You guys got to have talking points, but you got to come up with something a little better than it's gonna bring crime to the neighborhood. It's not gonna fly anymore. All right. So anyway, I just want to thank everybody for giving me this opportunity. Please, I urge everybody to vote yes. Okay. One more thing. I keep hearing about the minority communities and whatnot. I'm a union organizer. I spend most of my time in minority communities. I try to organize minorities into the union because I believe that everybody should have the same opportunity that I had. A Croatian American my parents are both immigrants, okay? Here is an opportunity that the Uniondale community, you keep going like this. And I've been seeing everybody that's talking about jobs, I keep seeing you always just sitting here. No. This is the opportunity that the black and brown community will never have, okay? So you keep going like this, keep going like that. That means you don't give a crap about your community. Okay. You don't care. Thank you.
George Auguris.
Good evening, everybody. My name is George Argyris. I'm the owner of Grand Stage Diner, located in East Meadow, New York. Thank you for letting me give my opinion in favor of the transfer of the leased property to Sands. In my opinion, it will create a tremendous number of jobs that did not exist before. It will create hospitality management degree programs in universities, so our graduates will be guaranteed jobs through the Sands programs. It will create revenue for the police department to keep our community safe and take care of any upgrades needed. Local businesses will have opportunities through a procurement program that has already been launched by Sands. Sands has a proven track record of giving back to the community that they conduct business in. Let's not stay with the vacant land. This is an opportunity we cannot lose. Thank you. Let's say yes to Sands.
Jennifer Baxmeyer. Jennifer Baxmeyer. Catherine Gary. Catherine Gary. Tina Schuford.
Good evening, everybody in Legislature. I'd like to say I'm in support of Sands Casino Entertainment Center, and we would like to have the opportunity to bring these jobs in our community, and I would like the opportunity as well with working with Sands as a community leader, and especially representing Hempstead, not no Uniondale and not no Garden City, because y'all not the only ones that are around the surrounding areas. Just remember that. It's not just y'all, it's us too. So I would like to let you know, and if you have any mental health problems, come to the New Hope Mental Health Center, counseling service. We will have mobile services if you need it, but I have a center in Rockville Center, and I have a center in Lynbrook and Valley Stream, and I'm the outreach coordinator, so please feel come free. I'll give you some information if you need it. And it'll be for gambling as well. So please help support Sands. Thank you.
Jelani Watson. Jelani Watson.
Okay.
Come on. Gotcha.
respected Nassau County Legislature. My name is Jelani Watson, and I'm a recent law school graduate and a lifelong Nassau County resident. I'm here today to voice my deep concern for the proposed sands lease to be built at Nassau Coliseum. My question to you, as a constituent of Nassau County, is would you want your child to grow up near a casino? I have a few statistics regarding casinos and their impact on communities that they're built in. As per the National Association of Realtors, a 2013 study, the average value of a home in the vicinity of a casino declines up to 10%. Sands states that this could be the highest grossing casino in North America with 20,000 daily visitors operating 24/7. This will in fact increase the traffic and the pollution problems on Long Island for everyone. As per the Review of Economics and Statistics, a 2006 study, crime will increase. In the counties with Class 3 casinos, 9% of total crime is gambling related, which will in turn increase the pressure on Nassau County Police Department, turning our safe streets into potential pockets of crime. As per the National Institute of Health, a 2011 study, there's a direct correlation between the severity of gambling addiction and the likelihood of committing crime. As per the National Institute of Health, a 2020 study, people 18 to 24 have the highest rate of gambling problems. Hofstra and Nassau Community College students would be the most vulnerable target group due to the proximity of the site. Although that there are pros and cons to a casino in a community, there are far too many negatives to be aware of, such as environmental and socio-economical issues. For example, large casinos and their associated infrastructure, such as hotels and parking facilities, have negative impacts on the environment. Their uses of energy and water generates waste and contribute to the traffic congestion and air pollution. In my humble opinion, the cons far outweigh the pros for Nassau County. As our representatives, it is your duty to serve your constituents and prevent outsiders from changing Nassau for the worse. Again, as you vote on this proposal, I want you to think and honestly answer, would you want your child living near a casino? Thank you.
Sebastian Mazzota.
My name is Sebastian Mazzota. I had spoken here in, I guess it was March. I think you'd have more cohesiveness in the room if we were talking about constructing that property. You know, location, location, location. It was something my father taught me. We had owned family-owned businesses, grew up working with people. But when you look at that property, it's landlocked. And eventually, whatever you're putting in there, they're not going to be able to grow. And when they leave, we're stuck. And that's what you guys have got to understand. I couldn't agree more with all the men and women of the union. They need to work. All of them need to work. And I think if you excluded the casino from that property and did put in the restaurants and the theaters and things that could go in there, I think that would be splendid. You'd have my vote. And I don't think you'd have two sides of the room. I spoke to Tommy McKevitt. Okay, he's a good man. I support him. But I understand the fear. I can understand you vote against this thing, you lose your job. I understand that. But sometimes you just got to have courage. And you got to put your faith in God. And that's all I'm here to say. I'm an East Meadow resident. I'm sorry, forgive me for interrupting you while I was speaking. I apologize. Thank you, sir. I appreciate that. So all I'm trying to say okay, is build what you need to build, develop the property, but get rid of the casino. You don't need the casino. Put people to work. Bring in things like research and development. I think that's fantastic. Put a hospital in there. Put research. Bring in high-quality jobs. I have children. I don't want to see them move off Long Island. I have grandchildren. I don't want to see them move off Long Island. And really, when you stop to think about it, okay, it makes sense. We're hungry. Sands Casino knows that. You're not dealing from a position of strength, folks. You're dealing from weakness. They know it. They've got you. You're bought and sold, according to them. Prove them wrong. Thank you.
Joseph Nabet. Joseph Nabet.
Absolutely. With how long I've been... Oh, wait, the clock's already starting. Okay, so I'm in full support of the casino proposal, but however, since the Sands was looking for input from the community, as a member of the community, I decided to write my business proposal to be a addition to their proposal. I sent business proposal letters regarding redevelopment of the Nassau Hub to 6 people. 3 of the Sands, 1 to RXR Realty, 1 to Executive Blakeman, and 1 to Woody Johnson. My letters are descriptive of a proposed casino and hotel resort with the centerpiece being an NFL New York Jets stadium. Executive Blakeman, although willing to let the Sands do what they wish with the Nassau Coliseum, expressed a desire that the iconic arena could still be used for sports like arena football and indoor soccer. Interesting words. My plans and sketches incorporate a world-class retractable roof NFL football and soccer stadium, which would be home of the Jets and the New York Cosmos. Also discussed are a world-class 4- and 5-star hotel, a Nassau Veterans Memorial Park, 2 parking garages, and a pedestrian bridge. The Sands could utilize this hotel for more than a casino, because the revenue that would come from a retractable roof NFL stadium in the New York metro area would bring unprecedented opportunities, employment, and revenue to Nassau County. The Jets and the Cosmos, although iconic, never had a home to call their own. Long Island's aviation history and contributions to space exploration, along with the history of Mitchell Field, would add a lot more meaning to the name New York Jets and Cosmos. Many are worried and concerned about potential traffic being added to an already congested area. Using recommended alternative BRT routes discussed at the Nassau Hub Transit Initiative public meeting on January 18th, the initiative's initial operating segment route, as well as some ideas of my own, I believe we can improve transit in the area and revitalize the Nassau Hub. One of my ideas includes use of some of the recommended alternative BRT routes from the Nassau Hub to an LIRR mainline station. One of the stops on the way of some of the routes is a new LIRR station on Endo Boulevard using a resurrected version of the Garden City Mitchell Field secondary line. The New York Jets are about to hit the 15th year of their lease at MetLife Stadium, and every 5 years hence they may opt out of their lease if they give the state of New Jersey 12 months' notice. The first opportunity for the Jets to opt out of their lease will occur in 2025 with the notice date of 2024, which is less than 7 months away. Las Vegas Sands founder Sheldon Adelson wanted to build a stadium for the Raiders in Las Vegas. Although he didn't directly build it, his business pursuit caused a chain of events that led the Raiders as well as the Super Bowl to Vegas. Mr. Adelson loved aviation and planes and even enlisted in the Army at one time in his life. With this knowledge in mind, as well as Nassau Coliseum and Mitchell Field being holy ground to sports, entertainment, and of course military history, building a football and soccer stadium for the Jets and Cosmos would be an honor and a tribute to Long Island's contributions to aviation and space exploration, Mitchell Field's military history, the Nassau Coliseum sports and entertainment history, and Mr. Adelson, the man who changed Las Vegas, the NFL, and the world. Enclosed are copies of the letters I sent, if anyone wishes to read them. I'll leave. And if worse comes to worse, since the NFL is allowing sports books in the stadiums this year, if they don't get a casino, they can team up with the Jets and have their own sports books.
There we go. Thank you. Daphne Baptiste.
Well, I tried.
Okay, Okay, let's have the attention to the speaker.
Okay, good evening, everyone. My name is Daphne Baptiste. I'm currently a social worker, a mother, a New York State certified business owner in Nassau County. I support the SANS because the SANS will give myself, my business opportunity, also give other businesses opportunity as well to bring in revenue. I know tonight a lot of the concerns was talking about crimes and gambling. I think that the crime rates will go down because people know the reason why crimes happen is because there's no job opportunities available to people. So if we provide the opportunities for people to have jobs, then the crime rates will go down. I also think that we'll have more policing in the neighborhood as well. That's going to be in the community where we won't have to worry about crimes. And I also believe that SANS has supported a lot of organizations, has given a lot of money to different companies, has give back to children. So why not support an organization why not support SANS that comes into the community and give back? And this is what we always ask for. So yes to SANS. Thank you.
Charlene Thompson.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Charlene Thompson. I'm a resident of Baldwin, graduate of Uniondale High School. I want to tell you a little bit more about me, some things you may not know. I also am the president and CEO of Thompson Economic Development Services, a company that I founded in 2011. And I've worked for more than a decade with the Long Island African American Chamber of Commerce to work to give contracting opportunities to minority and women-owned businesses across New York State. I also have recently been appointed to serve as co-chair of the Urban League of Long Island, State of Black Long Island's Economic Equity Action Team. And so I want to talk a little bit about, I think this is like the third project. People talk about different options and opportunities. We've had at least 2 other options and opportunities that weren't successful. We had more support and momentum, but it still didn't get passed. So, you know, this is a legacy project. It's not only going to be for us, it will be for our children and our grandchildren, and it will reshape the face of what is called the hub, although Hempstead is the original hub, but it will reshape the face of Nassau County and turn the Coliseum into a destination point. Someone mentioned that people will then come from all over the country and perhaps even the world to our segment of the world, bringing their dollars in and investing and spending their money here in Nassau County. So in addition to being a legacy project and a destination point, SANS has already shown their commitment to our community. They've actually put their money where their mouth is. They've invested in nonprofit organizations. They've fostered relationships with key organizations. They've worked to build a foundation of relationships that will carry them through the project. So they've already shown the level of commitment they're already willing to make without even getting the project approved. And as some people already said, those folks who did that extra homework, they are good community partners in other communities where they have these types of projects as well. One of the things that we're most concerned about, you know, Long Island has a history of an economic wealth gap where the haves get more and the have-nots are always left behind. But as a part of what we're here to do is to make sure when these opportunities roll down that our communities, our workforce, and our businesses are ready to partake in those opportunities. And that's on us to get ready. And so tonight we encourage you to vote yes on the lease transfer, but know that we're going to stay engaged in making sure all those obligations and commitments are honored. Thank you for your time.
Chris Cuestas.
Hey, how you doing? Thank you for the opportunity to be able to speak to you guys and address everybody here. There we go. Can you guys hear me now? All right, cool. It was wonderful to hear the SANS representative, the young lady. shape through the whole presentation. But, here we are. Part of what we were discussing today and some of the issues that were brought up by the police commissioner was bringing down crime. But as you heard it from the gentleman in the gray shirt, the crime is already here. Seriously. Like, what makes you think that the crime is not going to go up? And we're already paying our police department $868 million a year. That comes out of our taxes, your taxes as well. Right? Who's going to foot the bill when it's going to be 1.2, a couple more $1 million? It's going to be us. It's literally going to be us. I mean, by statistics, the police department, if you're African American, you're 18 times more likely to get shot by Nassau County Police. And if you're Latino, it's 11.5 times more likely to get killed by them. Like, nothing against you guys are killing it, literally. But seriously, I mean, what makes you think that this is not going to bring more problems to the community? I lived in Uniondale my whole life. I live right on Marvin Avenue. I live a stone throw away from the Coliseum. I work in New York City. I'm in investments, and there's a reason why most investment companies do not support projects like this. And if this project goes through, I'm going to be one of the people leaving. And what's going to happen to the housing prices? You're going to get stuck with housing that nobody wants to buy. And that's a problem. I brought my electricity bill. That's one of the things that hasn't been brought up. And this is for you guys too. Half of my electricity bill is power supply charges, which is the fuel that they use to bring in so that we can make power. But they never addressed the utilities. They never talked about that. Our utilities are going to skyrocket, and it's going to be the local communities that are going to pay for it. Seriously, like, how can you guys possibly believe that this is a good idea in the long term? Look at the communities around Las Vegas. Have you guys been? I went in November. Las Vegas is a disaster as soon as you leave the Strip. So is Atlantic City. Is that what you guys want for Uniondale? Is that what you guys want for Garden City? I got educated at Hofstra University. I wouldn't. My parents would never send me there if they knew that there was a casino right down the block. So seriously, think about it, please.
Stephen Ralston.
I'm Steve Ralston. I live in Baldwin, New York. Hello, neighbor. I heard a neighbor speak before. Thank you all for being here so long. Let me start with, well, to each construction worker here, we are with you. There are universities, medical groups, and so many other proposed projects which are waiting to be built, just as the casino issue before us. We side with you construction workers. I'm glad you understand we back the construction unions. To each Sands employee who spoke today, you helped write my speech. Here is a group, Sands Corporation, who wishes to introduce a casino to Nassau County. In several of your presentations, you list phone numbers and help groups to address the ills of gambling, the seductive addiction of gambling. How does this enhance the quality of life in Nassau County? Hofstra University released the best research paper I have seen on the effects of a casino. I sent the link to this board on Saturday. It's called LI Economy and Casino on the responsiblenassau.com link. The paper is simply titled Public Policy Paper. I urge you to read it. It's about a 10 or 15 minute read. For me, 15 minutes. I'm a slow reader. There is also excellent research on the site stoppredatorygambling.org. They tell us in the Illinois Law Review that neighborhoods for 10 miles around are degraded by the presence of a casino. You are admitting to being ready to help addicted gamblers in need. We have a much better plan. The construction workers want more opportunities. Let them help us expand our universities and research centers, our world-class hospital groups. There is plenty of work for you by joining our side. Our police is stretched thin. Keeping us safe as they do so well. A casino takes their resources away from our towns, as reflected in today's presentations. Sands Las Vegas profit comes from one place, our wallets. They take our money and trickle a little bit back, which creates the addiction so widely researched. What kind of business model is that? Look at Atlantic City. That is the future of Sands projects. They already gave up on America and moved all their current casinos to the Middle East and Asia. They come in, take our money, and move out. I plan to live in this beautiful county for many more years. Based on their record, Sands will have left well before I'm gone. Let's all say no to the casino.
Caprice Rins. Rhines?
Good evening. Finally. And I'm speaking to all the legislators, especially to mine, Ms. Ciambino. And I don't know where the Uniondale rep went. I don't think I saw him here tonight. But I'm a 55-year resident of the County of Nassau. I'm a graduate of Uniondale High School, proud of it, which I graduated in the top percent. I was who's who among American high school, the first Black Key Cup president in Uniondale. I was a Uniondale Kiwanis Club president. I was also voted Kiwanis of the Year. I will say, I need my glasses at 55. I went to Virginia, Suffolk at that, and the cartel was the one building the casinos. No resort with it or anything. And I will say it, and this is coming from the people of Suffolk, they're not getting any benefit from it. So I am proud to say that we do have a democratic process in this. Based on the people, offices should look like the people of the community. So I'm a little disappointed that Commissioner Ryder left. But when we hire the officers, they should look like the community of Uniondale, the community of East Meadow. And I was born in East Meadow. I lived in Uniondale most of my life. My grandfather built one of the first churches in Uniondale by hand in the early 70s. My mother went to Lawrence Road. So we have been, I don't know what this lady's talking about. Her family is the first person to build Uniondale and all of that. I don't know who her family is and what she said it was called. She never gave what Uniondale was called. But I will say, I love the fact that we should have apprentices in a 40% base of minorities building that casino. Emergency services, Sands should partner with the hospitals in regards to emergency services. People that say that they don't want it, they sound like the people who didn't want to get rid of Jim Crow when it was trying to change. And I will say, we want change. I think that I hate that my children had to choose to leave New York in order to have employment. Sands is saying that the starting salary will be $70,000. That's really not enough to live on Long Island, but it's a start. Hempstead and Uniondale will become the hub again. And let's make it happen. If the casino don't work, let's close it. But I do believe that if we do something, start somewhere. Let's start somewhere. I was on the last time they wanted to build something there before. I was on the committee, and we didn't like it, and it didn't go ahead. But do something. You got to start somewhere. And it's like buying a car. I have a Mercedes. I didn't buy the baseline Mercedes. So you don't want to build a resort and not have the casino. We're going to build it right. Let's start out right. And that's what I'm saying. We can't do things the wrong way. My mother said, start out how you can hold out. So let's do this the right way. I am for the casino. Thank you.
Theodia Bailey. Is Bailey in the house? Justin Brown. This one's difficult. Chris McAniff.
Hello, everybody. Thank you for this opportunity. I can only imagine what you guys' brains are going through, because I've only been here for a couple hours. You guys do this all the time. I'm a union carpenter. I'm a resident, single parent in East Meadow. The facility or the property you're talking about is within 1.5 miles of my children's schools. And I've heard it earlier mentioned, Jake's 58. All these same things were raised about that, and virtually none of it occurred. I want to point out to everybody in the audience that this is not just about a casino. Sands is a real estate management corporation, and they're putting a whole plethora of things together on this property. This is a property where like world famous events have occurred over the years. You can go look through your record collections and find them. Okay, now it sits there basically riding, with the exemption of some kids riding go-karts and, 2 concerts this year, and the G League Nets, who we love, and you should support. You should go support them. There's another thing that's been stated, that this is the first time that there's been a fully paid-for redevelopment of this property. That's not true. There was a redevelopment about 1.5 decades ago put through, and it was shot down by Garden City. After everything else went through, Kate Murray, who lived 2 blocks away from me and had an automated phone call telling me I couldn't water my lawn as I drove to the store to get my son his instrument for music. She had 7 sprinklers, okay? 7. Okay, so don't let the politics of Garden City, that has a buffer zone of an industrial park between the Coliseum and their homes, deter you guys to what's going on. Because if you guys are lifelong members of this community and you understand the geography of that area, you know I'm telling you the truth. There's an industrial park between Garden City and Nassau Coliseum, and the traffic from the Coliseum does not go through Garden City. You got Hempstead Turnpike, you've got the Meadowbrook Parkway right there. This is all a bunch of minutia, and they're trying to shove on you that they're going to stop your political careers. You know what? You guys represent all of us, and this is America, and I love this. And I believe that I agree with these people that you should have a big forum. Perhaps you should rent out the Coliseum and have all Nassau County residents show up and have that be the platform for this hearing. And I can guarantee you they'd be beyond outnumbered. Thank you so much for your time.
Jeremy Joseph.
Okay. I'm Jeremy Joseph. I'm a resident of Hicksville. This may be news to you, but we're currently in the midst of a housing crisis, both nationwide and especially on Long Island. Over the last decade, no area has created fewer new housing units than Long Island in the Northeast region. We have a housing shortage. And when there's a shortage of housing, people leave. Existing homes become more expensive, property taxes go up. People are moving away from Long Island en masse because they cannot afford to live here. This is by far the #1 problem we are facing here. And if you had any sense of responsibility to your constituents, if you had any clue, this would be your #1 priority. Instead, most of you have spent your time doing the opposite. Most of you on this side of the diet, at least. You have pulled out all the stops fighting any and all housing initiatives. Save our suburbs, you cried. Because apparently new housing, and God forbid, affordable housing, this is the biggest threat to our suburbs. If only the public had control of one of the largest properties in central Nassau, one that is clearly in need of development, one that is in the middle of an already suburban environment. Well, we do have that, and our politicians apparently are rolling out the red carpet for a casino. The casino is a great addition to a community, many of you will claim. Oh yeah? Well, if it's so great, why aren't you fighting to put it in Great Neck, or Port Washington, or in the middle of Garden City? You know as well as the rest of us you would be run out of town on a rail if you tried to bring in a predatory industry in these well-to-do communities. But Uniondale, Roosevelt, Hempstead, well, I guess you don't care as much about them. How little do you care? Well, let's go into it. Las Vegas Sands keeps talking about these good union jobs. Well, that's for the construction phase. That's 18 months. I'm more concerned about what happens afterwards. Sands has not released anything beyond vague salary estimates for their operations workforce, and it's no wonder given what their employees receive elsewhere. If you look at Glassdoor, we can see a cashier salary of $33,000, kitchen worker, $34,000, security guard, $36,000, food server, $37,000. Nearly every service-related job, and that will be the majority of the operations workforce, has a listed salary of $40,000 or less. Does anyone here think you can live on Long Island on these wages? Of course not. Maybe Sands will designate a parking lot where their employees can sleep in their cars at night. You're taking some of our poorest communities and setting them up to be cheap labor for a billion-dollar corporation. If that weren't bad enough, the majority of casino revenue has been shown to come from residents in surrounding areas. This is the revenue you're excited about? Identifying low-income residents and milking them for their last dollars.
Thank you, Mr. Joseph.
A casino is what politicians decide on when they've given up, when they're out of ideas, or when they flat out don't care.
Thank you,
Last
Mr.
sentence.
Joseph.
It's clear who we need to save our suburbs from. It's those of you who vote yes on this lease transfer. Thank you.
Andrew Iodigi. Andrew Iodigi? Maybe not. Perry Fogg.
Hi, I'm Perry Fogg. I'm a 56-year resident here, 5 college grads, and one of my children graduated from University of Hofstra. I want to say thank you for this opportunity. I want to be clear and transparent. I'm biased, just like everybody else here is biased. Everybody has their own issues. But I would like to say if we were able to come together with your cons and work them out, because there's a great opportunity for us to grow Nassau County here. It's not just the casino, because we understand casino is a business where people are being entertained and they're spending their money. But not only that, there's a resort, and that resort is going to be able to house people for entertainment. So where you have this kind of opportunity where a major influx of money is coming in and they're allowing our people to be a part of that, I want to be a part of it. I'm for Sands. I'm for this economic growth and this infusion. And what we can do is when we approve this, we can make sure that we hold Sands to the fire. That's the most important thing. In the beginning, I wasn't sure about it because of the gambling aspect of it, but some gentlemen said gambling's right here on the phone, and that's so true. And the other thing is, what I thought was really, really won me over was when I heard that they had some economic monies allocated for veterans, homelessness. I'm all for that. I'm also a custom tailor, so I would love to be able to be a part of that at the resort. So yes, I am biased and I am for Sands. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Aubrey Muhammad.
Peace. In the name of Allah, I am Aubrey Muhammad. I pray that everyone is well. We don't need immoral enterprises. They start promising jobs. But Las Vegas turned into Sin City. Look at the lotto. They were promising to take that revenue and to put it towards education. Did you know that? The revenue is hardly going towards education. It goes towards administration. A lotto, because you are corrupt. Look at the OTB, dingy-ass OTBs that attract gamblers. It'll attract broken people, hopeless people. We need family-orientated businesses, light industry. Invest in the people. We need to invest in manufacturing. Our manufacturing over the last couple of decades have been exported. And it has turned China into a prolific superpower. They understand the significance of manufacturing. We need light industry. Let's turn away from this hopelessness and turn towards something that will cultivate the best out of us. This immoral, quick cash, jobs, paying off people. A lot of y'all weren't even paying attention to what a lot of people were saying out here. Why? Because our moral compass got to be towards development, but it got to be towards a prosperous one. Hempstead has been racistly devitalized the last 2 decades, and it's targeted for gentrification. This is misdevelopment. Let's take these resources and take our energy towards family-orientated development, cultivation for a prosperous future that is moral, and we can stand strong. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Chris Mills.
Good evening. My name is Chris Mills. I'm a millennial that lives in a minority community based Freeport. I've been born and raised there. I spent my whole entire life through the public school system. I frequently speak at the school. I speak at colleges. I'm a serial entrepreneur. I started trying to make music for myself. I tried to start a brewery, and I often talk to a lot of the kids in the area that you never know who you're next to and what opportunities are present. And the one reason I feel like I want to support the transition of this is frequently in my community, there's a lot of people that have no opportunities to really, find employment. And I think this could be not only a great asset for those communities, but also with technology and newer developments, it gives them just hope in the sense that, like, they're not sitting there with, I'm just going to say, I've listened to everybody opposing each other, everybody going back and forth about what's wrong or what's right. I really just think that there's 2 things you need to think about when you're making this decision: opportunity and responsibility. I think that as a business owner like myself, trying to start something out of nothing and really just learning along the way, humility is another word that captures me. I didn't know what I didn't know until it happened. And I doubt that there's a lot of adults in this room who would want to put anybody's lives or financial stake at risk purposefully. I truly believe that. And so I think that the people in leadership for SANS are going to do all that they can to make sure that those that have the responsibility to provide this economic opportunity do so justly. And I think those that are opposed and upset about it, though I remain empathetic, should try to see another standpoint about what's just desolate and sitting there. If it was named a gaming community, would that change the outcome? I think we get caught up on words and less about action. And sitting here for 10 years and watching that place in Uniondale just sit there, someone mentioned about annual revenues of 10 years. How far back do we go? Let's do it now. There's a lot of kids hungry, like millennials like myself, that have went to school that was a 60 average, decided to go back at 30 and get a 3.9 in my MBA. And I only did that because I felt hungry and I wanted to make better of myself. And so I hear a lot of kids every day talking about this, and I just think there's great opportunity with this transition. So I'm for it. So that's all I have to say. Thanks.
All right, that concludes the slips that we have. I know that some legislators do have questions. Who do we want to bring up? Do we want the administration? Do we want Sands? Do we want both? Oh, all right. We have representatives of Sands are still here, I'm sure. Michael? Either way is good. Yeah, yeah. All right. Deborah, Legislator Deborah Millay has questions.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Oh.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you, Presiding Officer. So my question is one thing that wasn't talked about today was the percentage of MWBE jobs that I know I've heard you speak about it before, but I just want to make sure that that's been spoken about in public.
Yeah, thank you, Legislator. We appreciate that. Obviously, there'll be a state mandate to be at 30%, which we will obviously work to meet and exceed where possible. I think importantly, too, you know, from the moment that we started here, we've engaged with people in the community that have real inroads and strategies around workforce development, where we can look at ways to work with, you know, Maddie Arasich and I have talked about this at length for many months in terms of bringing folks into the building and trade constructions to help meet those goals. So it's something we take very seriously.
Okay, and what process, what procedure do you have in place to make sure that those goals are being met? Who monitors that?
Well, we'll be obligated to do it through the state procurement process, and I think that's, you know, probably one of the most important measurements. Yeah.
I can just add that the state RFA process, any response that SANS gives as part of that process becomes binding upon SANS as a condition of our license. So the commitments we make on MWBE, the 30% that Ron just mentioned, which is both in construction and in operations, that will be binding upon us and certainly subject to audit by the Gaming Commission.
Okay, that's good. Ron, you said that you wanted to exceed the 30%. Do you have a goal in mind of what that looks like?
Well, I think we've already started, Legislator, to put together a program. You know, even the state hasn't given us an indication of when these applications are going to go in. We've already started. You know, we've got people in this room who are helping advise us. We're talking to a lot of people. You heard EAC reference today, who's helping us think through our workforce development strategies. And certainly, I think in the surrounding communities to this, there's a lot of underemployed and unemployed people that could benefit from those programs. So both, I think, certainly, and on the procurement side as well. You know, we're going to go into the community and, you know, we're going to source a lot of goods and services from the local community, and certainly in the communities of Uniondale and Hempstead and East Meadow, look for the opportunity to bring people, minority women-owned, veterans-owned, and other businesses to participate in the process.
Do you have a number that you want to get to?
Not as I stand here today. I mean, obviously, we're going to meet the states, and we're going to work really hard to try and drive that number up as high as we can.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Who's next? Legislator Salash.
Thank you very much, Presiding Officer. Thank you very much, Presiding Officer. Good evening, and thank you for everyone who's still in the room tonight. Thank you. Good evening. On the the May 8th hearing, SANS representative from the SANS Corporation stated that employees would earn an average base wage of at least $70,000 a year. They said average, not median. My question is, what assurances can you make that you will pay your workers a living wage? And secondly, my second question is, will you guarantee that the lowest paid worker will make a minimum of $30 an hour and tie that to the rate of inflation?
No, I appreciate the question. Ultimately, our workforce and operations will be governed under a collective bargaining agreement with whatever union ultimately organizes. We have presently a neutrality agreement with the Hotel Trades and Gaming Council in New York, which will represent 80+% of the job titles within the facility. On the 70,000 average, and we meant average, entry level wage, not in that, and there's benefits in addition to that wage. That is based on our analysis of existing collective bargaining agreements that are in the market presently, both at Aqueduct Racetrack VLT facility, as well as Yonkers, and an analysis at the upstate collective bargaining agreements. And they're all with the same operating union. And our internal analysis, we believe that certainly entry-level jobs will make at least $70,000 per year in a base wage.
Understood. My concern is that many people, for example, like my father, who was a retired police officer, supported his family by being like a private security officer at a Walgreens, for example. And, many people from my community, the equipment community, go into the field of security. It's very important, and, just as important of a job as law enforcement individuals serve. They are providing for a family. So I believe in the living wage. Will you make, and I've spoken to the mayor of Bethlehem, and he did assure me that, that the Sands Corporation did operate in good faith, but will you operate in good faith to make sure that these individuals are paid a living wage? Because here in Long Island, and specifically Nassau County, the cost of living is very high, and that is not sufficient to have a sustainable livelihood. So can you please
I can't speak to what the union will ultimately negotiate, but I will say in my experience in the market, any of the job titles within the casino were more than a living wage. I think my experience personally, having worked at the Aqueduct Racetrack facility, the base wage for the lowest paid employee there was over $30 per hour. So I expect that in our modeling that we will also be doing for the state as part of their process, we will be projecting that people will be paid in excess of $30 an hour.
Thank you. Is that a guarantee?
I can't guarantee what the union's position will be. That's outside of my purview.
What happens until the workforce unionizes?
We will certainly be paying them in excess of, how do you define living wage, I guess is the question.
I mean, Nassau County defines that.
Well, everyone has a different definition, but how do you define living wage?
Based on the cost of living, the cost of your income?
We certainly believe that the wage we will be providing will allow people who work and live in Nassau to support their family.
Okay. Are you familiar that there's a Nassau County statute that defines living wage?
Sorry, I couldn't hear you, legislator.
We'll talk off the record. Nothing further. Thank you.
Legislator Drucker.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I have a question for your security officer, gentlemen.
Presiding Officer, I'd like to ask one of our friends from the Labor Fed to speak to the previous question, please.
So I would never get between a particular affiliate and the workforce that they will represent. So I wouldn't define the wage myself, right? But ultimately, the collective bargaining process, the union that represents the workforce has set a standard that he alluded to, that has provided careers and opportunities for people to survive on Long Island. And I would point you back to the Nassau County Living Wage Law, and I assure you that every wage negotiated in any one of the HCC contracts far exceeds the wages that are defined in the Nassau County Living Wage Law. I don't know if that's a direct answer to your question, but
yes,
we are very much interested in raising wages for workers.
That was it. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Can't speak for the unions that will represent them, but I would.
So your name for the record, sir. I know who you are, but
you don't know my name?
I know your name, but for the record.
If you don't know my name, John Durso, President of Long Island Federation of Labor. I know you don't know me. They know me. All right. Bottom line is, I would not be ashamed to say they ain't open until there's a union contract. Thank you. I just have a quick question.
You know, in this crazy world that we live in now with mass shootings every single day, that's something that really concerns me. Are you going to employ metal detectors and facial recognition at the entrance of the casino?
Yes, we're going to deploy all the technologies to protect the people inside.
Particularly metal detectors?
Correct.
Thank you.
Legislator Bino?
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Good evening, gentlemen. I'm not sure that I want to direct the questions to you. Perhaps if legal counsel is here, Josh?
That's it. That's it.
Good evening, Josh. How are you?
Good evening, Legislator Bino. How are you?
Good, thank you. I just want to make a point of clarity. Earlier today, when Sands Corp was articulating their bolstered support to the Uniondale and impacted communities, it was stated that it was a side letter agreement. It's my understanding that this is not a side letter agreement. This is actually a legal instrument that is pursuant to the ordinance that's actually attached by reference to the lease. Can you confirm my understanding of that document?
Sure, that is correct, and pursuant to the ordinance, the county executive is authorized to execute the lease as well as any associated legal instruments and take any other actions necessary to effectuate the lease. So that would apply to that document.
Okay, so this is definitely more binding than a side letter, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. In this instrument, just for clarity too, not only does it set aside the additional supplemental funds, right? It also serves to act to add membership to the community benefits agreement. Is that your understanding as well?
Yes, that is correct, and that will be further developed when the community benefits agreement is developed, but it'll be based on what's contained in that agreement.
Contained in the portion of this legal binding document that's connected to the lease, correct?
That's correct.
To the ordinance.
Yes.
In so much that it allows for additional representation, but it must come from the local impacted communities, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Additionally, this document also requires that the community benefits agreement be entered into at the, I'm looking at this because I want to use the right term, at the lease determination date, which would be the license determination date, which would, in the event that this passes the legislature today and it makes its way through the state, and the state then makes a determination to issue a license to Sands Corp, that prior to that, the community benefits agreement must be flushed out, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. That ends my questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Legislator McKevitt.
I actually have a number of questions for Terry Elkowitz.
Good evening, Legislator
Good,
McKevitt.
good evening, Ms. Elkowitz. I just want you to go and backtrack and further clarify some of the points you're making earlier tonight regarding SECRA. And, you know, in case people are not familiar with the terminology, it stands for the New York State Environmental Quality Review Act of 1975. And as you know, you're very well acquainted with it, it's a very, very rigorous process which identifies those environmental issues, which comes through the process. Just for what it's worth, I do live and work in the area. I already saw the trip counters put out about 6 or 8 weeks ago. So I'm assuming that those were your trip counters to start that study?
Yes, they were.
Okay. So once you went and you collect the data and you submit a draft scope to the town, do you just want to just elaborate what is in that draft scope and how that
Sure.
affects the further development of the environmental impact statement?
Absolutely. So when the town board issues a positive declaration, they require that the applicant prepare a very comprehensive draft environmental impact statement. The first step is for the applicant to put together a draft scope which outlines all of the impact issues that it will be evaluating in detail. For example, we would have to identify every intersection that we are studying, what segments of the parkway. We have to tell them how we're studying them. And that goes for every topic we evaluate. I had a list of almost a dozen topics on the slide. We submit that. Then there is a public comment period on that draft scope so that the public and all the involved agencies that have any approval authority over the application can look at it, and they can tell the applicant, tell the town and tell the applicant that they want additional analyses, different analyses, and then the town issues a final scope, and the applicant is required to prepare its draft environmental impact statement based on what is prescribed in that final scope.
So as part of the preparation of the draft environmental impact statement, the law, I believe, is allow the town of Hempstead to hire its own expertise to review that statement and go over that statement, correct?
Absolutely.
And who has to pay for the town's consultants, which they have to hire?
The town's common practice in the past was to have the applicant put up an escrow agreement. The town controls it, the town pays the consultants, the applicant funds it.
Correct, and as that escrow agreement needs to be certainly refurbished, replenished at times like that, if that agreement is not replenished by the applicant, then my understanding is that the review then stops and the town will no further study until the applicant comes back and replenishes those funds.
That is typically how the escrow arrangement works, yes.
So during the development of the environmental impact statement, and particularly regarding traffic and those other issues, sometimes maybe mitigation measures will be identified as part of the process. Can you please describe how the mitigation measures process falls into the environmental impact statement?
Absolutely. So the New York State Environmental Quality Review Act and its implementing regulations require that an EIS do several things. It has to identify issues of potential adverse environmental impact. It has to analyze them, and it has to propose mitigation for those impacts.
So as part of the mitigation, sometimes there may be requires for, different roadway intersections to be improved, different ramps. If the applicant refuses to go and agree to the mitigation measures which are identified in the impact statement, then what happens as far as the project is concerned?
Well, so this is going to be a complicated analysis because, as you know, Legislator McKevitt, there are town roads, there are county roads, there are state roads, there may be village roads. So what we are required to do is evaluate the impact on those roads, and if we are having impact, identify what the mitigation measures are and what we are responsible for mitigating. And then we also need to discuss with the people that control the roads how that mitigation is going to be done that we would fund.
Right. But again, if the various municipalities and localities, Nassau County Department of Public Works, New York State DOT, if they're identifying certain mitigation measures that must be done for this project to work, and the SAN simply says it doesn't want to pay for it, does that really essentially end the project at that point?
I think it's highly unlikely, given what you've heard today, that the SANS is not going to mitigate impacts that it may be causing.
But they're required to. If they're identified and the mitigation is found, then the SANS is going to have to mitigate that.
Yes.
Okay. I just want to also indicate, I would think it's probably highly likely that when this process is done, there will probably be litigation as far as is concerned. And the courts in New York State have a very unique standard on identifying when there's a secret application, and it's the hard look standard. And you can identify, just explain what the hard look standard means and what that requires for you when you're preparing the impact statement.
So the hard look standard has those components that I talked about before. The hard look standard requires that a lead agency, in this case presumably the town of Hempstead, town board, is required to identify potential significant issues of adverse environmental impact, is required to evaluate them in detail, and is required to mitigate them to the maximum extent practicable. That's the requirement.
Right. And so during that litigation, if there is places where a group sues the town and therefore the court determines that there are some factors which are not looked into, then have you seen cases where the courts will say this impact statement is not sustainable and makes the process go through it again? Does that happen?
Yes, that has happened on cases previously, certainly.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I have at this time.
Thank you.
Okay, any other legislators? I do have just a couple of follow-up questions for Mr. Reese. Obviously, you were able to negotiate benefits agreements with the communities of Hempstead, Uniondale, and East Meadow.
Yes, sir.
And I guess local community leaders engaged Sands engaged those community leaders, and arrived at a agreement in terms of a benefit for those communities.
Yes, sir.
Assuming this goes forward today, if other potentially affected communities were to come to Sands, even if it passes, this lease transfer passes today, would Sands be willing to engage with those other communities if they've identified needs that potentially could be addressed?
Thank you for the question, Presiding Officer. Contrary to one speaker earlier today, we're looking at New York as a flagship opportunity for our company. And we intend to be in New York, if we are so fortunate, for a very long period of time. As such, regardless of, and I heard the mayor of Garden City say on more than one occasion that they have rejected our proposal for this site and this lease transfer through their governance system. Regardless, we want to be good neighbors. We want to be in this community. We want to work with everybody. And so, yes, to answer your question, we're willing to, our door will remain open, and we will have those conversations as people want to engage in them with us.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yes. Legislator Walker.
Just adding to what the presiding officer just said, obviously, here most of our fire departments are volunteer, and some of them have, a stronger, like they have hazmat or they have the fire police or whatever. Not every department has that. So you could, look, I hope no emergency comes that they need to even call out our fire departments or whatever. But should that happen, and again, you reach out to other departments like Hicksville Department, Fire Department, that has many of those other, has hazmat, has the fire police, certainly has a very large contingent of apparatus. If they were needed, that would be something that the Sands too would be looking to see, like, look, we need to reach out to them. Maybe we can help them in some ways also. So that would be something you could possibly be interested in doing or would do.
Yeah, certainly we intend to work through the county fire marshal, Utero, to convene all the relevant fire districts and have a conversation with all of them about what needs they have in terms of servicing our site. And we're certainly open to those conversations. And the community benefits plan that has been outlined, fire districts and emergency services are one of the uses for those funds.
Okay, and my other just comment was, I know you had spoken about it, doing some type of Veterans Memorial. Obviously, the Coliseum was the Veterans Memorial Coliseum. Obviously, that Veterans Memorial, we'd like it to be something that's very special and really does, honor our veterans, because many Long Islanders, really helped build this island. Those were our veterans that came here after they, fought in the wars, and they built this island and they built this community. So we want to make sure we have something special for them there, since
certainly, in the lease provides for $1 million for a Veterans Memorial at the site, but I would not be surprised, given the amount of veterans that work for our organization, that we spend much more than that, quite honestly.
Okay, and I was very happy to hear when I asked last time at committee, the outdoor events that you could have, and those would be something that the local community, local residents could take advantage of. Summer months, have little concerts outside, have things outside that they can take advantage of, and really make it a special place for our residents, many of whom might not use the casino. I'm not a gambler, so I work too hard for the little bit of money that I have, so I'm probably not going to spend it in the casino, but going out to dinner, going to one of those concerts, doing something out on the lawn there, it'll be special, and I think hopefully we'll get all of our community involved. And although there might be controversy if it goes through, controversy tonight here, but eventually a place that brings us together as a community and as a county.
We certainly have designed our project to have a plethora kind of open space, and it would be available for public and community use, certainly.
Okay, any other questions? All right, before we go to a vote, I need to amend the item to add the conceptual site plan as Exhibit 4. a motion to amend, Legislator Ferretti, seconded by Legislator Giangregorio. All in favor of the amendment, signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, carries unanimously. So the item is amended. It's before the legislature. Now, we all have an opportunity to say what we want if we choose to do so before we vote. I'll start things off. You know, as we consider this, we must consider the current situation and the non-casino potential development of this property. As it stands now, it's 72 paved acres with an obsolete arena. The current owner of the Coliseum lease is owed over $100 million for the 2015 renovation. He's still owed that money. Lease revenue, as indicated by the Office of Management and Budget, Legislative Budget Review, is diminishing. So the prospects of a developer coming in will have to look at the following. They'd have to buy out the current owner, over $100 million. They'd have the expense of removing the existing Coliseum in that huge concrete bowl. They would literally have to spend hundreds of millions or billions of dollars to develop this property. And the property itself, the development of itself, would have to be of sufficient intensity and density to justify that development, which has always been the problem of all these years. Even with Wang's proposal, it was dense because you had to generate enough income out of it to justify the expense of developing. We are teetering on the edge of a recession, as we have been for a while. The office market is flat, to be generous. You know, off of New Hyde Park Road by the expressway, they built this building called the Dealer Track, beautiful new commercial building. It's completely empty. So the chances are that if this falls through, this proposal, it's going to remain an eyesore, 72 acres of parking lot and an obsolete, fading arena. If we approve the lease transfer, first thing that it does, and the most important thing, is it gives Las Vegas Sands an opportunity to apply for a gaming license. However, that's not guaranteed to happen, as apparently there's upwards of 10 competing for the 3 downstate licenses. But regardless of whether that happens, Las Vegas Sands, if we approve this transfer, is our development partner. So we have a development partner that's willing to invest billions of dollars into that property to develop it, even without a casino. So even if we don't get a casino, we still get the development of the property, the economic activity, the thousands of union jobs, the lease payments, the public safety payments, and the community benefit payments. If they do get the gaming license, the casino is clearly it's the centerpiece of this development, but it is a part of a $4 billion integrated resort. If they get the gaming license, we get the direct payments, multiple tens of millions of dollars. We get hotel occupancy tax, sales tax, entertainment ticket tax. We get the incorporation of local businesses into the casino resort. We get convention space. We get the visitors who come for more than one day, who probably will spend the first day on site, and then after that we'll be visiting our tremendous resources here in our county and island. Yes, gambling is a concern, and it's a legitimate concern, and the opponents are right to highlight that. But it has to be considered in the world that we live in. The county does not live in isolation. And as was said before, people have a casino on their phone. Billions of dollars are spent every year on scratch-offs in the lottery. And more importantly, through a public referendum years ago, the state approved casinos, the full-blown casinos, including Nassau County approving it. We are going to get 3 downstate casinos. One we know is going to Yonkers. We basically know that. The other is going to Resorts World Casino. And there'll be a third one. There's a number of different applicants for the third casino. But chances are, based on the applicants that are out there, it will be in New York City. And chances are it could be very well be in Queens. You also have Suffolk County putting hundreds of millions of dollars into Jake's 58. So we don't live in isolation. People are going to be engaging in this activity. They're going to have the opportunity to go to full-scale billion-dollar casinos within several miles of the Nassau County border. So when we say no, the gambling activity does not go away. It remains. It simply shifts to New York City. and it takes with it all of the revenue that would come to the county, all of the economic benefits, all of the jobs, all of it goes to the New York City, a slight amount to Suffolk, and the county gets zero. County has tried and failed for more than 30 years to develop this property. This is a once-in-a-generation chance to partner with an entity that wants to invest billions of dollars without a cent of public monies. If we turn this down, the gambling resorts will still be built within a couple of miles of Nassau County borders instead of in Nassau. And all of the revenue, all of the jobs, all the economic activity goes to New York City, and the county gets nothing except a failed arena and the 72 acres of parking lot. So I urge my colleagues to support this application. All right, anyone else? Legislators? Legislator Ridgewood.
I've been here for a long time, and I've really enjoyed my career. And part of what I can tout as one of my accomplishments was my respect for labor. I was actually honored by Jobs for Justice, and I do really appreciate unions, and I appreciate what you do for your memberships. Are I have to tell you that I'm at the point in my life where I'm going to do what I think is right and what I think my constituents think is best. Number one, even if I loved the idea of a casino, the fact that we are actually within 1 out of 10 locations at this point that are being considered. I mean, all right, let's say, what kind of gamble is that? Could we win? Yeah, but we could also lose. So if we lose, this idea, this lease, this whole project on our $5 million at least piece of property, $500 million lease of property, does not come back to this branch of government. And I'm sorry, but I cannot begin to support an idea that excludes a portion of our government. Even if I thought that this project was perfect, I would really still have a problem with that. The only person who will decide what will happen to this piece of property, should we not get that license, the 1 in 10 chance, is our county executive. That was just, in my opinion, was a game changer. I no matter what, I couldn't support that. There's also a number of other issues that I have. I voted for the last RXR project. I thought that really did address some things, including housing and including businesses that my kids would want to work with. You know what? I'm sorry, but of course I'd love for my kids to stay here, but to work in a casino, that's not what my dream is for them. I would like them to work I'd like for them to work either in a tech, or my girls are in health. So I think it's been interesting to watch this. I feel that I am really torn, but I watched what happened, and I really feel that they were smart. Sands is a very smart company, and I feel that they came in and really met up with the right people and made the right offers. And when I sat here listening to everyone today, I just kind of felt like maybe they weren't as genuine as they would have been had they just come in on their own without having any influence from Sands. I want to say one more thing, and again, this is about, I'm 55 too, by the way, and when you hit 55, you hit something, and that is yourself and your inner being. And I'm seeing what's going on with our kids, and I'm very worried about addiction, opioid addiction, alcohol addiction, gambling addiction. And I can't live with myself voting to support that. So as much as I've always supported the unions, and I guarantee you, number one, you're going to get the union jobs. You're going to get the jobs no matter what is built there. Number two, I know how many big projects are here. I know we don't even have, there's a question of whether or not we have enough workers now to cover the 4 or 5 projects, billion-dollar projects that we have. So it's a quality of life issue. You know, it's traffic. It's all this with addiction with our kids. And yes, they're throwing in a lot of money, but has been said, they know they're going to make a lot of money, and $2 billion a year. And where's that coming from? And when you read about addiction and you read about gambling, you know it's usually they call it a poor man's tax, because it's usually those that really can't afford to do it that go and hope for that dream and hope to change their life. And then again, is it going on all over? Yes, it's legal now, but not everything that's legal is good for you. And the bottom line is I struggled with this decision, but I cannot vote for a casino.
Legislator Drucker and Legislator Lafazette.
Oh.
Wait a second, ladies and gentlemen. We've listened patiently as everyone's spoken. Please let the legislators have their moment as well.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. There is no question that the concerns expressed by many of our residents, either here in this chamber, by telephone calls to our offices, or by email, should never be disregarded or even minimized. But we as legislators have a dual obligation. One is to be the voice and advocate for what the majority of our constituents want or need, and second, to ensure and provide the necessary oversight of the executive branch to safeguard our finances and clear a path for economic prosperity in the years to come. Today, we are being asked to vote on only one factual and clear scenario, and that is the assignment of the current lease that is in its present form unfavorable to this county. The prospects presented by Las Vegas Sands provides a guaranteed framework that will yield immediate economic benefit to our county, as well as providing a roadmap and pathway toward an enduring and transformative future. This lease provides for that, whether the Sands is awarded a gaming license or not. This does not mean that I didn't force myself to imagine what the hub would look like with a casino and entertainment and hospitality resort on its grounds. But after considering the mind-boggling investment the Sands proposes to make should they be awarded the license, including the safeguards that will be implemented to ensure safety and security for the patrons, mitigating resulting traffic and density issues, and providing economic benefits to the surrounding communities, the deleterious effects associated with a casino operation is, in my opinion, speculative. What is not speculative, but instead guaranteed, is the revenue to the county and its taxpayers of $25 to $50 million a year. Oh, and 8,500 permanent union labor jobs, sustaining the workforce in Nassau County for generations. This opportunity cannot and should not be forsaken or squandered if I am to uphold the duties of my office for which I was elected. So I will be casting my vote in the affirmative.
Legislator Lafazette, and then Legislator Muley.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I just had jaw surgery recently, so I hope everyone can hear me and understand me. I want to thank everyone who came out tonight, and I just want to echo what Legislator Walker said. On the heels of Memorial Day, I hope everyone here tonight realizes that the freedoms that were exercised, the freedoms of assembly, of petition, the freedom of speech, they don't happen without our veterans, and I hope everyone keeps that in mind this weekend and on Monday. When I make a decision on an issue, I speak on behalf of 3 things. I speak on behalf of my constituents, I speak on behalf of my generation, and I speak on behalf of my own beliefs. Regarding my constituents, the vast majority reached out to my office to express their support on this issue. They want the line held on their property taxes. They want the jobs for their kids and their grandkids. And they want a new dynamic entertainment destination, not in New York City, but they want it right here in Nassau. This lease transfer will do all of this and more. Regarding my generation, this project is truly existential. I'm 29 years old, and for a decade I've been sounding the alarm about my friends and my classmates moving away, and it's never been rocket science why. They want good jobs and economic opportunity. They want workforce housing, and they want fun things to do. This lease transfer will do all of this and more. Lastly, regarding my own beliefs on an academic basis, I do believe that the case Las Vegas made has been sound and pragmatic. The investment in infrastructure improvements and workforce developments will have an economic multiplier effect that is game-changing. Their plans to combat issues regarding mental health, behavioral health, and gambling addiction are excellent. The massive payments that are guaranteed to Nassau will help us freeze taxes and, more importantly, pay down our debt. And as you heard from our labor leaders like Matty Arasich, John Durso, Jerry Laracuta, Ryan Stanton, and more, when it comes to having a once-in-a-generation impact on creating thousands of permanent, good-paying jobs, this lease transfer will do all of this and more. And that is why this plan is not perfect, but it must get done. Because in 2011, I sat in Nassau Coliseum as an intern when voters voted down the referendum on a new stadium. I promised myself that if I ever had a seat at the table, I would make sure I did everything I could to get to a yes and get something done. 12 years later, I'm ready to get something done, and it starts tonight. I plan to vote yes. Thank you.
Legislator Muley.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I truly do believe, as some of my colleagues have stated, that this is one of the most consequential decisions that we will ever make as a legislator. Honestly, I changed my mind. I went back and forth several times throughout the last month or two. And what that told me is that I needed to continue to do my research. And so I spoke with all kinds of people. I spoke with my constituents. I spoke with some of the Say No to Casino people. I spoke to labor groups. You know, I certainly listened to all of the public comment. What kind of changed things for me is when I took a page from my colleague Legislator McKevitt's book, and I went down to Bethlehem, and I got to see what Bethlehem looks like after Sands came in and developed the casino there, and I was blown away. It's a beautiful, beautiful community that was really on the verge of bad things because the steel industry had died out. But it had a gorgeous downtown. I went to a toured through the area where Lehigh University was, which I would say is comparable to Hofstra University. Saw how they are expanding, and the area looked great. And I went to the casino. I'm not a gambler, but I took a walk around, and to me, there was no traffic, even though they have so many people coming to the casino. So I just have to say that I saw the proof was right there in front of me, and that was honestly, that was what led me to believe that I really do think that this is something that we need to do. Yes, gambling is problematic, but by voting yes on this is not going to change whether gambling happens. There is still going to be as the presiding officer said, the license is going to happen. It's just going to happen someplace else, and then we won't get any of those benefits, both in terms of jobs, in terms of revenues. So it's going to happen anyway. The kids, yep, the kids are gambling, but it's on their phones. They won't be allowed to go into the casinos because there's an age requirement. So for all of those reasons, I am a yes vote.
Legislator Ford, and then Deputy Presiding Officer Copel.
Thank you. I will be brief. I'm not as eloquent as the previous speakers, but I want to say that I believe the presiding officer clearly stated very valid reasons why to support this transfer of the lease. This project, of course, will provide much-needed jobs and opportunities for a better and more secure future, especially for our younger people. As a former union worker, I am thrilled that there will be thousands of union jobs, both during construction and then also once the casino and the project is finished. Aside from the casino, I think we all focus on the casino. And in all honesty, yes, I have been in casinos, not a lot of times, but I don't always look at them as a negative. I think that sometimes when you go into these places, there seems to be a sense of liveliness and camaraderie, and it really is a very nice social atmosphere where people just seem to get along and you get to banter back and forth, even with strangers. So I think it just sometimes can just bring a lot of people together rather than driving them apart. But I think when you look at also the other aspects of this project, aside from the hotel, there will be a spa, the 4 or 5-star spa, I think it is, and as well as a theater and a convention center. So it's providing a lot of opportunities, you know, for so many people to go into different fields of work. And, you know, and then while we look at the opportunities for our young people, I did get confirmation from the representatives from Sands that there really is no age discrimination. So, you know, we can be, some of our older residents may find that they'd like to augment their income, so they can find themselves possibly going to Nassau Community College, workforce development, learning a new skill, and getting a new job, and being able to stay here and stay and live and even work in Nassau County, even at the ripe old age of maybe 72 or 73. Not like you, Rich, but maybe more like me. So in that case, I do think this as a positive for Nassau County and for the residents, for our residents both young and old. So I will be voting in the affirmative.
As Legislator Walker said a little earlier, I too, I'm not a gambler. Never attracted me, never interested in it. But I listened to the presiding officer laid out, I think, an excellent case. The gambling is going to happen. It's going to happen. And I want it to happen here. If it's going to happen, let it happen here. I want those good-paying union jobs. I want those good-paying union jobs to happen here in Nassau County. In the course of the years that I've been here, I've met so many hardworking union members in my district. These people are entitled to have a chance to get these good jobs, not only for the construction phase of the operation, but following that. I think that Sands has laid out a very compelling reason to support the fact that they're going to have these wonderful jobs continuing after the construction has been completed. Now, there's been some concern expressed as to what happens if we don't get the license here. Okay, the license goes somewhere else. This property has been the subject of so much effort over so many years, and we've never gotten anywhere with it. Right now, we've got a very, very strong partner, and if we don't get the casino, they're going to develop it anyway. They are responsible in this lease to make sure that this development succeeds. They're going to be investing a lot of money into this. They've got every incentive to make sure that it does succeed. They've got the financial horsepower to do it. So I'm going to join with my colleagues and vote for this proposal.
Legislator Bino, then Legislator McKevin.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Well, I'll tell you, I've been here since 2014, and this has really been one of the hardest decisions to come to. And I'll tell you, as a fiduciary entrusted with overseeing and safeguarding Nassau County's fiscal future, I was tasked with carefully considering the tax revenue, the economic development, and the job creation opportunities presented by Sands Corp's proposal for a resort at Nassau Hub. The job creation especially is vital to the economically disadvantaged communities that I serve as a legislator. As a community advocate, I researched, vetted, and deliberated upon the heartfelt concerns that were expressed by the community regarding the impacts of public safety, traffic, and behavioral health issues. When it became abundantly clear to me in the last committee meeting that this was going to pass, with or without my vote, I became equipped with those facts, and the charge before me was to weigh and balance the more laudable elements of the Las Vegas proposal against the legitimate concerns of the community. To ensure that the needs of the Uniondale and Hempstead communities were met, and upon a painstaking review of some of the factors and the needs of that community, I was happy to hear that Sands Corp incorporated a $25 million benefit to the communities to bolster the services and the community's needs. It is upon all of those things in consideration that I reached the decision to vote in favor of this lease transfer. No. We're good. Allow me to finish, please. Allow me to finish, please. Please know that while today's actions represent the important benchmark that many of the unions and the community organizations have really advocated for, that as this process continues to unfold, make no doubt about it, I will remain vigilant and focused on upholding and making sure that I hold the entities associated with all of the assertions that this project is a good thing for our community will be held accountable, and that the obligations and the commitments that have been made on the record here today on May 8th are upheld for the benefit of this county. Thank you.
Legislator McCaffrey.
This is my 17th year in elective office, and I've estimated I have voted in that career on 30,000 bills, resolutions, and pieces of legislation. And without a doubt, I've spent more time on this one than anything else combined. I traveled to Bethlehem, Pennsylvania. I've done research. I went through every single page of this lease multiple times, driving my attorneys crazy about it. I have heard many people here. I spoke to you on the phone. I've gone to your living rooms. We've had long conversations. I've heard a lot of arguments, both in favor and against. And like my colleague legislator I know, I just want to say she has become my partner through this experience. We work very closely together because we represent the communities which will be most closely impacted by us than anything else. And I likewise came to the conclusion that with or without our votes, this process is going along. So I made an intentional thought that I continue to be part of this process. And one of the part of this question tonight, not with the various bodies here, but also Ms. Elkowitz, is that this still has a long way to go. There's still a long environmental process. They have to go through 2 state boards to get this approved well. And again, I've had many conversations with those of the Sands, and want to make sure they've made a number of promises to my community. I'm going to make sure that those promises are kept and they are upheld, and to make sure that my home, my only home I've known for 51 years, is still preserved and is a great place for my children to live in. So the support I have today with this process going forward means I'm going to continue to be part of this process and make sure the right thing is done by my family and community as we go through this entire process. Thank you.
Legislator Pillow.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. First of all, I would like to thank all of you, Sands team, administration, and user residents, both sides. After all, I think for most part, we had a very healthy conversation. This is the way how community should be. After reviewing the proposal of SAND and after learning more about this project, and after I saw the benefit to our community, to our county, the job opportunities to our unions and to our residents, I'm voting yes for the lease transfer. Thank you.
Legislator Gaylord, and then Legislator Solage.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I just simply want to say this is a no-brainer. Okay, I don't have any mental reservation, no hesitation. Without a doubt, this is good for Nassau County, and I'm voting yes.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I'll also be voting in the affirmative for this transfer of a lease. This presents the single opportunity for many young people, I think I'm the second youngest person here on this body, to stay here in Nassau County. I'm tired of so many of my friends, so many people I went to school with who are moving to other counties with suburban casinos. I visited suburban casinos in Maryland, Virginia, and Pennsylvania, and I've spoken to many young people in our communities, and they all say it is also a no-brainer. Even if the Sands Corporation does not succeed in getting the license, Plan B is better than what we have now. It is a positive decision for Nassau County, and I'll be voting in the affirmative. Thank you.
Legislator Ferretti, and then Legislator Giuffre.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. When I first heard this proposal, I certainly did have my reservations, but as I continued through the process, speaking to people in my district, in my community, and after we received the lease, going through it, and going through the specifics of the project with people in the community, I found myself inadvertently convincing them of the benefits of it and that it's a good thing. And through that process, I came to believe that it's definitely a good thing. Now, if you look at it as a business decision, and I commend the administration on this as well as the Sands, as Legislator Gaylord said, it's an absolute no-brainer. I mean, if you look at the previous proposals for this location, none of them are even in the same stratosphere as to the financial benefit that has been negotiated by the administration. So I thank you for your hard work with that. But that being said, this isn't simply a business decision. There's obviously quality of life issues that have to be taken into consideration. I heard from my constituents, and like everyone else, you hear the same concerns, and they are concerns, certainly. You hear concerns of gambling addiction. That's certainly a concern, but like so many of my colleagues said, we have that as a concern regardless of whether we approve this lease transfer. You hear, two of the big things I hear are, one of the big things is alcohol. Obviously, when you have a casino, there's alcohol served. That's true. Traffic, will it increase from what's there now? I would think yes. I mean, people are going to be using it. Right now, it's 72 acres of pavement. But that being said, although that's an increase from what we currently have, we all lived through the New York Islanders playing at the Coliseum, playoff games. There was traffic then. Is it an increase from traffic then? I would think not. When the Islanders were in the playoffs, although through my time as an Islander fan, not often enough, you had a sellout game, you'd have 18,000 people going to the Coliseum at one time, whereas with this proposal, yes, it may be something in the event of 20,000 a day, but that's spread out throughout the day. The prime times being, if I remember correctly, Mr. Levoff, sometime on Saturdays at around 9 p.m., where traffic around the community is not at its height. So that was a concern that was alleviated for me. Alcohol use, of course that's a concern, but when the Islanders played, guess what? They sold beer. That was an issue then. We've had that before. We've combated it before, and the Sands and the administration has convinced me that we'll be able to combat it again if it becomes an issue, and for that reason, I'll be voting yes. Thank you.
Legislator Giuffre.
So I heard from some of my constituents. One of them testified before us tonight. I live down the road from 91 Tulip Avenue. For me, the issues were crime and traffic. And then, having spoken to Commissioner Ryder, our DPW Commissioner Arnold, having gone through the lease, but more importantly, having gone through the Office of Legislative Budget Review memo. The OLBR is a nonpartisan part of this county legislature. I analyzed the numbers under Plan B, no casino. And the numbers, even under Plan B, far exceeded what the County of Nassau has been getting for this property. In light of the finances, in light of the future of this property, in light of the arguments that and points that we heard tonight and over the last months, my conclusion is that this is in the best interests of the people of Nassau County. I will be voting yes.
Legislator Kennedy.
Thank you. When I first this first came to my attention and we started talking about this, and I did my due diligence, great deal of research, and you know, I also have many friends who are union workers, and I have seen just how hard people work, and that they work their tail off. And I didn't want to forget that. But then also I looked at everything that Sands was telling us and showing us with what they had done in other locations. And they had gone to such great lengths to make things right in the place that they were and the surrounding communities. For those reasons, all those reasons, I am 100% behind the lease, and I am going to be voting yes.
Okay. All right, I think we've all said our piece, and it's time for a vote. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? Nay. Okay, passes by a vote of 17-1. Motion to adjourn by Legislator Gaylor, seconded by Legislator Ferretti. All in favor of adjourning signify by saying aye. Aye. We are adjourned.